Rain falls under a crescent moon as a voice offers parting gratitude for everything.
A sharp blade pierces flesh, spilling blood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy.
The blonde man looms over a dying Julia von Rosenthal, acknowledging her by her full name.
Mortally wounded, the knight asks Her Majesty why he has chosen to betray her this way.
A cold declaration in the darkness informs her that her assigned role is now finished. In a blur of movement and light, Julia is struck down in a final confrontation.
Rain streaks across the dark windows, mirroring the grim atmosphere of the tragic events unfolding.
Thick, dark blood drips steadily from the tip of a lethal silver blade. Unfazed, the Emperor wipes blood from his face and tells her not to be sad.
He cruelly admits that seeing her face daily was torture, leaving Julia in shocked silence.
He offers a cold final mercy, promising to provide her a funeral for her service.
Bleeding and broken, the Knight Commander collapses near the stairs as her life force fades.
The Emperor turns his back, walking away with indifference as Julia takes her final breaths. Choking on blood, Julia reflects on every word he once told her during their time.
Memories surface of the Emperor swearing his love and gazing sweetly into her eyes long ago.
She remembers picking up her sword for him, believing his lies were a sincere promise.
In the crushing darkness of her final moments, she questions if his love was fabricated.
The Emperor pauses for a brief moment, looking back at the woman he just discarded. He tells her to view their past as a mere daydream before exiting the room. As her consciousness drifts, a final thought begins to form about how things might change. Julia realizes her foolishness in trusting the Emperor as she lies dying in a pool. Looking at her bloody hand, she mourns the love that led to her tragic end. She laments that her powers could have served a greater purpose if not for her devotion.
A strange shimmering blue light begins to fill the room as the scene shifts. Julia feels her curse lifting and realizes she has reached a long-desired level of power.
Cloaked in a celestial glow, she accepts that this peak power arrived only in death.
Admiring her own hands in the light, she marvels at their fairness one last time. Julia von Rosenthal dies betrayed, leaving behind the legacy of the elite guardians of the Empire.
A hand reaches out to touch a smooth, reflective surface in a brightly lit room. An ancient glowing sigil appears, representing the heavy burden of the family's cursed sword.
Awakening in a mirror, she questions her survival while realizing something is fundamentally different. She grits her teeth, wondering if the curse was truly lifted as she once felt. An ancient legend tells of a dark curse haunting every generation of the Rosenthal family.
Generations ago, Howard von Rosenthal slew Ariel, the formidable and vengeful Witch of Fire.
Dying, the Witch of Fire cursed Howard, decreeing his descendants would perish during their childhood.
At the time of the curse, Howard already had 2 children within the family estate.
The curse took his son first, and soon his second daughter fell ill with fever.
Desperate and unable to break the fire's curse, Howard searched for a possible solution. Guided by desperation, Howard traveled through frozen lands to seek aid from a different witch. He arrives at the Witch of Ice's castle, where the sorceress sits upon her throne. The Witch of Ice, Iris, questions if he truly wants her to break Ariel's curse.
Iris explains that the only path to survival is learning the specialized frozen sword swordsmanship.
She reveals the ice energy within the sword was specifically crafted to counter fire powers. Despite a mention of a fatal flaw, Howard begs the witch to save his daughter. Recognizing Howard's role in defeating her rival, Iris agrees to provide her magical assistance. The scene shifts to the sunlit courtyard of the estate as the healing process begins.
Iris uses her magic to treat the young girl, who coughs up blood during treatment.
Thanks to the Ice Witch's intervention, Howard's daughter finally regains her strength and health. Surrounded by spirits, the young girl begins her grueling training under Iris's watchful gaze.
A piercing scream rings out, drawing Howard to the stairs where a new crisis begins.
Howard panics over his daughter's appearance, while Iris notes a flaw in the sword technique.
Iris explains that mastering the frozen sword will eventually return Julia to her original form. Iris encourages the young girl to train diligently to overcome her current physical transformation.
A rhythmic knock echoes against the grand, ornate doors of the silent bedroom.
Judy enters and asks if the young lady is all right, noting she looks unwell.
Julia realizes her body is slimmer and she and Judy look significantly younger now.
Julia asks Judy her age, and the maid confirms they are both 17.
Julia concludes that she has successfully returned to a time 8 years in the past.
Recognizing her situation, Julia contemplates her next move to avoid her previous tragic fate. Julia expresses confidence in her ability to break the family curse once again. She touches the mirror, believing her memories will make changing the future much easier.
A divine text promises that reaching peak mastery will nullify the power of all curses.
Despite her new surroundings, the vivid memory of her previous death continues to haunt her.
A crackling fire in the hearth reflects the warmth returning to her cold memories.
Julia sits in silence, wondering what she must do to avoid being killed again. She resolves to control her facial expressions to avoid alerting the people around her. Julia apologizes for being distracted and asks if Judy is all right after the surprise.
Julia enthusiastically claims she is doing great, though Judy remains unconvinced by her energy. Julia looks toward the roses and sighs with relief that no major problems exist yet.
Judy gushes with excitement about attending the Crown Prince's birthday celebration later this evening.
Shocked, Julia realizes the celebration, the day she first fell in love, is happening today.
She recalls a past invitation, fearing that falling in love again will lead to death.
Julia stands up abruptly and informs the stunned maid that she will not be attending. Julia looks out toward the estate as she announces her intention to start seclusion training.
An exclamation of shock punctuates Julia's sudden and resolute vow to break the family curse.
Judy shakes her mistress, desperately pleading with her that the curse is merely an old legend.
Julia firmly grabs Judy's wrist and insists the curse will break once she masters her sword.
Julia sits back down, contemplating why her decision to leave seems so sudden to others.
Sunlight hits the building as Julia asks Judy if she remembers her first royal ball. Judy peeks through the door and confirms that she remembers that day very clearly. Julia recalls the traumatic day she became a laughingstock, treated like a zoo animal.
She remembers running away from the ballroom, unable to bear the judgmental stares of others.
Brilliant blue light fills the frame as Julia resolves that things will be different now.
A large gold frame surrounds a simple, desperate plea for help in the empty room.
Julia reaches out and firmly grasps Judy's hands in a gesture of intense, desperate need.
Julia stares into Judy's eyes and begs the maid to help her with her plan.
Judy looks on with a mix of concern and uncertainty as her mistress remains silent.
Fully dressed in travel gear and a cloak, Julia prepares to depart the escape.
Julia extends a gloved hand asking Judy to deliver a sealed letter to her father.
Tearing up, Judy accepts the letter and realizes this is the final service she provides.
Julia thanks Judy and promises she will return after completing her intense training journey.
Cloaked for travel, Julia waves goodbye while Judy cries and prays for her mistress's safety.
The scene shifts to the closed study door where the aftermath of the departure begins.
Howard looks at the letter, questioning if his child truly left after leaving this behind.
An angry voice demands to know why the maid didn't stop her from leaving. Judy stands before the door, explaining she only wanted to prevent Julia from getting hurt.
A heavy silence follows as the reality of her departure begins to sink in.
Howard sighs, noting that writing a letter proves she had already made up her mind. Howard tells Judy to lie and say Julia was injured during sword training today. Howard stands at his desk, ordering Judy to ensure no one finds out Julia has left.
A carriage clatters along the path toward the grand estate.
Narrator explains the Rosenthal family's ancestral duty to the Crown Prince's impending ascension.
Howard thinks that Julia needs to participate, though he hates seeing her get hurt anymore.
A locket clicks open to reveal a cherished portrait of a younger, happier family.
Young Julia smiles brightly as a text box expresses faith in her future decisions.
Noble guests gather within the opulent ballroom for the evening's highly anticipated royal banquet.
Howard greets the great Crown Prince with a formal bow during the celebration.
The Crown Prince radiates charm and warmth as he smiles kindly during the celebration. The prince asks Howard if he has been well while holding a glass of wine.
Turning serious, the Crown Prince asks why he cannot meet Howard's daughter today either. Howard apologizes and explains that his daughter was unfortunately injured during her sword training.
A stern, dark-haired knight standing behind the prince observes the interaction with a silent expression.
Howard assures the prince the injury is not serious, though she has trouble moving currently. The Crown Prince accepts the explanation and politely wishes Julia a swift recovery.
Someone addresses the prince as Your Majesty while he ascends the grand palace stairs.
The knight follows and asks if the prince truly intends to return like this.
The prince notes Julia's absence and expresses his growing disdain for the judging noble stairs.
Following his master's lead, the dark-haired knight decides to conclude the banquet for the day.
The Crown Prince chuckles and mentions he is looking forward to the upcoming ceremony.
Julia recalls how cruel whispers about her spread among the nobles after her first banquet.
She reflects on being called the Monster Princess due to her hideous past appearance.
Cloaked in shadow and wearing a mask, Julia mourns the transformation that made her monstrous.
Haunted by the memories of judgmental gazes, Julia began to avoid people and hide away.
A dark screen reflects Julia's transition into becoming completely accustomed to living in the darkness. A simple text panel marks the specific time period of 8 years in the past.
Julia's younger self appears in her formal dress, her face partially obscured by heavy shadows.
She remembers the prince's captivating smile, the very one that once captured her heart.
Standing before him, the young woman finds herself completely mesmerized by the prince's presence.
Holding hands, Julia recalls how she once naively gave her everything to the blonde man.
A blood-stained sword abandoned in the dirt represents the tragic betrayal of her devotion.
Julia sighs in the present, unable to believe she once trusted such a man. Julia realizes she will be used again and notes her 18th birthday is approaching soon. A text bubble emphasizes Julia's urgent need to return home for her father's sake. Resting by a crackling campfire, Julia's travel-worn boots reflect her long and arduous training.
Narrator explains that nobles with knighthood are considered adults on their 18th birthday. The text details the formal swearing of allegiance and knighthood ordination at the palace.
The Rosenthal crest symbolizes their ancient oath to help every successive emperor take the throne. Shards of purple light emphasize Julia's realization that she is destined for an association.
Julia breaks a twig in anger, realizing the prince has likely manipulated her from the start. Gritting her teeth, Julia focuses on her mission to master her skills and change history.
She observes that her family curse only broke just before she faced her previous death. Throwing a stick into the campfire, Julia resolves to push herself further in her training.
A bright light accompanies Julia's vow to reach her near-death limit during tomorrow's training session.
Julia realizes she got carried away as a massive horde of ogres surrounds her position.
Peering from beneath her hood, Julia reacts with sharp surprise as she notices a new arrival.
A teal-haired man wielding a blazing flaming sword stands boldly against the surrounding monster horde. The intense, bright aura of the flame-engulfed blade captivates Julia as she watches the fight.
Recognizing the stranger's aura, Julia realizes the person before her is a legendary swordmaster. Seeing the man slaughtering the ogres, Julia wonders if he will take all the targets himself.
Julia's eyes widen in alarm as the sudden intensity of the battlefield shifts once more.
Julia dives away from a massive explosion, gasping in shock at the sudden display of destructive power.
Julia identifies the beast as a deep ogre from the Shadow Forest, wondering why it has appeared here.
Standing her ground, Julia grips her small blade and questions if she can truly defeat such a foe.
The deep ogre lets out a terrifying roar, its red eyes fixed on Julia with murderous intent.
Julia narrowly avoids a crushing blow, acknowledging that she cannot win this fight through a head-to-head confrontation.
Gritting her teeth, Julia resolves to find a vital opening, refusing to die so soon after her resurrection.
The ogre swings a massive, stone-encrusted mace as Julia prepares to use her superior agility to strike back.
Despite her current physical limitations, Julia decides to attempt a high-level technique she previously mastered.
Julia unleashes her Aura Blade technique, a brilliant surge of blue energy that slices through the air.
Blood sprays as Julia successfully wounds the ogre's leg, but the exertion leaves her gasping for breath. Determined to end the fight, Julia prepares to channel every remaining bit of her magic into one last strike. Julia lunges forward with a desperate cry, declaring that this final attack will bring the encounter to an end.
The battle concludes with a heavy impact, and Julia stands amidst the dust, struggling to catch her breath.
Blood drips from Julia's chin as a mysterious voice warns her that it is far too early to relax.
Startled, Julia spins around and demands to know the identity of the person who has suddenly appeared nearby.
An even larger, more powerful ogre looms over Julia as the unseen voice tells her to look behind.
The teal-haired man watches from a tree branch, noting the second monster is furious about its fallen friend.
Looking down with a casual smile, the teal-haired man apologizes for being unable to assist her right now.
He waves goodbye while mentioning an important promise, leaving Julia to face the new threat entirely alone. Well, that's one way to leave a coworker in a lurch.
Julia is sent flying by the second ogre's attack, coughing up blood as she collapses onto the grass.
The massive ogre chief roars in triumph, looming over Julia with its lethal mace raised high for the kill. Julia feels a sting of betrayal, wondering if the man truly intended to leave her in this situation.
Reaching deep for her resolve, Julia vows to survive no matter the cost as her sword begins to glow.
The scene shifts to the dark forest at night, where the sounds of conflict continue beneath the stars.
Exhausted and battered, Julia stands in the moonlight, her silhouette barely visible against the thick forest trees.
Julia's strength finally fails her as she collapses onto her back, gasping for air in the silent woods.
Surrounded by several pairs of glowing eyes in the darkness, Julia realizes she is too weak to move.
Julia stares at the sky, questioning her choices and begging for a chance to live as the beasts approach.
A brilliant, iridescent light descends from above, piercing through the dark canopy and illuminating the forest floor.
Julia's body floats weightlessly within a pillar of blue light, signaling the start of a miraculous, life-saving transformation. A glowing, four-pointed sigil appears on her chest, representing the awakening of her hidden, peak magical potential.
Surrounded by falling snowflakes and celestial light, Julia undergoes a total physical restoration in the heart of the forest.
Julia lies peacefully in a sunlit field of flowers, her long silver hair spread out on the grass.
Julia slowly opens her eyes, which now shimmer with a new, ethereal glow as her consciousness returns. Waking to the blinding sun, Julia notices her hand is now incredibly fair and free of any wounds. Julia sits up in shock, staring at her restored hand and gasping as she realizes her condition has changed.
Julia touches her face in disbelief, feeling the smoothness of her skin and the absence of any battle scars.
Noticing her long, soft hair, Julia begins to realize that she has finally regained her original, true form.
Standing up abruptly, Julia questions with wide-eyed amazement if the family curse has finally been permanently lifted.
Looking back at the fallen monsters, Julia reflects on how close she came to a second tragic end.
Julia reaches down to retrieve her sword from the flowers, apologizing to herself for the momentary lapse in focus. Looking ahead with a confident smirk, Julia notes that she still has many important tasks left to complete.
Julia lunges forward with incredible speed, determined to resolve the remaining forest conflicts as quickly as possible.
Julia reflects on the intensity of the previous battle, recalling how she fought using every bit of her power. Despite her previous state of total exhaustion, Julia marvels at how light and energetic her new body feels.
Julia gazes at her transformed appearance, fully acknowledging that she has truly become a different person now.
Julia remembers the moment of her collapse, having been convinced that she had reached her final limit.
She reflects on the miraculous discovery of her healed wounds and the successful removal of the ancient curse.
Julia focuses on the distinct mana core within her, feeling the vast reservoir of power she now commands.
Gripping her sword hilt firmly, Julia prepares to face the future with her new peak level of mastery.
Julia stands with her glowing blade, experiencing a sudden surge of unfamiliar magical energy.
Her sword radiates an intense chill, feeling far more potent than her previously weak powers.
Julia asks if she has truly achieved the legendary status of a swordmaster at last.
Overjoyed, Julia celebrates her lifted curse and her new rank as a powerful swordmaster.
She stands alone by the water, hoping her father will be proud of her achievement. The scene shifts to the grand Rosenthal estate, standing silent under a bright midday sun.
Head butler Gilbert asks the Duke if he is genuinely worried about his daughter's absence.
A caption notes that 3 months have passed since Julia began her intense seclusion training. Howard explains he would have followed her if not for the family's ancient fire curse.
Howard reflects on Julia's genius and trusts in her ability to return home safely.
Howard recalls that Julia displayed an extraordinary genius talent in every aspect from her youth.
Julia showed an unmatched speed in absorbing magic and a sword sense surpassing most adults.
Despite her genius, the fire curse made her appearance grotesque, shackling her within high society.
Howard admits he avoided looking for her because he understood the burden she was carrying. A sudden commotion interrupts Howard as someone bursts through his office door with urgent news.
Judy enters the room out of breath, struggling to deliver her message to the Duke.
An announcement rings out through the estate, declaring that the young lady has finally returned.
Howard reacts with intense shock, his eyes wide as he processes the news of Julia.
Julia sits peacefully in the garden, looking healthy and restored while a knight watches nearby.
Howard asks where Julia is while Judy frantically points toward the woman in the garden.
Howard stares in disbelief at the beautiful woman sitting at the table in the sunlight.
Julia stands up and smiles warmly, greeting her father for the first time in months.
Memories of her childhood self appear, contrasting sharply with her current, healthy, and beautiful form. Howard's hand trembles with emotion as he stands before his daughter's miraculous new form.
Judy tearfully exclaims her joy at seeing that the young lady has truly returned home.
An orange-haired knight addresses the Duke, preparing to return a significant item of family heritage.
The knight presents a golden lion medallion which rests solemnly upon a piece of cloth. Howard recognizes the head of household token he gifted to Julia on her previous birthday.
Julia looks toward her father with calm confidence and simply acknowledges him with a nod.
Howard accepts the token and decides to test his daughter's progress with a blade. Howard commands his daughter to defend herself and face his blade in a sudden duel.
Howard lunges forward with a strike while Julia watches with a calm and knowing smirk.
Julia casually borrows a sword from the orange-haired knight to meet her father's aggressive attack.
Julia swings the borrowed blade with practice ease, her movements fluid and full of power. Howard strikes with everything he has, his expression a mixture of determination and testing ferocity.
The two blades collide with a powerful impact, creating a surge of blue and white energy. Julia easily parries the strike, her gaze fixed intently on her father during the brief clash.
Howard is stunned as his sword is knocked aside, realizing Julia's power is now immense.
Julia stands victoriously as her father acknowledges that his daughter has unmistakably and successfully returned.
Overwhelmed by emotion, Howard pulls Julia into a tight embrace, expressing his immense relief.
Julia proudly announces her swordmaster status while Howard tells her how proud he truly is. Gilbert watches the emotional reunion from a distance, dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief.
Judy is moved to tears by Julia's success, shouting her praise for her mistress's cool display.
Julia smiles softly, reminding her father and the staff that she came back as promised.
Judy wraps Julia in a fierce hug, tearfully begging her mistress never to leave again. Howard suggests they move inside, noting that the garden is no longer the proper setting.
News of Julia's return and her success spreads through the estate's grand and opulent hallways.
The maids gossip about the miracle while cleaning, amazed that Julia finally broke the curse.
A maid beams with excitement, calling Julia the first person to ever break the family curse.
The staff excitedly agrees that they should all gather to celebrate Julia's return later tonight.
Maids attend to Julia in her bath, remarking on how smooth and silky her hair has become. Relaxed by the warm water, Julia begins to doze off before a maid urgently wakes her up.
A door clicks shut, signaling the end of the bathing session and a transition to dimmer.
A gourmet meal is served as Howard begins a serious conversation with Julia at the dining table.
Over a glass of wine, Howard notes that Julia's 18th birthday is rapidly approaching this year.
Howard encourages Julia to ask for any gifts she desires to celebrate her coming of age.
Julia asks for confirmation of the generous offer while Howard assures her he is completely serious.
Pausing her meal, Julia prepares to request the most significant treasure in the family's possession. Julia formally requests Hiver, the legendary Sword of Winter, as her official 18th birthday gift.
Howard reacts with a look of stunned surprise at Julia's choice of the ancient family heirloom.
The Sword of Winter, Hiver, is revealed as a generational treasure enchanted with powerful elemental magic.
Believing she can now handle the power, Howard tells Julia to meet him in his office tomorrow.
Julia offers a soft smile and thanks her father for trusting her with the legendary blade.
Julia wakes up the next morning and stretches, ready to begin her day's tasks before receiving Hiver.
Judy knocks on the door and enters the room after Julia grants her permission to come inside.
Smiling warmly, Judy observes that the young lady has woken up much earlier than she expected today.
As she pours the morning tea, Judy asks if Julia is still feeling tired from her travels.
Julia recalls the joy of the staff celebration and expresses her gratitude for their warm welcome home.
Looking out the window, Julia confirms her morning training schedule and her evening appointment with her father.
Judy enthusiastically offers her help as Julia prepares to dress for her busy day of training.
The sun moves across the estate's grand hallways, signaling the passage of time toward the evening.
Julia thinks about the significance of the evening, knowing she will finally obtain her destined weapon.
Howard reveals a secret storage area within his office, impressing Julia with the estate's hidden depths.
Howard explains the secrecy behind the room while Julia jokingly admits she had already figured it out.
Howard uses a special key to unlock a heavy chest containing the most precious family artifacts. Howard explains that Julia will eventually be responsible for managing all the family's historical treasures. Looking over the ancient items, Howard notes that every previous head of the household once used them. Howard urges Julia to take care of the family history as she prepares to assume her role.
Pointing toward a specific case, Howard informs Julia that the gift she requested is finally within reach.
The lid of the presentation case clicks open, revealing a dark interior and a powerful aura.
The magnificent Hiver rests within the box, its blue hilt and ornate scabbard shimmering in the light.
Howard stares intently at his daughter and commands her to draw the legendary blade from its scabbard. Focused and determined, Julia prepares to test her compatibility with the family's most powerful enchanted weapon. As Julia draws Hiver, a flurry of magical snowflakes and cold energy emanates from the radiant blade.
Julia stands with the unsheathed sword, its cold blue glow perfectly complementing her newfound swordmaster status. A close-up of Julia's eye shows a brilliant blue spark, signaling her total synchronization with the weapon.
Julia notes the incredible ease of the weapon, feeling as though the sword was always meant for her. Howard turns serious, calling Julia by name as he prepares to discuss her unavoidable future obligations.
Howard insists that Julia must attend the Crown Prince's next birthday celebration at the Royal Palace. Julia sheathes the sword and agrees to the demand, hiding her inner turmoil with a calm exterior. A traumatic memory of a bloody betrayal and a sword through the back flashes before Julia's eyes.
Julia recalls the prince's hateful parting words about her appearance as she lay dying in the past.
Stung by the vivid memory, Julia clutches her chest and struggles to remain composed in the present.
Sensing her distress, Howard pulls Julia into a protective hug while she whispers a soft, emotional greeting.
Julia expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Howard for believing in her and waiting for her safe return.
Howard affectionately calls his daughter a rascal while holding her close during their quiet moment of connection.
Memories of past noble insults are drowned out by the prince's deceptive voice promising her protection. Julia recalls the feeling of the prince's hand in hers as he lied about her inner radiance.
The prince's charming past self asks Julia to fight for him while they dance together at a ball. The dream of romance ends in blood as Julia recoils from the memory of the prince's killing blow.
A lingering pain echoes through the dark, haunted by the memory of a question. The blonde man's memory fades as he chokes on his own blood and gain.
A cold, mocking voice returns the question, asking if the betrayal truly hurts him.
The blonde man says that enduring Julia's hideous face every day was torture for him. Julia wakes with a gasp, questioning if the traumatic memory was merely a terrible dream.
Sitting up in bed, Julia tells herself to get it together and resist his influence. Determination shines in Julia's eye as she vows not to let him control her. The sun shines brightly over the grand architecture of the sprawling royal palace grounds.
Luca mentions Julia is coming, while the brown-haired man says she cannot run away today.
Luca smiles at the thought of meeting her, while Jeremy asks what he is doing.
Luca asks if he looked cool, but Jeremy admits he is not quite sure.
Jeremy notes that Luca seems to be paying a significant amount of attention to her.
Luca states that she will become Sir Leonard's knight once the official ceremony is finished.
Luca claims first impressions are important, even if the guest resembles a hideous orc.
Luca suggests cleaning up Jeremy's hair, but the brown-haired man insists he is quite all right. A white carriage drawn by horses arrives at the palace entrance for the knighthood ceremony.
Faint voices call out a name as the carriage comes to a complete stop.
Julia reacts with sharp surprise as her father calls her name from inside the carriage.
Howard apologizes for being distracted and asks Julia if she is feeling nervous about today.
Stepping out of the carriage, Julia admits to her father that she is a little nervous.
Howard tells his daughter that it is perfectly okay to be nervous during such events.
Howard takes Julia's hands and encourages her not to worry too much about the ceremony.
Julia looks ahead with a soft, thoughtful expression as she prepares to enter the palace.
Julia thanks her father as she places her hands over his in a gentle gesture.
Howard notes her renewed energy, and Julia agrees it is time to face the royal family. Julia's resolve is clear as she thinks about not being afraid of the crown prince.
The royal family sits on their thrones within the grand red-carpeted hall of the palace.
Jeremy tells his mother that the Duke's daughter is arriving, and she expresses mild surprise. Jeremy mocks the rumors of her appearance while the woman tells him to be quiet.
An attendant loudly announces the arrival of Sir Pascal Rosenthal to the gathered royal court.
Julia enters the hall looking radiant and composed in her white formal knighthood attire.
Julia's gaze is steady and focused as she walks toward the emperor for her ordination.
Luca is visibly stunned, staring at Julia with wide eyes as she approaches the throne.
Jeremy is equally shocked by Julia's beauty, his face flushing as he watches her enter. Howard kneels and greets the emperor, announcing that Julia has come to be officially knighted. Julia bows her head respectfully, surrounded by the ethereal beauty of blooming white flowers.
Howard gestures toward Julia, formally introducing her as his daughter to the seated royal family.
The emperor stares in disbelief, unable to fathom that this beautiful lady is the Duke's daughter. The official urges the emperor to begin, and the monarch quickly agrees to start the ceremony. The emperor takes hold of the ceremonial sword, preparing to administer the oath of knighthood. The emperor asks Julia if she swears her absolute allegiance to the safety of the empire.
Julia closes her eyes and solemnly replies that she does swear her allegiance to the land.
The emperor continues the questioning, leading into the specific terms of her future service.
He asks if she will swear loyalty to the crown prince and promise only to serve him.
Julia realizes it is time as the crown prince begins to approach her during the oath.
The crown prince looks down at the kneeling woman with a confident and predatory smile.
Luca smiles warmly, seemingly certain of Julia's devotion as he stands before her at last.
Julia grips her sword hilt tightly, mentally vowing that she will never be fooled again.
Julia declares she does not swear her allegiance to the crown prince, shocking the entire court.
Howard is struck by absolute shock as Julia publicly rejects the prince in the throne room. Luca reacts with muffled laughter while the woman beside him remains silent and composed.
The blonde prince stares in stunned silence, his eyes wide with shock at Julia's declaration.
The emperor leans forward, sternly asking once more if Julia will swear loyalty to the prince.
A tense atmosphere fills the grand throne room as the royal court awaits Julia's final answer.
Julia stands firm, her gaze unwavering as she prepares to double down on her refusal.
A narrative caption formally introduces Julia von Rosenthal as the central figure of this unprecedented defiance.
The emperor questions if Julia is truly choosing to reject her sworn duty to the heir. The emperor asks why, prompting a terrified Pascal to step forward and apologize for her behavior. Looking over the empire, Julia declares her loyalty belongs solely to the land, not the prince. Julia's resolve shines through as she prioritizes her duty to the crown empire above all else. The emperor questions her unusual desire, while Julia kneels and begs him to permit her request. Pascal worries that Julia's refusal is akin to treason, fearing the consequences of her bold choice. Pascal clenches his fist in frustration, desperately wondering what his daughter is trying to achieve here.
The emperor asks if she can take responsibility, and Julia calmly confirms her absolute readiness.
Luca attempts to intervene, calling out to his father as the situation grows increasingly volatile.
Pascal requests permission to speak, which the emperor grants with a dismissive wave of his hand. Julia looks toward her father as Pascal prepares to reveal her secret to the seated emperor. Pascal announces that Julia has reached swordmaster status, shocking Luca and the lady with the fan. Pascal commands his daughter to demonstrate her skill, and Julia obediently prepares to draw her blade. Julia places her hand on the hilt of Hiver, preparing to show her immense magical power. Taking a deep, focused breath, Julia centers her energy before the gathered members of the court. Julia unsheaths Hiver, releasing a torrent of ice magic and cold energy that fills the room. The emperor is visibly shaken, staring in disbelief at the raw power radiating from Julia's blade. The emperor realizes the value of a swordmaster and notes Julia is the empire's first female master. Luca considers the strategic benefit of having such a powerful woman supporting his brother's future reign. The emperor grants Julia's request to serve the empire directly, acknowledging her extraordinary talent and desire. The emperor shocks Julia by appointing her the new commander of the elite Winter Knight Order. Feeling unworthy of the high-ranking position, Julia asks the emperor to please retract the sudden appointment. Luca notes the gravity of the situation, realizing that becoming a swordmaster is a monumental achievement. Narrative text describes the prestige of the order and the emperor's devious plan for the commander. The emperor refuses to back down, ordering Julia to choose the commander seat or the prince.
Julia looks to her father for guidance, but Pascal tells her she must decide this alone.
Reaching for the blue hilt of her sword, Julia contemplates the weight of the emperor's ultimatum.
A wave of confusion and pressure washes over Julia as she struggles to find the right path. Julia glances toward the blonde prince, her expression hardening as she considers her lifelong goals.
A spark of determination returns to Julia's eyes as she makes a final, life-changing decision.
Julia vows to do whatever is necessary to keep the crown prince far away from her life.
Julia shifts her posture, preparing to deliver her final response to the Emperor's impossible demand.
Julia formally accepts the commander's seat, kneeling before the Emperor to signify her new role and duty.
The Emperor expresses his satisfaction, though a bead of sweat betrays his underlying tension and surprise.
Julia bows her head in solemn acceptance, fully committing herself to the path of the Swordmaster.
The Emperor prepares the ceremonial sword to finalize Julia's appointment as a Knight of the Empire.
The Emperor officially ordains Julia as a knight, while Luca watches the ceremony with keen interest. The Queen observes the outcome with curiosity as the Emperor dismisses the court following the ordination.
Laughter echoes through the palace hallways as the scene shifts away from the Grand Throne Room.
Luca laughs boisterously, asking his mother if she caught the hilarious look on his brother's face.
The Queen observes that Julia clearly dislikes the prince, while Luca mocks his brother's terrible luck.
The Rosenthal family crest is displayed, highlighting their long-standing and prestigious history with the imperial line.
Memories of Pascal serving the crown appear, illustrating the deep roots of loyalty within the family.
The Emperor reflects on his expectations for Julia, noting how she has chosen a different path. The blonde-haired queen stops in her tracks as a sudden thought crosses her mind.
The Queen calls for Jeremy to come closer while the blonde man asks for a pardon.
Moving closer, the Queen whispers a secret plan into the ear of the blonde man. The Queen promises that the seat of the Emperor will be his if he handles things properly. Following his mother's instructions, the blonde man walks away with a confident and determined stride. The sun reflects off the grand stained-glass windows of the palace as the day progresses.
Julia declares her unwavering desire to wield her sword solely for the protection of the Crown Empire.
A heavy ornamental door is thrown open with a sudden and forceful impact. Prince Leonard enters the room, noting that victories are far less enjoyable when they are too easy.
Clenching his gloved hand, Leonard muses that harder goals bring more happiness when they are finally achieved.
Looking out toward the flowers, Leonard vows to make Julia von Rosenthal his property without fail.
Julia stands amidst a field of flowers, looking stoic and resolute in her white commander's uniform.
An informational chart outlines the roles of the 5 Knight Orders serving the Grand Crown Empire.
The emblems for the Black Lion and Winter Knight Orders are prominently displayed side by side.
Sitting in the carriage, Julia contemplates the heavy responsibility of becoming the Winter Knight Order's commander.
Julia slumps over in stress, sighing heavily at the difficult predicament she has found herself in.
Pascal calls out to his daughter and Julia quickly snaps back to attention to acknowledge him.
Pascal sternly asks Julia if she is truly aware of the magnitude of her actions today.
Julia notes that her father assumed she would have naturally sworn her loyalty to Prince Leonard.
A close-up of Julia's face shows her quiet resolve as she considers the weight of her choice. Julia explains her desire to be a sword for the Empire rather than a personal guard.
Pascal argues that protecting the future emperor is inherently a way to protect the entire empire.
Julia insists on protecting everyone in the land, even if it is a far more difficult task.
A vision of happy maids and commoners represents the people Julia has sworn her blade to.
Julia reaffirms her commitment to her new path, her eyes shining with absolute determination.
A heavy silence falls between father and daughter as the carriage continues its journey toward home.
Pascal sighs and admits that his daughter has truly grown into a capable and mature adult.
Julia smiles warmly and thanks her father for respecting her wish and supporting her bold decision.
The scene shifts to the grand architecture of the Winter Knight Order's headquarters at the palace. A knight informs the vice commander that an 18-year-old girl is arriving to take command today.
The blonde knight expresses his disbelief and frustration that a young girl was given the commander role. The blonde knight complains that giving her the position is an act of pure tyranny.
Vice Commander Chris Valord reminds the men that regardless of the situation, she is the Rosenthal lady.
Chris commands his subordinates to show the proper respect as the room falls into a tense silence.
A knight asks his companions if they really believe the rumors about her being a monster.
A smirk crosses the knight's face as he brings up the infamous orc story to his peers.
The knight with the headband reacts with a look of stunned and confused surprise.
A young knight with glowing yellow eyes looks on with curious and innocent astonishment.
The knights recall that the lady had appeared exactly once before at a previous banquet for nobles.
They recall rumors of her looking like a bulky orc and laugh at the cruel comparison.
A knight calls anyone who believes those rumors an idiot, surprising the others with his bluntness.
A loud crash interrupts the conversation as a knight shouts his anger about the new commander.
The knights are startled as a colleague voices his frustration about Julia taking the vice commander's job.
A formal greeting rings out, signaling that it is finally time for the group to meet. The official banner of the Winter Knights is displayed as Julia prepares to assume her role.
Julia von Rosenthal introduces herself to the gathered knights, looking radiant and completely professional.
Julia walks forward with confidence, stating that she will be in their care from this day. The knights are paralyzed with absolute shock, thinking that their new commander looks like a goddess. Julia enters the hall and notices that every knight is making the exact same stunned expression.
Chris Valord observes that the young lady is remarkably different from the monster described in rumors.
Julia asks if they are unhappy because she is different from the rumors.
Chris commands the group to show their respect to the lady immediately.
The gathered knights shout their affirmation in response to the vice commander's orders.
Chris bows and introduces himself as the vice commander of the Winter Knights.
Julia smiles warmly, stating that it is a pleasure to make their acquaintance.
Chris apologizes but explains they cannot acknowledge her as commander right away.
Chris tells Julia she must prove her skills to stand above the other knights.
Julia asks the silent gathered knights if they all share the vice commander's opinion. A gloved hand draws a sword, signaling the start of the proving ritual.
A defeated knight kneels on the floor and admits his loss to Julia.
Julia expresses her disappointment in the skill level shown by the Winter Knights.
Turning her gaze, Julia notes that one knight might offer a different challenge. Chris stares at Julia's blade with an intense and focused expression during their duel.
Julia challenges the vice commander directly, asking if he is ready to face her.
Chris clenches his sword hilt and accepts her challenge with a firm response.
The duel begins as Julia and Chris face off on the grand checkered floor.
Narrator text notes that Julia has already defeated 10 knights in quick succession. Chris realizes that he might be defeated just as easily as the other knights.
Chris feels the commander position was rightfully his before the lady's sudden arrival.
Determination fills Chris as he vows to win the duel no matter what.
A flashback recalls the death of the previous commander during a past mission.
Chris remembers the former commander fondly and laments the shame of his passing.
Chris reflects on his humble origins as a baron who lacked wealth and glory.
Memories show Chris working much harder than his peers to rise through the ranks.
Narrative text emphasizes that Chris cannot afford to miss this divine opportunity for power.
A sunlit tombstone stands in a graveyard, marking the previous commander's final rest. The training hall echoes with the loud sound of clashing steel and sparks.
Julia and Chris trade blows rapidly in a display of high-level swordsmanship skills.
Chris looks furious while Julia wonders why he has become so intensely aggressive.
The duelists lock their blades together, staring intensely at one another amidst the combat. Chris dismisses Julia's talent, believing she only succeeds because of her family status.
Julia warns Chris that his motions are too large and will cause his defeat.
Julia moves with incredible speed, telling Chris he will never manage to touch her.
Knights from another order observe, noting that the new commander's skills are truly amazing.
Frustrated, Chris curses his situation and decides to unleash his full magical power. A sinister purple aura surrounds Chris's blade as he channels his mana for an attack.
Chris shouts that the position is rightfully his while swinging his magically charged sword.
Julia notices that Chris has completely abandoned restraint and is showing genuine killing intent.
Spectators note Chris's spiteful use of a mana sword to overcome his country-bred origins.
Chris realizes with frustration that a large crowd has gathered to witness the duel.
Desperate thoughts cloud Chris's mind as he lunges forward, screaming about his stolen position.
Julia easily parries the desperate mana-infused strike, causing a bright explosion of energy. Julia decides to end the fight immediately, her sword glowing with a powerful blue light.
Chris is struck by a sudden wave of fear as he perceives her overwhelming power.
Julia unleashes her aura, creating a massive circular shield of blue energy to end things.
The audience is stunned, realizing that Julia is an exceptionally young and powerful swordmaster.
Julia's strike shatters Chris's blades, sending the broken pieces flying across the training hall.
Julia stands triumphant while Chris collapses to the floor, panting in total physical defeat.
The duel concludes in the center of the hall as the gathered knights watch on.
Chris stares in silent shock at his broken weapon, processing the reality of his loss.
Julia looks down at the defeated man, asking if he still wishes to continue the fight. Chris remains silent, his expression a mix of shame and frustration after losing the duel.
Looking up at the sky, the broken knight finally admits his total defeat to Julia.
Suddenly, a door is thrown open as a voice calls out for the Black Lion's commander.
Vice Commander Alec Gregory enters excitedly, asking if the news has reached the rest of the room.
Alec is shocked to find his superior unaware of the massive news regarding the Rosenthal lady.
He begins to recount the events of the day, specifically focusing on the new female commander.
Alec describes how Julia debuted on the training grounds today, looking like a radiant, powerful goddess. The blonde man laments missing the spectacle while his companion notes he is acting out again. Alec reveals that Julia is also a swordmaster, which finally manages to shock the seated man.
Alec smiles, satisfied that he has finally captured his commander's full attention with his gossip.
He highlights Julia's incredible background, noting her beauty and her status as a legendary swordmaster.
Leaning over the desk, Alec asks if the commander has any desire to see her personally.
Black Lion's commander Kyron Winter looks bored, though he admits he is somewhat interested in her.
Narrator text explains Julia's importance as the sole heir of the Empire's most prestigious family. Kyron tops the table, reflecting on the rarity of female swordmasters and rumors of a curse.
He concludes the rumors were false as Alec continues to express his immense curiosity about Julia.
Alec begs his commander to let him attend tomorrow's meeting in his place to see her. The blonde man pleads desperately while Kyron stares at him with a deadpan, unimpressed expression.
Kyron smiles to himself, his interest growing as he considers the potential of the new commander.
Kyron shuts down the request, ordering Alec to go back to his training immediately instead.
A vision depicts Crown Prince Leonard leading a brutal war of conquest across the snowy mountains. The prince's ambition seemed to proceed without obstacle as a dark castle stood in the distance.
A broken emblem reveals that the entire Winter Night Order perished during that first devastating war.
Back in the present, Julia sits alone in her office, contemplating the heavy weight of history.
She worries that the current skills of her knights will only lead to history repeating itself.
Julia realizes her order is much weaker than the Black Lions, causing her great internal stress. Chiron is shown leading his order, composed of geniuses who follow his every command with loyalty.
Narrative text identifies the Black Lions as the absolute most elite knight order in the Empire.
Julia ponders increasing the training intensity to match her own family's rigorous and brutal standards.
A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts, and Julia grants the visitor permission to enter.
An Imperial guard bows and informs Julia that the Emperor has summoned her to his presence.
Julia stands up from her desk and tells the guard to lead the way at once. She arrives at the royal quarters, and the ornate double doors are opened for her entrance. Julia greets the Emperor respectfully, and he laughs warmly while inviting her to take a seat.
Julia is immediately annoyed to find Crown Prince Leonard sitting there and smiling at her morning arrival.
Leonard mentions hearing about the intense hazing she gave her new knights during her first day.
Julia remains stoic, looking at the prince with a calm and guarded expression during their meeting.
The Emperor acknowledges the Winter Knights' past service while they sit together for tea and sweets.
The monarch smiles, expressing his hope that Julia will prove to be a highly capable leader.
Julia politely vows to do her best, her eyes fixed on the grand harp in the room.
An awkward silence falls over the three of them as they sit together at the tea table.
The Emperor demands the prince speak up, while Leonard asks if he should really say it.
Julia sets her teacup down with a click, sensing that something incredibly annoying is about to happen.
Leonard announces that he has requested a grand celebratory banquet be held in Julia's honor.
Julia is paralyzed with shock, staring blankly as she processes the prince's unwanted and useless request.
She is internally furious, her mind flashing with anger at the prince's attempt to bother her.
Leonard explains he felt they needed to celebrate her new position as the commander of the order.
Julia forces a tight smile and declines, stating she is perfectly fine without such a lavish celebration.
Leonard smiles brightly and refuses her decline, insisting that they will go ahead with the banquet.
Julia looks visibly annoyed as the Emperor insists she deserves congratulations for her achievement. The Emperor praises the birth of a new swordmaster as a great tribute to the Empire.
Drinking his tea, the Emperor pressures Julia to accept the imperial family's decision, while she internally worries that refusing again will cause trouble for her father.
Julia forces a polite response while the Emperor and Prince Leonard share a jubilant laughing moment.
Leonard smiles warmly at Julia, telling her she has made the right choice for her future.
Clutching his leg, Leonard enthusiastically promises to prepare a grand and memorable banquet in her honor.
In a private moment, the Emperor asks his son if he is confident in his ability. Leonard vows to captivate Julia's heart during the banquet, earning a chuckled acknowledgement from his father.
The Emperor reminds Leonard that the Rosenthal family is the Empire's sword and must be secured. Moving through the palace, Leonard promises to keep his father's strategic advice in mind.
Julia sighs heavily as she walks through the palace grounds, passing by other oblivious knights.
Close-up of Julia's face shows her growing anxiety about the sudden and unwanted celebratory banquet.
Julia stops by a grand pillar, her mind drifting back to the many banquets of the past.
Julia recalls how the prince hosted banquets for every minor contribution she ever made to the Empire.
Though she initially attended with joy, memories of the social events carry a heavy weight for her.
Julia remembers the judgmental stares of the nobility who mocked her for wearing ill-fitting dresses.
Shadows of the past reveal the cruel gossip and mockery she endured from the noble ladies.
Julia recalls Leonard embracing her, a gesture that once felt sweet but now feels manipulative.
Returning to the present, Julia realizes she was completely deceived by the prince's kind words and actions. Haunting memories of Leonard's betrayal and cold promise of a funeral clash with his past smiles.
Julia's expression softens into quiet melancholy as she processes the pain of her past life. By a fountain, Julia sighs again, trying to wash away the bitterness of her unwanted memories.
Julia delivers a sharp slap to her own cheeks to snap herself out of her depressive state.
With fire in her eyes, Julia declares that she will shake off these bad memories.
Focusing on her steps, Julia reminds herself that her only goal is to live for herself.
The scene shifts to the palace architecture as Julia prepares to face her future.
Standing tall in her commander's uniform, Julia looks forward with a gaze full of unwavering resolve.
The setting shifts to a quiet capital street as the sun begins to set. Commoners go about their daily lives in the town while knights move through the crowded streets.
A knight in a dark cloak enters a local tavern, the mug sign hanging above.
Inside the tavern, off-duty knights arrive to spend their evening away from the palace.
Chris sits alone at a table, looking miserable as a voice calls out to him. A blonde-haired woman tells her red-haired companion to go on ahead while she stays behind.
The red-haired knight tries to explain he wasn't rejected, but the tavern keeper is completely uninterested.
Chris looks up with a flushed face, clearly having spent too much time with his drink.
The blonde woman is identified as Aisha Event, a member of the elite palace guard order.
Chris asks why Aisha is there, and she cheekily admits to sneaking out while on her patrol.
Chris mocks the laziness of the palace guards, while Aisha questions why he isn't on duty either.
Aisha shrugs off criticism, noting their job is mostly just walking around the palace anyway.
Aisha observes that Chris is unusually drunk and asks what could have caused such a state. Chris stares intensely at his wine, remaining silent as Aisha presses him for his distress's cause. Aisha expresses her curiosity, wondering if the problem is something so serious he can't even tell her.
Clenching his wine glass, Chris reveals that a new commander has been appointed to the Wintermegs.
Aisha asks if he is upset because he expected to be the one promoted to the commander position. The Rosenthal family crest is displayed as Chris identifies the new leader as Julia von Rosenthal. Aisha pauses, finding the name Julia oddly familiar as she tries to place the identity. Chris clarifies that she is the heir of the Rosenthal family, prompting Aisha to finally remember the lady.
Aisha recalls the famous rumors of the cursed lady from a cursed family that circulate among the high nobility.
Chris pours another drink, reflecting that Julia didn't seem to fit the curse rumors.
Aisha teases Chris by asking if Julia is prettier than her, but he dismisses her and says he is sober. Aisha demands that Chris stop playing hard to get and release her while he remains intoxicated. Aisha questions Chris regarding his previous claims of devotion, reminding him of his promises of exclusivity.
Aisha expresses visible irritation and annoyance with a sharp huff after being rejected by the drunkard.
Aisha forcefully slaps Chris's hand away, surprising him with her sudden and firm rejection of him. Aisha abandons the conversation with the drunkard, jokingly vowing to seek revenge by marrying rich nobles.
Chris somberly watches Aisha depart, acknowledging her exit and advising her to head home safely herself.
Narrative text reflects on the fact that Chris was originally expected to assume the commander's role. Julia walks through the ornate palace garden, her white uniform stark against the vibrant green foliage.
A close-up of Julia reveals her feeling a sense of deep guilt and regret regarding her position. Julia ponders her unintended acquisition of the command before a voice suddenly interrupts her quiet reflection.
Roland greets the commander with high energy and a wide smile, welcoming her arrival with enthusiasm.
Roland offers a sincere apology for his prior behavior, which Julia calmly accepts while reassuring him.
Roland bows deeply in gratitude for Julia's kindness and for overlooking his previous disrespectful actions.
Julia inquires about the vice commander's location, causing Roland to panic and react with nervous, shocked energy.
Roland struggles to find a direct answer, laughing awkwardly as he attempts to deflect Julia's inquiry.
Julia asks if she has posed a difficult question while staring blankly at the sweating Roland.
A gray-haired knight approaches and greets Julia with a polite, cheerful attitude while carrying a sword. The gray-haired knight informs Julia that the vice commander is currently located inside the break room.
Julia confirms the location while Roland reacts with frantic desperation to stop his companion's blunt honesty. The gray-haired knight apologizes for his morning behavior, and Julia accepts before departing the garden area.
Roland watches in stunned silence as the commander leaves while the gray-haired knight bids her farewell.
Roland frantically whispers to the gray-haired knight, questioning if he understands Chris's current problematic state. The gray-haired knight casually mentions that Chris has been binge drinking since lunch, oblivious to the trouble. Roland and the gray-haired knight lament their mistake, fearing they have inadvertently caused trouble for Chris.
Julia arrives at the break room and calls out to the vice commander while knocking loudly.
Julia requests a meeting to discuss the training manual while continuing to knock firmly on the door.
A heavy silence follows Julia's request as she stands before the closed and unresponsive office doors.
Julia senses a presence inside the room and announces her entry while reaching for the door handle.
Julia opens the door slightly and peers into the dark room with a look of quiet expectation. Julia discovers Chris passed out on a sofa in a messy office cluttered with scattered open books.
Julia reacts to the pungent odor of alcohol emanating from the sleeping and disheveled vice commander.
Julia strides forward with purpose across the room, preparing to wake Chris from his deep slumber.
Julia commands Chris to wake up immediately while delivering a sharp, forceful kick to the sofa.
Chris awakens with a sudden start, his face flushed red as he reacts to being disturbed.
Chris groans in discomfort while sitting up, rubbing his head and wondering who interrupted his sleep.
Julia identifies herself with a loud shout, scolding the vice commander for his disgraceful and unprofessional state. Chris reacts with absolute shock upon seeing Julia as she questions his absence from his duties. Julia demands an explanation for his drinking on duty, asking if he has a personal problem.
Julia asks why he is lying there drunk while looking at the books on the coffee table.
Chris stammers and fails to provide a coherent excuse as he avoids Julia's intense and demanding gaze.
A heavy sigh fills the ornate room as Julia considers how to handle her subordinate's behavior.
Julia turns away, stating her profound disappointment in the vice commander before preparing to leave the office.
Julia instructs Chris to listen carefully to her next command as he looks down in shame.
Julia orders Chris to be present on the training grounds in 10 minutes for a new task.
Julia grants Chris a single opportunity to redeem himself before exiting the messy office and departing.
The scene shifts back to the training hall exterior as the afternoon training session begins.
Julia arrives at the training grounds carrying a large barrel filled with wooden practice swords for sparring.
Julia calls for the knight's attention, announcing the start of individual sparring sessions for the entire group.
Julia drags the heavy equipment barrel while informing the knights that the training rules are very simple. Roland and his fellow knights look surprised as Julia commands them to pair up for immediate training. Julia informs the gathered knights that their training session will continue until the sun sets.
A close-up highlights Julia's sharp purple eyes as she maintains her intense focus during the drill. Chris approaches the center of the training area, looking frustrated as Julia acknowledges his arrival.
Julia points firmly at Chris, strictly forbidding him from using any magic during their sparring match.
The commander gives the order to begin, and the knights shout their enthusiastic readiness in unison.
The knights tremble in terror, noting that the intensity of the atmosphere feels like a real battle.
Julia addresses Sir Chris directly as they prepare to clash with their wooden practice swords.
Detailed movements show Julia's boots dragging across the floor as she shifts her weight for an attack. A small bleeding cut appears on Chris's cheek as Julia's wooden sword narrowly graces his face.
Julia taunts her opponent, asking if he feels angry about losing to her so decisively.
Gritting his teeth, Chris struggles to defend against Julia's rapid and heavy wooden sword strikes.
Spark effects fly as the wooden practice swords collide, with Julia continuing her relentless offensive. Julia tells Chris to stop feeling bad for himself and focus on becoming actually stronger.
Chris groans in pain while pinned to the ground as Julia tells him to get stronger. Julia shouts at him to put more spirit and effort into his physical training techniques.
Nearby knights observe the duel in horror, fearing they might actually faint from the sheer intensity.
Julia walks away casually while Chris remains collapsed on the training floor, panting in defeat.
A close-up of Chris's face shows his growing resentment and anger following his embarrassing loss.
Julia maintains a cold and professional expression as she continues to oversee the nightly drills. Night falls over the training grounds as narrative text thanks the knights for their hard work.
Chris leans on a fellow knight, gasping for air with a bloodied face after the grueling session. A knight asks if the vice commander is okay, and Chris confirms his well-being with a short response.
Chris bitterly reflects on Julia's advice, questioning if hard work is really enough to improve.
Internal monologue emphasizes Chris' belief that effort can never bridge the gap between him and a genius.
Red energy surrounds Chris as he recalls the mental and physical struggle of his past training.
Chris watches Julia leave, acknowledging to himself that he will never be able to beat her fairly.
A dark and desperate look crosses Chris's face as he resolves to use a forbidden shortcut.
The scene shifts to the dark and quiet woods surrounding the capital as night deepens.
Julia practices her swordsmanship alone under the moonlight, her blade glowing with a faint blue light.
Julia thinks to herself that she is capable of getting even stronger through her current training.
She vows to eventually become the absolute strongest knight in the entire empire.
Julia realizes she accidentally damaged the nearby trees and decides she must clean up the mess.
A sharp glint appears in Julia's eyes as she suddenly senses a powerful presence nearby.
Julia moves through the dark forest with incredible speed, wondering what she is currently feeling.
She notes that the presence carries an intense level of bloodlust that no average person possesses.
Julia continues running toward the source of the aura, certain it is not a normal intruder.
A powerful roar echoes through the air, causing Julia to wonder if a dragon has appeared.
Julia stops abruptly near a tree, sensing that the mysterious presence is now very close.
She stares into the darkness, focusing her vision on a figure standing alone by the water.
A dark-haired man stands by the lake with a glowing sword, his back turned toward Julia.
Julia recognizes the man as Kyron Winter, the legendary commander of the elite Black Lions.
Soft ripples spread across the surface of the dark lake from the energy he is emitting.
A close-up of Kyron's face shows him in a state of deep and focused meditation.
Kyron unleashes a massive explosion of energy from his sword, illuminating the entire lakeside area.
Watching from behind a tree, Julia is deeply impressed by Kyron's incredible level of combat focus.
A text bubble asks who is there as Kyron suddenly becomes aware of his hidden observer.
Kyron calls out to the trees, demanding that whoever is hiding show themselves immediately.
He delivers a final warning, threatening to kill the intruder if they do not reveal their face.
Julia steps out from behind the tree and apologizes, stating she didn't mean to bother him. Kyron stares at Julia, wondering if she is a member of the newly reorganized Winter Night Order. A close-up reveals the legendary sword Hiver strapped to Julia's hip amidst falling white snowflakes.
Kyron asks why Julia is spying on him, noting the sword Hiver belongs to her family.
Julia pauses her steps as she prepares to explain her sudden appearance in the dark woods.
Julia informs the Black Lion commander that she sensed an intense bloodlust coming from the area.
Julia asks the commander if running into a fellow knight is truly such a surprise. Kyron remains skeptical as Julia offers a polite apology for interrupting his private evening training.
Kyron reflects on the news of the Winter Knights receiving a new commander earlier that day.
Julia is surprised that the commander already knows her identity and the rumors about her. Julia reaches out and suggests they engage in a formal introduction since they have finally met. Julia introduces herself and asks if he is the Black Lion commander, while Kyron stays silent. Kyron turns away, stating they are not familiar enough for such casual and friendly greetings.
Looking at the moon, Julia admits she doesn't understand why the commander is acting so unfriendly.
Julia asks the commander if meeting a strong person isn't a fun and exciting experience. Julia suggests fighting strong opponents is even better, prompting Kyron to ask about a duel. Julia laughs off the duel request and suggests they postpone it, causing Kyron to sigh.
Julia sits on a rock, exhaling heavily after her long run through the moonlit forest.
Julia asks the commander for water, explaining she is parched from her journey into the woods.
Kyrant bluntly points out the canteen clearly visible and strapped to Julia's own leather belt. Despite his remark, Julia laughs and thanks him as he hands over his personal canteen. Julia opens the canteen, thanking the commander and promising to repay the favor in the future.
A rare, faint smile touches Kyrant's face as he watches the white-haired commander rest.
By the moonlit lake, Julia drinks water while Kyrant stands quietly near the stone structure. Julia returns the canteen with a bright smile, thanking the commander once more for his kindness. Julia says she will be on her way and wishes him luck with his nightly training.
Kyrant watches in silence as Julia disappears into the shadows of the dark and moonlit forest.
The scene shifts to a grand, illuminated mansion as night settles over the snowy capital city. Inside, Judy the maid brushes young Julia's hair, receiving praise for her excellent and gentle service. Judy continues grooming Julia's long white hair, complimenting her remarkable and constant beauty.
Judy jokingly claims she would fall for Julia if she were a man, making Julia laugh.
A knock at the door interrupts them as a butler announces the Duke's urgent request.
Gilbert informs the young lady that her father wishes to meet with her in his office.
Though tired, young Julia agrees to the meeting and asks Judy to tie up her hair. The Emperor informs Sir Rosenthal that he has decided to hold a grand banquet for Julia.
Sir Rosenthal reacts with visible worry and sweat, clearly troubled by the monarch's sudden announcement.
The Emperor sips his tea, instructing the Duke to ensure Leonard and Julia get along. A close-up of a tea set accompanies the Duke's polite and hesitant apology regarding his daughter. Sir Rosenthal explains he cannot force Julia's heart as a banquet would only burden her. The monarch notes Julia's dislike for banquets and asks for the specific reason behind it. Silhouettes of the two men talking are visible through the large window of the dark chamber.
A sealed letter sits on a desk as narrative text identifies Julia's deep trauma regarding banquets.
Young Julia hides under a blanket while crying, stating that everyone at the banquet hated her.
Sir Rosenthal looks down at his daughter with a pained expression, whispering her name in sorrow. Young Julia questions if it is a sin to attend, sobbing that she is not a monster.
Sir Rosenthal ponders his daughter's trauma as he considers the Emperor's unwanted request for a celebration. A knock sounds as Julia announces her arrival, prompting her father to grant her entry.
The Duke notes that the knights are talking about her as they sit for tea.
Sir Rosenthal asks if she is handling her new position while Julia looks down silently.
Julia offers a soft smile and confirms she is all right, providing relief to her worried father.
Looking at the chandelier, the Duke tells her never to be afraid to ask for help. Julia stares at her father, questioning if he called her there just to say those words. A quiet office stands empty as a lone voice reflects on the weight of the moment. Sir Rosenthal informs Julia that the Emperor intends to host a celebration banquet in her honor. Noticing her hesitation, the Duke offers to intercede with the monarch if the event feels overwhelming.
Julia acknowledges the news, but admits her exhaustion makes it difficult to process the upcoming celebration.
Sir Rosenthal accepts her weariness and suggests they resume their difficult discussion at a later time.
The Duke grants Julia permission to leave while she remains lost in her quiet, troubled thoughts.
A heavy sigh escapes Julia as she departs the room, leaving her father to his worries.
Sir Rosenthal laments his perceived failures as a father while sitting alone in his dark office.
A grand strategy meeting begins with high-ranking knights gathered around an ornate, document-filled table. Various knights maintain a professional silence as they await the start of the joint training briefing. The presiding official opens the session by placing the topic of joint training at the agenda's top. Shade enthusiastically announces his desire to have his unit participate in training alongside the Winter Knights. Roland chimes in with a cheerful smile, expressing the palace guard's interest in the joint session. The leaders of the other orders bicker until the presiding blonde official tells them both to stop. Julia interjects, suggesting that the Winter Knight's own perspective should carry the most weight in this decision. Julia internally reasons that despite increased difficulty, her knights require a change of pace to improve. Although she anticipates some potential complications, Julia reaches a firm decision regarding the upcoming training schedule.
Julia looks toward Kyrant Winter and declares her intention for her knights to train with the Black Lions.
Roland and Shade react with visible terror and shock at the mention of the elite Black Lions.
Roland tries to warn Julia about the hidden dangers associated with the Black Lions' legendary training methods.
Roland describes the Black Lions' training as a hellish ordeal that leaves mountains of broken soldiers behind.
Julia laughs off Roland's frantic warnings, admitting the high difficulty only makes the prospect more enticing. The presiding official asks Kyrant Winter for his final opinion on the proposed joint training session.
Kyrant Winter offers his blunt acceptance of the proposal while maintaining a cold and detached demeanor.
Narrative text reflects on the Winter Knight Order's current state, comparing them to a dull sword.
Julia resolves to sharpen her knights, offering a polite thank you to the Black Lion commander.
The meeting concludes with the expectation that joint training will push the knights to a new level.
Julia stretches in her chair, glad to be finished with the exhausting and lengthy council session. Heavy boots click against the polished palace floor as the knights depart the grand meeting hall. Kyrant sets the departure for Rufus Mountain in 2 weeks, and Julia confirms her unit's readiness. Kyrant walks away while reflecting on the journey to the harsh environment of Rufus Mountain.
Roland offers a safety net for Julia's knights, which she politely but firmly declines with a smile.
Shade suggests Roland worry about his own men first, prompting Roland to claim he's already on it. The blonde official calls out to Julia, stopping her as she prepares to leave the hall. The official explains that the commander requested Julia's presence and asks her to follow him immediately.
Julia is surprised by the sudden summons from her father and wonders what the urgency entails.
Julia agrees to the request and asks the blonde official to lead her to the meeting.
Shouts from a nearby training field emphasize the intense physical effort required of the practicing knights.
Julia follows the official onto a balcony overlooking a training courtyard where her father is waiting.
Sir Rosenthal acknowledges Julia's arrival with a steady gaze as she approaches him in the courtyard.
The blonde official bows respectfully to the Duke while Julia stands poised before her father.
Sir Rosenthal announces that Julia's celebration banquet is scheduled for the prestigious Great Ballroom in 5 days. Julia questions the choice of venue, noting the ballroom is typically reserved only for the imperial family.
The Duke explains that the Crown Prince leveraged his personal influence to secure the grand ballroom location. Julia's expression turns sour with annoyance as her father chuckles at her obvious distaste for the banquet.
Julia remarks on the overwhelming pressure of having such a massive celebration held in her honor.
Father and daughter walk together, though Julia remains clearly bothered by the Crown Prince's pushy gestures. Sir Rosenthal remarks on the Crown Prince's efficiency, seemingly impressed by how fast the arrangements were made.
The scene shifts to a different room as a knight expresses disbelief at a sudden announcement. Alec questions the reality of the joint training while Kyrant warns him not to make him repeat it.
Roland laughs while saying they won't have hell training this time because Julia is a goddess.
Julia stares with intense, glowing eyes, clearly unamused by Roland's casual comments about her divinity.
Announcing a sudden change to sparring, Julia admits Roland's smug face is the direct reason why.
When Julia asks for complaints, Roland nervously stammers about having already sparred the previous day.
Roland laughs fearfully, noting that all the knights are actually terrified of sparring with their commander.
Julia smiles ominously while stating she will personally pair up with Roland for the first round. Roland's desperate screams echo through the palace grounds as Julia orders the knights to follow her. Julia calls the knights to attention as they gather outside for the start of the session.
Julia shocks the group by announcing that summer joint training will be held with the Black Lions.
Two knights look visibly shaken and murmur among themselves about the terrifying prospect of joint training. A knight breaks into tears upon hearing that the grueling joint training starts in just 2 weeks. Julia instructs her knights to begin making adequate preparations for the difficult journey to Rufus Mountain.
Chris sighs internally, reflecting on how exhausting joint training with the elite Black Lions will be.
Julia asks Chris what is on his mind, causing the vice commander to snap out of his thoughts.
Julia inquires about the status of the weapon supply, and Chris confirms they are at the warehouse.
Inspecting the rack of swords, Julia asks for an assessment of the new and sharp blades.
Chris offers a polite nod and a slight smile while confirming the high quality of the weapons.
Julia leads the way as she suggests they both head to the warehouse to inspect the delivery.
Julia tells Chris not to misunderstand, clarifying she simply wants to see the new gear herself. The wooden doors of the warehouse stand open, leading into a dimly lit stone storage room. Julia tests a sword's balance, noting that the new weapons are impressively light and sharp. A hand draws a blade as narrative text emphasizes a sword's vital importance to every knight.
Julia commands that the entire unit's swords be replaced with these superior blades as Chris watches.
Chris acknowledges the command with a short response as they finish their inspection in the warehouse.
The scene transitions to a peaceful afternoon sky with soft white clouds drifting across the blue.
Holding a letter, a woman asks if the invitation is for a celebration banquet in the capital.
Cedric smiles warmly and confirms the banquet details while looking at the blonde-haired woman.
The blonde woman realizes high-ranking nobles will attend and resolves to capitalize on this important social opportunity.
The woman offers her thanks but regretfully tells Cedric that she likely cannot attend the event. She claims she lacks a suitable dress for the occasion and fears she would only embarrass him.
Cedric becomes excited and vows to purchase the most beautiful dress in existence for her to wear.
They discuss dress shopping together on their next day off as the woman acts pleasantly surprised.
The blonde woman hugs Cedric in gratitude, causing him to blush and smile with genuine happiness.
While hugging him, she smiles deviously and thinks about becoming the banquet's true main character. A maid calls out for her mistress as the afternoon sun shines over the Grand Mansion's towers.
Judy asks her fellow maids about Julia's whereabouts, and they point her toward the military exercise hall. Judy rushes down the hallway while another maid scolds her for running inside the residence. Two maids excitedly discuss the upcoming banquet, expressing their shared desire to see their mistress attend. Judy bursts through the garden doors, loudly insisting that Julia prepare for an immediate outing.
Julia looks up in confusion, asking her maid why there is such a sudden fuss this morning.
Grabbing Julia's hands, Judy explains they only have 5 days left to find the perfect banquet dress.
Julia suggests wearing her knightly uniform instead, prompting a loud and horrified refusal from her maid.
Judy argues that fancy dresses are the highlight of any banquet and a dream for every woman. Judy gushes that while Julia looks lovely in a uniform, she would look even better in a dress.
Judy claims the Duke also wants to see her in a dress, leaving Julia feeling skeptical.
Mimicking her father's posture, Judy insists that those were the Duke's exact words regarding the celebration.
Julia asks if that is her reason for the dress, and Judy admits she personally wants it too.
Julia finally yields to the request, and Judy reacts with an exuberant shout of joy. Judy reveals she already booked an appointment at a famous dress shop, much to Julia's surprise.
As they walk inside, Judy explains she made the booking immediately after the banquet date was set.
Narrative text expresses a wish that she no longer suffers from others' cruel discouragement.
Someone lets out a loud exclamation of awe in front of a prestigious boutique.
A nearby voice excitedly declares that she looks absolutely perfect in her chosen attire.
Julia admits the long process of trying on multiple dresses is becoming quite exhausting.
She reflects that wearing a dress is no longer painful only because her appearance changed.
Narrative text highlights the intense fear she once endured during her difficult childhood years.
Julia sighs heavily and questions the necessity of all this trouble before being called. The enthusiastic shopkeeper encourages Julia to try on several more dresses for the banquet. Julia is visibly horrified to realize that the dress fitting session is far from over.
The white-haired commander poses in a glittering white gown while her maid watches happily.
Julia tries on a striking black and red gown as the fitting session continues.
The shopkeeper presents another ornate blue dress along with a sparkling silver tiara.
Julia and Judy share a laugh about the difficulty of finding the right dress. Julia offers to buy a dress for her maid, who politely declines the generous gift. Judy is shocked when Julia suggests buying her a dress for her future marriage. The maid giggles and blushes while hiding her face after the mention of marriage.
An angry customer demands to know who has occupied the entire store for themselves.
The shopkeeper orders the noisy intruders to be quiet while Julia is in the building.
A red-haired knight argues with the staff while a blonde woman tries to leave.
Julia recognizes the intruders as the shopkeeper demands they leave the store immediately.
The blonde woman tells her companion to stop while Julia identifies her as Aisha.
Julia recalls how Aisha was once jealous of the attention she received from the prince.
She remembers how Aisha used clever manipulation to isolate her from others in the past. Julia reflects on how she eventually forgot Aisha after moving to a different military unit.
Julia reveals her identity as the Winter Knight Commander and demands respect from the knights.
The intruders are terrified upon hearing the rumors of the new commander are actually true.
Aisha realizes that this woman is the same person Chris had been talking about earlier.
The red-haired knight forces Aisha into a bow while offering a desperate and loud apology.
The shopkeeper orders the disgraced knights to leave the boutique at once after their behavior.
Aisha berates Cedric for his cowardice once they are back out in the city street.
Cedric expresses his embarrassment and tries to discuss the upcoming banquet with the blonde woman.
Cedric decides he must reconsider taking Aisha as his partner for the celebration event.
Aisha screams at him, pointing out that he was the one who asked her first. The red-haired man admits that he was not thinking straight when he made the request.
He explains that bringing her would be a discourteous act toward the guest of honor.
Aisha suspects him of falling for Julia and feels a surge of intense, bitter annoyance.
Clenching her fist, she seethes at the idea of him finding a different banquet partner.
Aisha remains silent as she turns away from the knight and storms down the street.
As she walks away, she internally vows to make them both wait for her revenge.
Aisha resolves to attend the banquet and humiliate both Julia and her former partner.
Narrative text lists the Empire's 5 sword masters, highlighting Kyrant Winter and his vice commander Alec.
A man with blue hair wonders about the identity of someone he saw in danger.
A maid asks Julia what she's thinking about as they prepare in the morning.
Chibi Julia explains she was merely reminiscing about an event that occurred in the past.
Hands carefully attach a decorative blue rose bow to Julia's long and white hair.
Night falls over the grand mansion as the full moon illuminates the snowy capital city. Guests and servants fill the brightly lit ballroom as the celebration banquet officially begins.
Aisha arrives with a new partner named Johnny, greeting Cedric with a smug and taunting look.
Johnny thanks Cedric for the opportunity to take Aisha to the banquet as his partner. Aisha smiles triumphantly while leaning against her new escort, relishing her arrival at the event.
Cedric smirks while assuming Aisha used strange excuses, wishing her a pleasant evening. Fuming with rage, Aisha becomes incensed by Cedric's dismissive and amused facial expression.
Aisha shouts Cedric's name as a formal announcement declares Lady Julia's grand entrance.
Cedric turns his head away, his face flushing slightly as the banquet proceedings continue.
Accompanied by her father, Julia enters the ballroom wearing an elegant white and blue gown. Whispers of shock ripple through the crowded ballroom as guests observe the white-haired lady's arrival.
Julia internally admits her persistent discomfort with banquets while her father notices her growing unease. Sir Rosenthal gently takes Julia's hand, noting that it feels quite cold from her nerves.
The Duke encourages his daughter, reminding her that the guests have gathered specifically to congratulate her.
Julia quietly acknowledges her father's supportive words as they walk together through the ballroom. A radiant portrait captures Julia's beauty as she stands amidst a flurry of white rose petals.
Surprised guests whisper among themselves, finding it hard to believe that this is the Rosenthal daughter. Aisha stares in disbelief, questioning Johnny's reaction to Julia's stunning and unexpected transformation.
Aisha seethes with jealousy, realizing that even her partner has been captivated by Julia's appearance.
Julia addresses the gathered guests, thanking everyone for coming to celebrate her recent achievements.
Offering a gentle smile, Julia expresses her hope that all the attendees enjoy the festive evening.
Noble guests swarm around Julia, offering high praise for her beauty and apologizing for past slights. A man named Johnny Walker introduces himself to Julia, identifying himself as a local bank manager.
Julia looks startled and overwhelmed by the sudden and intense attention from the surrounding noble crowd.
A gloved hand reaches out toward Julia, accompanied by a polite request for her attention.
Johnny offers a bouquet of roses to Julia, congratulating her on the magnificent and formal celebration.
Kyrant Winter approaches to offer his congratulations, and Julia politely thanks him for his presence.
Johnny playfully asks Julia to run away with him, but she flatly and immediately refuses.
A cheerful voice calls out to Julia as the festive atmosphere of the banquet intensifies.
Crown Prince Leonard arrives with his attendant, offering Julia his congratulations for a second time.
The Crown Prince asks Julia if she enjoys the banquet he meticulously prepared for her honor.
Nobility bow to the Crown Prince, who dismisses the formalities while focusing his attention on Julia. The monarch compliments Julia's exceptional beauty, prompting her to offer a polite and humble response. Leonard gallantly kisses Julia's hand, noting that today is a day dedicated entirely to her.
Standing before a floral backdrop, the Crown Prince invites Julia to share a dance with him.
Julia offers her sincere apologies, explaining that her intensive training left no time for learning dance. The prince promises to lead, though Julia expresses concern about making a significant mistake during the dance.
The orchestra begins playing a new arrangement, setting the stage for the next ballroom dance. The elegant couples twirl across the star-patterned floor as the celebratory dance officially begins for the evening.
Leonard takes Julia's hand and begins to lead her through the steps of their first dance.
The pair glides across the ballroom floor as the dance continues under the bright palace lights.
Julia maintains a serious and focused expression as she concentrates on her movements during the dance. Julia accidentally stomps on Leonard's foot with her heel, causing the Crown Prince to gasp in pain. Julia apologizes for her ineptitude while the prince tells her not to worry about the accident.
The rhythmic dance continues until Julia's heel connects sharply with Leonard's foot once again.
A third impact occurs as Julia's heel strikes the prince's foot during a complex dance maneuver.
Julia offers another apology, while Johnny wonders if her clumsy dancing is actually a deliberate act.
Bowing respectfully, Julia thanks the prince for his time despite his visible physical discomfort.
Julia excuses herself to attend to other matters, thanking the prince for his grace and patience.
The scene shifts to a moonlit terrace, offering a peaceful escape from the crowded banquet hall.
Julia appears surprised as she notices a familiar figure standing alone on the quiet palace terrace.
Turning toward him, Julia asks Kyrant how long he has been waiting outside the main ballroom. Kyrant questions if she'd prefer the banquet, but Julia admits her long-standing dislike for such events.
Standing together on the balcony, Kyrant asks why Julia requested joint training with his knightly order.
Kyrant claims the answer is obvious, leaving Julia to look at him with a puzzled expression.
Julia explains that she and her order must become stronger, revealing her true motivation.
Kyrant admits that the desire to grow stronger is a fitting reason for a commander. Julia boldly declares that she will eventually become even more powerful than Kyrant is now. Kyrant stands with Julia on the balcony, expressing his anticipation for her future growth. Luca reflects on the earlier banquet dance while walking through the palace halls with Leonard.
Luca suggests Julia stepped on the prince's foot intentionally, but Leonard dismisses the ridiculous claim. Luca insists it was a purposeful act, prompting Leonard to ask him to stop staring.
Leonard remains unconvinced she hates him, noting he doesn't understand why she would feel that way. Leonard blushes while wondering if her actions were simply the behavior of a woman who likes him.
Lucas sighs as Leonard excitedly asks if he also noticed Julia's cute and charming side.
A blonde man watches them depart, noting that everything is proceeding exactly as he expected.
The man reflects on his good fortune for having followed the group to witness the exchange. He chuckles to himself, finding amusement in the realization that Julia seems to hate his brother.
Julia sits alone by a fountain at night, checking to ensure no one else is around.
She admits the situation is embarrassing while nursing her feet, which are still in significant pain.
Julia looks at her discarded heels, wondering how anyone could possibly wear them all day long.
Finding relief in the cool water, Julia sits peacefully on the fountain under the full moon. A blue-haired man suddenly appears, startling Julia as he admits he thought the area was empty.
Julia is visibly shocked, immediately recognizing the familiar voice of the man standing before her.
The man apologizes for startling her, assuring her that he is not a bad person.
Julia stares at him with an intense and suspicious gaze as the man approaches the fountain.
He casually asks Julia what she is doing there and wonders if she is simply too hot.
The blue-haired man is certain she is the person he previously met in the Lemur Mountains.
He asks Julia if she was hunting ogres in those mountains about 2 months ago.
Startled by the specific question, the blue-haired man asks how she could possibly know that.
He asks if she remembers the person nearly killed by a monster variant, which Julia confirms.
The man laughs, explaining he was too busy to help and wondered what happened to her.
Julia snaps, grabbing the man and yelling that she survived and stands before him without help.
Grabbing his collar, Julia demands to know why he abandoned her when she almost died.
The man stammers, nervously asking Julia to release her grip so they can talk about it. Julia refuses to let go, ordering him to answer her first while the man coughs. The man looks at her, processing her identity while Julia questions if he can't believe it. Julia clenches her teeth and accuses him of leaving her behind on purpose during their encounter. The man calls her claim nonsense, but Julia ignores him, grabbing his cloak once again. The blue-haired man suddenly escapes her grasp, jumping away and disappearing into the trees.
He admits he came to the wrong place while moving away from the furious commander.
Bowing from a distance, the man wishes Julia a relaxing night before making his departure.
Julia watches him flee, shouting for him to wait as he leaps over a stone wall.
Julia screams in rage, calling him a jerk as she prepares to chase the escaping man.
Narrative text notes Julia clenching her dress tightly as her frustration boils over.
Julia tears the bottom of her elegant gown to allow her easier movement during the pursuit.
The blue-haired man looks back with a confused and worried expression as the chase intensifies.
Julia vaults over a stone railing, shouting at the man to wait right where he is.
The pair chases across the palace roof with the man desperately pleading for her to stop.
The man realizes he has no choice but to use his abilities to escape her.
He bids Julia goodbye, hoping she can eventually calm down as he flies into the sky.
Julia is left behind on the balcony, panting heavily from the exertion of the brief chase.
Collapsing to the floor, Julia expresses her deep frustration at the man's successful escape. Julia wonders why she feels so furious, her anger radiating after the unexpected encounter. She concludes her rage stems from the man leaving her fully knowing she might die.
Julia wonders if the blue-haired man fled because he was repulsed by her current appearance. Reflecting on her painful past, Julia feels weak for still being bothered by old scars. Looking down at her torn attire, Julia reflects that her elegant dress is a complete mess.
Lying on the ground, Julia realizes she cannot return to the banquet looking so disheveled.
Julia admires the beauty of the starry night sky while contemplating her own troubled situation. Moving through the palace, the blue-haired man expresses relief at having successfully escaped the confrontation.
Cyan laughs while sweating, admitting to himself that he was nearly beaten up during the encounter.
Rhythmic footsteps echo through the grand palace hallway as someone approaches a set of double doors.
An elderly butler looks up in surprise at the unexpected visitor arriving late in the evening.
The elderly man's eyes widen in absolute shock as his glasses begin to slide down his nose.
Cyan offers a cheerful wave and a bright smile while greeting the clearly stunned elderly butler.
Back at the garden fountain, Julia lets out a heavy and tired sigh of exhaustion.
Julia tries to comfort herself, noting she at least managed to attend the official celebratory banquet.
Julia seethes with anger, wishing she could have landed a hit on the cheeky blue-haired man.
Sitting by the fountain, Julia wonders how to return home without anyone seeing her ruined dress.
A voice suddenly calls out for Lady Julia, breaking the silence of the moonlit palace garden.
Kyrant Winter asks Julia what she's doing while she looks up at him in surprise.
Kyrant asks if she is looking for him and mentions her father is currently searching for him.
Julia smiles brightly, telling the black-haired commander she is glad he was the one who came.
Kyrant observes that she is a mess, and Julia sheepishly admits she has her own reasons.
Julia hesitantly asks Kyrant to inform her father of her location instead of going there herself.
Tyrant looks skeptical and asks why she will not go personally, leaving Julia to act flustered.
Julia clutches the torn fabric of her blue gown while attempting to explain her current predicament.
Looking embarrassed, Julia admits she cannot return to the banquet hall looking like a complete mess.
Kyrant stares at the white-haired lady in silence while processing her request and her disheveled state.
Kyrant agrees to help as Julia expresses her gratitude for his constant and unexpected assistance.
Julia reacts with confusion as a heavy dark cloak is suddenly tossed into her lap.
Kyrant instructs Julia to keep the cloak over her lap until her father arrives to get her.
Julia tries to stop Kyrant as he departs, but he simply bids her a short goodbye. Julia sits alone on the fountain steps, silently holding the dark cloak Kyrant left behind.
Looking thoughtful, Julia reflects that this kind of considerate treatment from someone is a first.
Watching from the shadows, Aisha observes the interaction between Julia and Kyrant with a dark expression.
Aisha seethes with jealousy, finding it unbelievable that the cold Kyrant spoke so casually to Julia.
Aisha recalls Kyrant ignoring her past advances and labels Julia a fox for attracting his attention.
Aisha watches with intense resentment, wondering how Julia managed to captivate both the prince and Kyrant.
Julia is approached by her father near the fountain, while Aisha continues to watch from afar. Aisha fuming on the ground, expressing her deep hatred for nobles and their inherited social status.
Cyan chats with Archduke Demian, playfully claiming he has been doing much better than the elder.
Archduke Demian Dion Randalt continues writing while dismissively calling the blue-haired man a mere brat.
Cyan spits out his tea in shock when the Archduke threatens to lock him up somewhere. Cyan wipes his mouth and asks what is wrong, noting the Archduke's joke is quite unusual. Looking over his vast study, the Archduke asks Cyan why he doesn't just return home now.
Setting his cup down, Cyan firmly states that he does not wish to return home just yet.
The Archduke orders Cyan to settle down somewhere or face being placed in the palace nights. As tea is poured, the Archduke reminds Cyan that they have already discussed this matter before.
Cyan looks away, explaining his preference for living freely outside the constraints of the Empire's borders.
The Archduke sighs within the Grand Library, lamenting that there is no way to stop Cyan.
Dipping his pen into the inkwell, the Archduke asks how long Cyan intends to stay.
Cyan offers a playful and mischievous smile while admitting he is unsure of his future plans.
Swirling his tea, Cyan reveals his intention to stay for a much longer duration than usual.
The Archduke questions the blue-haired man regarding his sudden and unexpected decision to stay longer.
Cyan smiles while holding tea, suggesting that something interesting is about to happen soon.
An elderly butler looks on with a completely stunned and speechless facial expression. The Archduke asks what incident Cyan is planning, while the young man reacts quite defensively.
Cyan playfully asks his uncle if he truly distrusts his own cute little nephew.
The Archduke grimaces with intense annoyance, expressing his deep skepticism toward the young man.
Cyan promises to stay quiet while the Archduke asks if he is truly certain.
Cyan asks if his eyes look dishonest while the Archduke lets out a heavy sigh.
The Archduke finally dismisses Cyan to rest while the young man celebrates his victory.
Walking away, Cyan is reminded to visit the Emperor, who is curious about him.
Cyan looks back with a nervous expression, reluctantly agreeing to visit the Imperial Palace.
Narrative text reveals that the anniversary of a woman named Irina's death is approaching.
Looking down at a memento, the Archduke appears deeply saddened by the upcoming anniversary.
Text panels explain that the Archduke's sister died in an accident saving her son. A portrait inside a watch reveals Irina, while text confirms Cyan survived the fire.
Young Cyan cries amidst the flames as text notes the princess's death was major.
The narrative explains that Cyan was unfairly blamed for the death of his mother.
Surrounded by pointing fingers and judgment, young Cyan remains silent and isolated in sorrow. Text panels describe how Cyan was forced into exile to wander outside the empire.
The Archduke notes that Cyan is the sole survivor of Irina's royal bloodline family.
Clenching the pocket watch, the Archduke resolves to make Cyan settle within the empire. He reflects on his inability to watch Irina's son wander aimlessly any longer.
Rhythmic footsteps echo through the empty palace hallway as the scene shifts to Cyan.
Cyan walks alone through the moonlit palace, his bag slung over his shoulder.
Cyan realizes the Emperor only summons him to see his mother's reflection in him.
He reflects on the pain of reliving childhood trauma every time he returns home.
Cyan admits his hesitation to return while someone suddenly approaches him from behind.
Startled by a sudden sound, Cyan quickly turns his head to face the newcomer. A young blonde girl in a red dress tackles Cyan in a tight embrace.
Cyan looks completely shocked as he processes the identity of the person hugging him. Recognizing the girl, Cyan calls out Luciella's name while she looks at him pouting.
Luciella scolds Cyan for worrying her and asks how he has been during his absence.
Cyan laughs while noting he returned uninjured, much to Luciella's visible and annoyed frustration.
Luciella suspects that Cyan will leave again while the young man offers a sheepish laugh.
Luciella requests that he write letters and admits she cannot help worrying about him.
Cyan offers a piggyback ride as an apology, but Luciella demands he stop coddling her.
Cyan asks Luciella what he can do to appease her anger as she looks surprised.
Cyan offers a charming smile and look that leaves Luciella feeling momentarily flustered.
Luciella stares up at him with wide eyes, softly calling him her older brother.
Luciella hits Cyan, accusing him of acting too much like the crown prince just now.
Cyan sighs while Luciella continues to protest his attempts to treat her like a child.
Luciella drags the exhausted Cyan away to hear stories about his long journey abroad.
Cyan pleads for rest, but Luciella insists on holding a tea party late at night. The peaceful night falls over a city street as the scene shifts to a tavern.
Aisha seethes in a tavern, accusing Julia of being a fox who ruined the banquet.
Cedric defends Julia's behavior while Aisha continues to insult her with bitter and jealous rage.
Aisha shouts at Cedric, asking if he is truly taking Julia's side over hers.
Cedric remains silent while Aisha slams her hand onto the table in a fit of rage.
Aisha orders them to end the small talk and get down to their actual business.
A sinister and calculated smile crosses Aisha's face as she prepares for her next move.
Aisha tells Chris to drink for now and asks what he is currently up to.
Aisha mentions hearing that Chris is going on a joint training exercise with a black lion.
Chris looks annoyed, asking Aisha if she has come specifically to laugh at his situation.
Aisha denies mocking him, claiming she has brought a gift while searching through her cloak.
Aisha places an ornate blue dagger on the table as Chris asks for an explanation.
Aisha explains the object is a dagger, though Chris notes that fact is incredibly obvious. Aisha asks Chris if he shares the common dislike for the new female commander.
Chris tries to remain neutral, but Aisha tells him not to be so shy.
Aisha claims Chris would be commander if not for that woman, sensing his resentment.
Chris demands to know Aisha's true motive for bringing up his rivalry with the commander.
Aisha instructs Chris to give the ornate blue dagger to his commander.
Aisha suggests framing it as a reconciliation gift so the woman will surely accept it.
Chris looks skeptical and asks Aisha why he should give her this specific dagger.
Aisha offers a bright smile while claiming the dagger is the key to changing his fate.
Chris reacts with realization while tavern noises indicate a loud disturbance at the table.
Grabbing Aisha's wrist, Chris demands to know what she did to the gift dagger.
A close-up shows the intensity of Chris's grip as Aisha gasps in pain.
Aisha trembles and pleads with Chris to let go of her arm before they talk.
Chris ignores her plea, fiercely demanding an explanation for the changes made to the dagger.
Aisha struggles against Chris, criticizing his reliance on physical strength to get answers.
Aisha retrieves the blue dagger and suggests they relocate to a more private area. In a bedroom, Chris watches Aisha as she contemplates how to start her explanation.
Aisha asks Chris if he remembers the circumstances under which they first met.
Aisha reflects on their past as homeless orphans and her status as a fallen aristocrat.
Chris asks why she is bringing up their childhood struggles while a flashback shows them together.
Aisha recalls that her mother passed away shortly after she and Chris became companions.
Aisha describes her mother's fatal disease and the helplessness she felt due to poverty.
Aisha reveals she decided to use any method necessary to reclaim a wealthy lifestyle.
Smiling, Aisha asks if she shouldn't pursue her dream of happiness by any means possible.
Aisha ignores Chris's sympathy, asking if he also desires to rise above his ordinary station.
Aisha reveals the dagger is coated in musk designed to attract dangerous monsters to its bearer.
Aisha argues removing the commander creates an opportunity, while Chris demands an explanation.
Aisha holds the cursed dagger, declaring they must kill that woman to reclaim their lives.
Chris shouts Aisha's name, visibly horrified by the depth of her murderous plan. Narrative text critiques the entitlement of high-ranking individuals who take their status for granted.
Chris reflects on the arrogance of noble families as he processes Aisha's radical proposal. Chris thinks that while the captain is unaffected, the commander's disappearance would be beneficial.
Aisha justifies the plot, claiming they are merely taking back what the princess stole.
Chris shakes Aisha, warning her that her logic is delusional and she must regain her senses.
Chris warns that attacking a favored noble family is a suicide mission that will get them caught. A panel expresses a deep fear that Aisha is transforming into a cruel person.
Aisha remains unresponsive to Chris's warnings, her expression growing cold and distant.
Aisha dismisses Chris's concerns, questioning why he is so focused on the possibility of failure.
Aisha sinisterly notes that a human smelling of musk cannot survive a monster-infested forest.
Chris stares at Aisha in horror, wondering why she has descended to such extreme lengths. A quiet moment passes in the room as Chris's name is spoken softly. Internal narration confirms Aisha's belief that her happiness depends entirely on the commander's death. Aisha pulls Chris into an embrace, using their shared bond to manipulate his feelings. Chris looks conflicted while Aisha hugs him, fueling his hatred for the privileged commander.
Aisha whispers to Chris, asking if he will commit to helping her with the plan.
Aisha embraces Chris from behind, claiming he is the only one truly on her side.
Chris looks down with a somber expression as he remains trapped in Aisha's emotional manipulation.
Gritting his teeth, Chris appears deeply conflicted while Aisha maintains her firm and desperate hold. Aisha's gaze turns cold and calculating, satisfied that Chris is finally paying attention to her words.
Exertion sounds echo through the night as someone trains vigorously outside the brightly lit palace.
Julia practices her swordsmanship alone, her blade glowing with blue energy under the moonlit sky.
Judy watches from a distance, pleading with her lady to stop before she sustains an injury.
Hearing the voice, Julia halts her practice and turns to address the worried brown-haired maid.
Julia asks how long Judy has been watching, and the maid replies since the training started. Julia expresses surprise at being observed and thanks her personal maid for the fresh towel.
Judy worries that Julia is distracted, suspecting something unpleasant occurred during the celebratory banquet earlier.
Looking hesitant, Judy requests to stay by Julia's side for the duration of the night.
Julia encourages her maid to rest, but Judy begins to express her deep underlying concerns. Judy admits she is too anxious to sleep after seeing Julia return home so disheveled. Julia stares at the maid in silence, processing the deep concern reflected in the girl's eyes. Julia wonders if she spoke aloud while assuring her maid that nothing went wrong tonight.
Judy questions if her lady's reassurance is related to their prior conversation regarding the banquet.
Julia gently commands Judy to look her in the eyes to see her absolute sincerity.
Julia offers a radiant and heart-melting smile, her presence framed by a beautiful, flowery background.
Judy is momentarily stunned by Julia's beauty, her anxiety fading as she gazes at her lady.
Julia expresses her affection and urges Judy to head indoors quickly to stay warm.
Judy reflects that Julia is an incredibly lovely girl whom no one could ever truly hate.
Judy declares her unwavering loyalty while Julia reacts with curiosity to the maid's sudden outburst.
Julia proposes a final outing before her training mission, which Judy happily and immediately accepts.
The scene shifts to the breathtaking Roofsea Mountain, featuring a massive waterfall and ancient statues.
The exhausted knights complain about the intense heat and their inability to continue any further.
A knight observes the elite unit's stamina while Julia demands the group's complete and immediate attention.
Julia issues orders for a swift regrouping, shocking the weary knights who just arrived.
A knight complains about the lack of rest, but the commander remains completely unmoved.
Julia sternly rejects the idea of leisure and orders the exhausted knights to stand up.
Julia expresses her concern to Kyrant regarding the poor physical state shown by the recruits. Kyrant looks skeptical, questioning if effective training is possible given the knight's current low stamina.
Julia confidently vows to make it work and tells the black-haired captain not to worry.
Training sounds indicate a fierce exchange where one participant requests an even more intense session. The Winter Knights assemble their camp near a serene lake, preparing for their training exercises.
Kyrant looks on coldly, noting that the speed of the gathering was unacceptably slow.
Surrounded by a menacing aura, Kyrant mandates that all future gatherings must conclude within 30 seconds.
The knights shout their compliance toward the clear sky, their voices echoing through the trees.
Kyrant explains the equality of the regime and offers an exit to anyone wanting to quit.
The knights respond with a defiant shout, refusing to back down from the challenge ahead.
Jik and the other knights look weary as they prepare for the next phase of training.
Kyrant reveals heavy logs infused with aura, making them significantly heavier than they appear to be.
He orders a log-carrying race through the forest, much to the dismay of one knight.
Kyrant sets a penalty for the slowest runners and initiates the grueling physical exercise. Julia watches the group of knights set off into the woods, their training officially underway.
The knights struggle through the forest path, the immense weight of the logs slowing them down.
Julia encourages Jik, confirming that even high-ranking leaders participate in the difficult physical regime. As the sun sets, the exhausted knights finally return to the camp, gasping for breath.
Jik groans upon hearing that their grueling training will resume after only a 10-minute break.
The first day of training officially concludes under a starry sky as the camp finds rest.
Julia dismisses her exhausted recruits for the night, thanking them for their hard work.
Under the starry sky, a lingering sense of jealousy haunts the quiet training camp.
A knight's complaints about his scary captain end abruptly when a terrifying presence appears.
Commotion breaks out as someone yells for help while others prepare for the meal.
Julia retires to her tent while Chris watches from the shadows, looking deeply troubled.
Sipping tea alone, Julia feels satisfied with the progress of her inexperienced knight recruits.
Julia playfully kicks her feet, anticipating the quick results of their current training regime.
A knock at the tent door reveals Chris, who requests entry to see her. Setting down her tea, Julia invites Chris inside and asks what business he has.
Chris enters the tent while concealing an ornate blue dagger behind his back.
Looking guilty and sweating, Chris offers a humble apology for his previous rude behavior. Julia dismisses his concerns, claiming she forgot about his rudeness a long time out.
Chris lingers, unsure if his simple apology is enough to settle their past differences.
Chris presents the ornate blue dagger as a sincere apology gift for the Lady Commander.
Julia rejects the offering, telling Chris that such a gift is not necessary.
Chris insists she accept the dagger, his hands visibly trembling as he holds it out.
Julia stares at the vice captain in silence, sensing the strange intensity behind his request.
Relenting to his persistent pressure, Julia finally agrees to accept the suspicious apology gift.
Chris reveals the gleaming blade of the blue dagger, displaying its craftsmanship to her.
Chris calls the weapon a precious treasure while offering a forced, uncomfortable smile.
With the gift accepted, Chris places the dagger on the table before the commander.
Julia suddenly speaks his name, stopping him just as he prepares to depart.
Placing her hands on his shoulders, Julia tells Chris he needs to relax his posture. Julia dismisses the vice captain, telling him it is time for him to leave.
Chris bows respectfully and leaves the tent after his task is finally complete.
Exiting into the night, Chris runs straight into the cold and imposing Kyrant.
Chris freezes in terror as Kyrant demands to know who is wandering about.
Bowing frantically, Chris offers a quick apology and flees from the black-haired captain's presence.
Kyrant watches the retreating vice captain, finding his behavior and presence incredibly suspicious.
Kyrant remains silent, his gaze fixed on the entrance of Julia's brightly lit tent.
A dark and murderous aura emanates from the tent, catching Kyrant's immediate attention.
Kyrant's eyes narrow as he focuses on the strange energy flowing from the commander's quarters.
Inside, Julia admires her new dagger, unaware of the sinister magic it holds.
Kyrant calls out to Julia, apologizing for the late-night disturbance at her tent.
Julia invites the captain inside, still holding the blue dagger while sitting comfortable.
Kyrant enters to discuss the plans for tomorrow's training, but stops mid-sentence.
Kyrant's eyes widen as he recognizes the dangerous object currently in Julia's possession.
Noticing his gaze, Julia casually asks if he would like to inspect the dagger.
Kyrant's expression turns grave as he takes a closer look at the ornate weapon.
Kyrant demands to know why Julia brought such a cursed item into the camp.
Julia explains with a smile that the dagger was a gift from Chris. The captain questions the timing of such a gift on this particular night. Julia notes that Chris seemed to dislike her, making the sudden gift even more peculiar. Kyrant asks how she could possibly accept it when his sinister motives are so obvious.
The dagger is revealed to be cursed with magic designed to summon crazed beasts.
Julia looks thoughtful, questioning the logic behind Chris' strange and sudden generosity.
Julia claims she cannot ignore the sincerity Chris showed by finding such a specific gift.
Laughing, Julia vows to survive the night and punish the vice captain properly afterward.
Kyrant reaches for the weapon, admitting he cannot understand her reckless and bold attitude.
Julia asks if he came by simply because he was worried about her safety.
Kyrant explains that the original plan was to hunt monsters in Area C, but suggests changes.
Pointing to the map, Kyrant advises that the Winter Night team should stay in Area B.
A detailed scroll illustrates that the training area of Roofed Mountain is divided into 3 zones.
The narrative text confirms that Area A is a safe zone with almost no monster activity.
Area B is described as a rugged mountain road inhabited by a few weak monster species. Area C is deep in the mountains, housing the strongest monsters and requiring Imperial entry permission.
Kyrant asks Julia how she felt about the specific vicinity where they conducted their training today.
Tyrant notes that the Black Lion unit is still scheduled to enter Area C tomorrow morning. Julia suggests that her unit should accompany the Black Lion unit into the more dangerous area.
Julia offers a firm nod, reassuring the captain that her team will not be a burden.
Kyrant argues that while she might survive, the lower-ranking soldiers will likely lose their lives there. Julia coldly remarks that if the soldiers die there, it was simply their destiny to do so.
Kyrant sighs deeply, expressing his sincere hope that no funerals are required during this training session.
Julia suddenly produces the blue dagger, its appearance accompanied by a sharp and sudden visual effect.
Drawing the blade, Julia commands the captain to gradually approach her while she prepares the weapon.
A fierce battle erupts as Julia and Kyrant find themselves surrounded by a massive horde of monsters.
Julia observes that the mountain's monsters have gathered and jokes about skipping Area C tomorrow. Seeing Jeek bleeding and near death, Julia looks on with an expression of sudden, intense shock.
Julia commands the surviving knights to gather immediately and join the battle formation against the ambush. Swinging her glowing blade with a determined shout, Julia leads the counterattack against the monster swarm.
Kyrant unleashes a devastating wave of dark energy, cleaving through the monsters attacking from behind them.
The sounds of laughter echo through the quiet forest under a dark and starry night sky. Chris is suddenly attacked by a monster and screams, questioning why it is targeting him specifically. Staring in horror at his shattered blade, Chris realizes the monsters are ignoring their original targets.
Chris remembers Julia's touch and realizes with a grimace that she knew about the cursed dagger. Battered and bleeding, Chris walks through the field, reflecting on his luck while assuming Kyrant died.
Chris pauses in the darkness, his face contorted with a mixture of guilt and lingering fear.
Chris is frozen in complete shock as he spots Julia and Kyrant resting safely together nearby.
Stuttering in disbelief, Chris calls out to the captain, unable to process their survival of the ambush.
Julia nonchalantly tells Knight Chris it is still okay and invites him to jump down to them.
Chris stammers as he approaches, confused by the sudden ambush and their seemingly calm, unharmed states.
Julia thanks Chris for the good experience as he falls to his knees in utter despair.
Looking at his trembling hands, Chris asks what the meaning of this entire situation is. Julia fiercely grabs Chris, shouting that his gift was actually her own plan to test him.
Julia demands to know if Chris really thought she was ignorant of his attempt to kill her.
Julia mocks his lack of knightly honor, accusing him of putting his own comrades in danger. Julia commands Chris Bullied to hear his sentence, stripping him of his rank as vice captain immediately.
Julia declares that from this moment forward, Chris Bullied is nothing more than a common criminal.
Two figures walk away into the darkness, leaving the disgraced and broken Chris behind them.
Alec approaches the leaders, reporting that the camp is moved and the dagger is buried.
Alec reports that he buried the cursed dagger as ordered and finished moving the camp.
Kyrant praises the effort while Julia offers a warm thanks to Sir Alec for his work.
Alec scratches his head with a bashful laugh, clearly flustered by the commander's rare, kind words.
A red-haired knight asks for horse placement while Julia directs him toward the fenced-off valley area.
Julia looks deep in thought as she considers the specific properties of their new camp's location.
Julia turns to Kyrant and asks if he would like to take a walk to see something. Kyrant looks skeptical and tired, asking what Julia wants from him at this late hour.
Julia points toward a dark path, explaining they only need to walk a little further that way.
Kyrant notes that Julia seems remarkably familiar with the layout of this specific mountain area.
Reaching her destination, Julia joyfully calls out to Kyrant as she stands under a large tree.
Smiling brightly, Julia calls Sir Kyrant over to her under the starry night sky. Julia tells the black-haired captain that she wanted to show him something special tonight.
Kyrant is completely speechless as he gazes upon a stunningly beautiful, glowing flower field.
Julia turns toward the captain and asks him what he thinks of the scenery.
Looking at the vibrant flowers, Kyrant softly admits that the view is not bad.
A close-up shows Julia's hand resting against a dark stone wall as she speaks. Julia smiles and suggests he consider this beautiful sight as payment for helping her today.
Kyrant turns away, claiming he only did what was necessary at that specific moment. Approaching him, Julia asks the captain if he is always this kind to everyone.
Kyrant looks down, stating that he doesn't personally consider his actions to be kindness.
A chibi Julia watches with a blank and slightly confused expression as Kyrant looks away.
Julia notes his popularity with women, but Kyrant responds with a dark and intense stare.
Kyrant dismisses her nonsense and suggests they return to camp before it gets too late.
Julia remains behind, looking out over the landscape with a faint smile on her face.
A flashback depicts a blonde man kneeling to offer a flower to another blonde man.
The close-up of a smiling blonde man with a shining earring highlights a happy memory.
Julia vows to replace his painful memories with the new ones they made together today. The scene shifts to the daylight on Lupus Mountain, where monsters roam Area C freely.
Kyrant announces that they will conduct the monster hunt in groups of 2 today.
He explains the goal is to improve their combat skills by taking out monsters quickly. Kyrant warns that anyone wishing to return by tonight must not hesitate to raise their sword. A massive, horned monster attacks as a group of terrified knights flees for their lives. Two recruits scream for help while Julia watches the chaotic scene from behind a bush. Julia reacts with shock and pure fury at the blatant cowardice of her recruit knights. Julia notes that while the Black Lions fight well, her winter knights are only running.
She realizes that Kyrant is likely annoyed by the group's lack of progress and coordination.
Kyrant stares coldly at the failure, thinking that the recruits are seriously hindering their team.
Julia decides she cannot let this continue and prepares to intervene in the battle.
Mark and Ron are startled by the commander's sudden appearance as she leaps into action.
Julia unleashes a powerful, glowing sword strike that creates a massive wave of energy. Two injured and bloodied knights offer a sincere apology to Sir Kyrant for their failure.
Julia screams in frustration, her face turning bright red from the recruit's disappointing performance.
Kyrant looks on calmly, acknowledging Julia's anger while the recruits look away in shame.
Two knights are startled when a small rock suddenly hits one of them on the head.
A tiny, angry Julia is shown hiding behind a rock, watching her recruits with suspicion. Julia commands the uninjured knights to follow her if they want to avoid getting hurt. She announces they will fight in pairs while massive green monsters loom in the background. Julia orders the knights to stop being cowards, promising to back them up if needed. Mark and Ron shout their compliance, looking determined despite their earlier fear of the monsters. A knight trembles and laughs nervously while thinking about his imminent death during the training.
A forward command echoes through the clear sky as the group heads back into battle.
A blonde knight tells the commander that her training methods are being far too reckless. Julia questions him as a recruit kneels, fearing they are being sent to their deaths. Julia asks how they can know they will die when they haven't even tried fighting. Narrative text clarifies that Julia brought the knights here to fix their inherent weak-mindedness. Drawing her sword, Julia declares that her goal is training them, not killing them off.
Under the night sky, a knight asks if it is too late to change things.
A knight reflects on the Winter Knight's performance and Julia's impressive fighting skills during battle.
Kyrant eats while the blonde knight praises Julia's godlike performance during the earlier monster fight.
Stabbing a stake, a knight notes the incompetence of the other team members during training. Knight Alex worries that their team will hold the captain back against strong monsters. Kyrant gazes coldly, silently dreading that this training mission might turn into a funeral. Kyrant warns Julia that her team might die, but she asks if he is coming. Julia explains that she chose strong knights because she wants everyone to become much stronger.
Kyrant remains silent, his expression hidden as he processes the commander's bold and determined words.
Night falls over the camp, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of tomorrow's difficult training.
Kyrant calmly eats his meal while instructing the group to remain quiet and wait patiently.
Chibi Alex asks if Kyrant is worried at all while the captain continues eating dinner.
Julia and her team suddenly emerge from the bushes, startling Alex as they announce their arrival.
Alex lets out a loud and terrified scream after being startled by Julia's sudden appearance.
Kyrant claims he has been waiting for a long time, much to Julia's utter confusion.
Kyrant identifies Alex while the flustered knight protests and Julia apologizes for causing any worry. Alex insists that Julia sits down first while presenting a plate of freshly cooked meat. Alex promises to bring soup while Julia offers her sincere gratitude for his kind assistance. Kyrant watches the interaction from the side, his blue eyes reflecting a cold and mysterious intensity. A steaming pot of soup indicates that dining together is the most convenient option for them. A tattered and weary Julia admits she had to cast aside her pride to seek help. Kyrant tells Julia not to mind as she thanks him while the recruits struggle with exhaustion.
An owl watches from a tree as the quiet night sky stretches over the training camp.
Julia thanks the group while the recruits eat steak, though some are still shivering and sneezing. Sipping tea, Julia promises that her unit will handle the meal preparations for the next day. Looking curious and slightly sweaty, Kyrant asks where everyone eventually ended up during their travels.
Chibi Kyrant announces their arrival at the mutant's location, while a cozy Julia enjoys her soup. Alex reacts with shock to the news that team members were brought along for the mission.
A red-haired knight notes that the captain did most of the hunting while recruits sneezed.
Kyrant criticizes the poor state of the novice hunters while Julia continues eating her skewered meat.
Alex explains that Knight Lolan fell into the river, forcing Julia to jump in for him.
Julia dismisses a recruit's apology, encouraging them to keep fighting and eventually become much stronger.
Alex praises the goddess's grace while a recruit looks on with a sweat-dropped lion icon.
Kyrant observes Julia's desperate attempts to train her team, wondering about her true underlying motives.
The dark and lush forest stands silent under the vast, sparkling canopy of the night sky.
Yawning, Alex declares the patrol finished and suggests the captain should finally get some well-deserved rest.
Alex stops in his tracks, looking surprised as he spots something unexpected in the dark camp.
Alex asks what the captain is doing while Kyrant hushes him and requests a blanket.
Alex rushes off to fetch a blanket as Kyrant and Julia sit together by the fire.
Kyrant notes that Julia seems very tired as she sleeps peacefully with her head on him.
Alex agrees that Julia is exhausted after fighting monsters constantly since the previous night's training began.
Alex looks terrified of the captain while Kyrant demands to know what the knight is saying.
Alex wonders if being near the captain is safer while Kyrant tells him to stop talking.
Alex looks on in disbelief as the two leaders share an unexpectedly close and quiet moment.
The knight offers a knowing and mischievous smile as he prepares to depart from the scene.
Chibi Alex apologizes for leaving first while walking away from the bench into the dark night. Kyrant shouts Alex's name in frustration while Julia murmurs in her sleep as Alex bids farewell.
Kyrant looks completely stunned and flustered as he remains frozen while Julia continues to sleep soundly.
Under the starry sky, Kyrant sits in stunned silence beside the resting commander in the camp.
Kyrant decides it will be okay for a while as he sits quietly by the warm campfire.
Julia orders the knights to relax before their fight with the Black Lion, shocking the recruits.
The recruits cry in despair, certain they will lose against such a powerful and elite eunuch.
Julia remains silent as she watches her recruits panic like a group of frightened, chirping birds.
Julia stares coldly at her team, asking if they forgot her order for them to win.
The green-haired recruit asks the commander if they should focus on winning the training match.
A narrative prompt explains that the true goal of this specific match is not victory.
Julia explains the deeper purpose of today's training session to her startled and weary knights.
Julia asks if they dislike losing wars where the odds are obviously against them. Julia promises to grant a wish to anyone who managed to touch a black lion.
A red panda watches as a recruit confirms the simple condition for earning a wish.
Sounds of combat echo across the field while various knights react to the intense training.
Zeke trembles in fear as a powerful black lion knight launches a fierce, intimidating attack.
The green-haired recruit is violently thrown during the match, letting out a pained, loud scream.
Defeated, Zeke lies on the ground as the red-haired opponent calmly suggests a slow retreat. Despite his exhaustion, the recruit's hand tightly grips his sword as he lies in the grass. A sharp visual effect depicts the intense impact of swords clashing during the ongoing battle. Zeke forces himself up and charges forward, determined to prove he can still fight on.
Sweating and gasping for breath, the young knight insists he can still complete the training.
A close-up captures the recruit's foot lunging forward with renewed speed toward his elite opponent.
Zeke screams a challenge as he clashes blades with the smiling, unimpressed Black Lion captain. Julia observes the duel from the sidelines, noting the sudden and extreme intensity of the movements.
Zeke executes a desperate, high-flying maneuver and manages to graze the cloak of the elite knight. The commander is visibly stunned, her eyes wide with shock after witnessing the recruit's unexpected success.
A close-up shows a hand successfully grabbing onto the blue fabric of the commander's uniform.
The red-haired knight restrains Zeke, noting that his vulnerabilities would have led to his death. Zeke finally admits his defeat while his opponent laughs off the recruit's earlier, frantic efforts. The training concludes at sunset with the Black Lion unit achieving a perfect victory score.
Exhausted knights rest on the grass, complaining about their physical state and needing healing magic.
Julia praises the group for their efforts and commands them to rise for dinner preparations.
A blonde knight grabs Zeke, who looks completely bewildered and startled by the sudden contact.
Julia asks Zeke for his wish, leaving the confused recruits wondering when he actually succeeded.
Chibi Zeke and the blonde knight are frozen in shock, unable to comprehend Julia's decision.
The green-haired recruit looks up with a hopeful and joyful expression, ready to name his wish.
Bullied sits alone in a dark, cold prison cell with his hands bound in chains.
Chris reflects that he provided the curse dagger by choice and holds no resentment toward Ashana.
Looking downcast, Chris realizes that Ashana will likely abandon him once they return to the Empire.
A flashback shows a beautiful blonde girl who desires nothing but power, honor, and stability.
Chris looks at his shackled hands and decides that his relationship with Ashana is finally over. A bitter and hollow smile crosses Chris's face as he finds his current situation deeply hilarious.
Zeke's cheerful voice echoes through the dark prison corridor as he calls out for the former captain.
Zeke approaches the cell bars, teasing Chris about his loss of rank while offering a smile.
The young recruit struggles with the prison lock, questioning if it was poorly constructed in haste. The cell door opens, startling the disgraced Chris as Zeke steps inside the dark, rocky prison.
Zeke brings a tray of warm food, greeting the prisoner with a bright and sincere smile.
Zeke invites Chris to eat together, placing the meal on a small table inside the cell. Chris asks how the recruit gained entry while Zeke begins to quietly unlock the prisoner's shackles.
Zeke focuses on removing the heavy handcuffs, choosing to ignore the former vice captain's confused questioning.
Zeke explains that he obtained the captain's permission to visit and say a proper final goodbye.
Chris looks away in shame as the recruit continues to treat him with unexpected kindness.
Turning his back, Chris tells Zeke to leave because he cannot bear to face him anymore. Chibi Zeke claims the captain ordered him to ensure Chris doesn't starve before paying his fine. Zeke smiles warmly at the prisoner, urging him to eat quickly since he is also hungry. Chris looks down at the tray of food in silence, his expression shadowed by deep regret.
A lantern flickers on the wall while Chris watches the recruit with a complex, lingering gaze.
Zeke asks about the state of Chris's eyes, and Chris explains they will recover soon.
Chris stirs his soup while admitting that his current situation is actually quite a lucky outcome. Looking at the stars, Zeke suggests that Chris's recent betrayal must have been a simple mistake.
Near a lantern, Chris explains that his actions were based on not knowing the dagger's curse.
Chris stops eating to clarify that the betrayal was intentional and not a mistake at all.
Chris's definitive statement leaves the recruit in a state of confused and startled disbelief.
Standing in the dark, Chris confesses his deep-seated desire to become the Imperial Knight Captain.
Looking at his shackled hands, Chris admits his own knightly abilities were far too weak.
Chris confesses his intent to kill the commander, causing Zeke to react with visible horror.
The two sit in the cave as Chris confirms his deadly intent during the ambush.
Chris acknowledges that his selfish ambition has caused significant pain to the young recruit, too. A flashback shows a younger Chris fiercely demanding that someone offer an apology to their captain.
Chris remembers the day they met, his hand gripping a bowl as a painful memory surfaces.
Narrative text questions how a supposedly ruthless person could have saved the young recruit's life. A bloodied and bound child version of Zik looks up as Chris reaches out to him. Chris pats the young recruit's head, cementing the trust Zik had previously placed in him.
Overwhelmed by the memory of their bond, Zik cries while questioning what he should do now. Time passes as the scene shifts to the Grand Palace standing under a starry night sky.
A scrapbook photo depicts Zik bringing a meal to Chris inside the dark, rocky prison cell. A captured moment shows Julia and her team relaxing under a brilliant, glowing night sky.
Julia reaches out to a glowing white deer while Kyrant watches her from a short distance.
Julia carries a flustered Kyrant, joking about the difficulty of carrying him while he was drunk.
Kyrant reacts with wide-eyed embarrassment and a bright red blush to Julia's teasing comment.
While relaxing in a bath, Julia reflects on Kyrant's ability to show such an expressive face.
Julia smiles peacefully as she soaks in the warm water, enjoying a quiet moment of reflection.
Narrative text confirms that the general training ended with all members uniting against the elite unit.
Julia thinks to herself that the knight's performance already represents an excellent and necessary improvement.
Text describes the constant battles against the Black Lion Knights that defined their difficult training period.
A blonde knight looks determined, his fighting spirit finally triggered by the intensity of the training. Julia rests her head while considering shifting their training focus toward preparation for real-life combat.
The moon hangs over the palace roof, marking the final night of the general training mission.
A knight stands before a chalkboard covered in drawings and motivational notes left by the recruits.
Zik looks out into the night, reflecting on the final night of their long training session.
Narrative text reveals that Zik has snuck out of the camp to visit Chris once again.
Julia suddenly appears and catches Zik sneaking away, demanding to know where he is going.
Zik panics internally, worried that the captain will discover his secret late-night visits to the cave.
Julia stares at him with a silent, piercing gaze as the recruit struggles to find words.
Julia commands Zik to return before dawn, which the startled recruit quickly and nervously accepts.
Zik runs off into the night while apologizing to the captain in his head for sneaking up.
Julia watches him go, thinking about the necessity of saying her own final goodbye soon.
Narration explains that Chris previously visited the captain and fortunately avoided a severe, lasting punishment. On the last day of training, Zik looks at Chris with a shocked and sweat-dropped expression.
Chris looks at a bucket of water and states he has finally reconsidered his past actions. A close-up shows Chris's calm face as he admits he was previously blinded by his ambition.
Zik asks for clarification while Chris begins to walk away from the cell's iron bars.
Chris reflects on the integrity he possessed when he first became a knight long ago.
Chris smiles and admits he became foolish as his hunger for power eventually clouded his judgment.
Soft light fills the background as the heavy conversation between the two former friends concludes.
Zik crouches on the floor, feeling as helpless as a child after hearing Chris's honest confession. Zeke notes that Chris looked peaceful, appearing as though a massive burden had left his shoulders.
Notes on a blackboard signal the end of training and a bittersweet farewell for the recruits. Inside the palace, Julia sits quietly as her father mentions hearing news regarding the vice captain.
Over tea and cake, the father acknowledges that the former commander was a fundamentally decent man.
Julia worries that punishing a comrade too severely would crush the spirit of her remaining knights.
She admits that Chris would have naturally become captain if she hadn't taken the position first.
A look of deep unease crosses Julia's face as she reflects on her current imperial responsibilities. Her father emphasizes that her leadership role is based entirely on her superior skills and integrity.
Drinking his tea, the father reassures his daughter that she did not steal anyone's rightful place.
He warns that her hesitation affects the unit's morale, and Julia vows to remain determined.
The father sets down his teacup and announces he has a special gift for the commander.
A quiet library stands empty as the father prepares to reveal his collection of hidden gifts.
An ornate, gilded chest sits on the table as the father encourages Julia to open it.
Julia is stunned to find the box filled with numerous dating invitations sent during her training.
A tiny, overwhelmed Julia freezes as her father mentions that marriage proposals have also arrived lately.
Julia leaps to her feet in shock, shouting in disbelief at the sudden influx of proposal letters.
Her father explains that her reputation has blossomed significantly following the recent high society garden party.
Decorative flowers frame the description of Julia as a beautiful, brave, and remarkably cold noblewoman.
Julia reacts with confusion when her father calls her the frost flower knight of their family.
The father laughs at her bewilderment while Julia insists she has already rejected every single proposal.
The gray-haired man reaches into the pile to pull out a specific high-status letter for her.
Julia's eyes widen as her father reveals a letter sent personally by the second prince, Jeremy.
Narrative text identifies Jeremy as a man who previously vied for the crown against Prince Leonard. Standing proudly in his uniform, Prince Jeremy is known for his past struggles for power. Julia carefully reads the prince's letter, immediately suspicious of any underlying political schemes he might have.
Looking at her father, Julia asks if attendance is mandatory for the prince's upcoming social engagement. Her father explains Jeremy's power struggle and suggests a simple greeting might be the safest course.
Rejecting the political bait, Julia firmly slides the letter back into its envelope and refuses attendance.
Julia declares she will live for the people and the empire rather than chasing royal bloodlines.
Her father stares at her in silence, processing his daughter's strong sense of personal conviction.
Clearing his throat, the father finally concedes and acknowledges that he understands his daughter's firm stance.
Night blankets the estate as the father dismisses Julia to rest while he handles the correspondence.
The sun shines over the palace towers as a new day begins for the Imperial Knights. Two knights discuss the latest news about Julia while a blonde woman listens from a distance.
The blonde knight is horrified to learn that Julia defeated every member of the elite unit.
Realizing Julia survived the ambush, the blonde woman's face contorts with a look of pure hatred.
The two knights laugh and mock the story's validity as they walk past the fuming woman. Trembling with rage, the woman curses Chris's incompetence for failing to eliminate the commander as planned.
The blonde woman roughly bumps into a red-haired knight who winces and lets out a cry.
Spinning around, the furious woman shouts at the knight to be careful and watch her step.
The blonde woman suddenly pauses, her expression shifting as she recognizes the person she just hit.
A terrified Aisha trembles as she realizes she has encountered the dangerous and angry blonde knight. A blonde noblewoman sits elegantly as a black-haired man kneels before her with a ring. Aisha apologizes profusely for her distraction, but the blonde woman mockingly demands she speak much louder. Paralyzed by fear, Aisha hiccups while the blonde knight looms over her with a menacing presence. The blonde woman warns that Aisha's shivering makes her look like a villain in this interaction. Smiling coldly, the woman claims that she is the one who has truly been victimized here. The blonde knight pins Aisha against the palace wall, preparing to deliver a final cruel message. Grabbing a lock of Aisha's red hair, the woman reminds her of a previous serious warning.
The blonde woman threatens to chop off Aisha's hair if they ever cross paths in public.
Aisha begs for mercy while the blonde knight mocks her master's status and her own fear. Julia arrives just as the blonde knight pins a terrified Aisha against the palace wall. The blonde knight looms over Aisha while Julia demands to know what she is doing.
A close-up shows the blonde knight smiling maliciously while acknowledging the commander's sudden and unexpected arrival.
Releasing Aisha with a death threat, the blonde knight orders her to leave the area immediately. The blonde knight waves goodbye while Julia angrily commands her to stop and face her. The blonde knight turns with a mock greeting, questioning Julia's identity as the princess of the family.
The blonde knight dismisses her actions as a student chat while Julia questions her suspicious behavior.
Julia looks down at the terrified Aisha, whose noble family name is revealed to be Ivant. Narrative text suggests adjusting titles as Julia asks the blonde knight about her specific underlying intent.
Julia stands tall, clarifying that she is the general of knights rather than just a princess.
Julia demands that the knight show proper respect to her superior officer during their tense confrontation.
Fixating on the protocol, Julia commands the woman to use her correct title and rank immediately.
The blonde knight laughs mockingly, insulting Julia's young appearance and doubting her status as a knight.
A rumor is mentioned while the background fills with a dark, intense, and oppressive energy. The blonde knight dismisses the rumor of Julia's victory over the elite unit as a lie.
Julia internally questions how rumors spread about her training session while remaining remarkably calm and composed. Leaning in close, the blonde knight suggests Julia is desperate to maintain her prestigious general position. The blonde knight questions how Julia managed to gain the favor of the elite Black Lion unit. With a menacing smile, the blonde knight warns Julia to be extremely careful in her future actions. Looking annoyed, Julia asks why the woman is even bothering to discuss these matters with her. The blonde knight claims she is offering lady-to-lady advice about the dangers of spreading ridiculous rumors. The blonde knight warns that the commander would be held responsible if any bad rumors spread up. Julia laughs coldly, stating she has no idea what the knight is even trying to say.
A comical and angry expression crosses the blonde knight's face as she reacts to Julia's laughter.
Narrative text notes that Aisha has always been the subject of envy and mockery in the past.
A flashback shows the blonde knight's history of mocking others regardless of their changing physical appearances.
Julia watches the fuming knight, thinking she must clarify her point amidst the woman's strange behavior.
Julia decides to return the knight's provocations, causing the blonde woman to look confused and startled. Julia commands the blonde knight to follow her as she walks away with a determined stride.
The scene shifts to the guard unit's training field where the two women face each other.
A close-up shows a sheathed sword being tossed through the air toward the blonde knight. Julia stands in the center of the arena and tells the blonde knight to pick her sword.
The blonde knight mockingly asks if Julia intends to use physical strength to discipline her subordinates.
Julia declares it is time to discipline those with poor attitudes and invites any challengers forward.
Aisha and other knights watch from the sidelines, whispering as the atmosphere becomes heavy and tense.
The blonde knight's hand trembles with rage as she grips the sword, feeling isolated and unsupported.
The blonde knight draws her blade and mockingly tells the princess to also pick up her sword.
Julia offers a confident and triumphant smile, daring the knight to try and make her fight.
The blonde knight warns that Julia will regret this choice as she prepares to start the duel.
The surrounding crowd of guards erupts in noisy shouting as the two high-ranking women face off.
A brown-haired man observes the disorganized training grounds and complains about the lazy guard squad.
A title card identifies the man as Justin Randall, the captain of the guard squad.
Justin Randall spots Aisha in the crowd and watches the unfolding fight with looks of shock. Walking up from behind, Justin Randall asks why the two women are fighting in the arena.
Justin startles Aisha by touching her shoulder, causing her to let out a loud pain scream.
Justin Randall apologizes for the scare while a surprised Aisha recognizes him as her squad captain.
Aisha apologizes for her reaction while the captain tells her not to worry about the fright.
Justin Randall asks Aisha to explain the cause of the unprecedented duel taking place between the leaders.
Justin notes that such a fight is rare while Julia leaps into the air with speed. Trembling with visible anxiety, Aisha admits she has no idea what is actually happening in the arena.
Speech bubbles dismiss a previous thought while floating against a clear blue sky.
Aisha looks conflicted as she watches Julia and another knight walk through the palace. A memory shows Aisha on the ground, reflecting that she will remain unchanged.
The blonde knight gazes down with a cold, superior, and malicious expression.
Jingo collapses onto her knees while a fellow knight calls out in sudden concern.
Randall asks Jingo what is wrong as she begins to cough into her hand.
Several knights mock Jingo, claiming she is pretending to be weak like her brother.
Someone warns the mockers to be quiet as Jingo looks up with wide, fearful eyes.
Jingo faces the group of knights, asking them to repeat what they just said.
Aisha clenches her gloved fists on the floor as tears fall onto the stone.
A thought questions how anyone could oppress a knight who holds their sword so lightly.
During the duel, Julia effortlessly parries the blonde knight's attack, impressing the silent crowd. While Aisha cries, Randall restrains a knight who is insulting her family's reputation. Feeling like a coward, Aisha laments her inability to defend herself against the cruelty.
Randall comforts the distressed Aisha, stating he has already scolded the knights responsible.
Randall encourages Aisha to stop holding back and simply punch those who treat her poorly.
Emily Barker watches the interaction from a distance with a serious and contemplative look.
The blonde knight charges forward with a fierce battle cry as the duel begins. Julia dodges a strike with calm precision, frustrating the blonde knight's aggressive offensive.
Observing her opponent's movements, Julia realizes the knight is desperately waiting for an opening.
The blonde knight is shocked that Julia has managed to avoid every single blow.
Determined to win, the blonde knight shouts that she has also been training very hard.
Julia catches the blonde knight's wrist mid-swing, causing her to let out a pained scream.
With a powerful move, Julia slams the blonde knight onto the training ground floor.
The commander pins the blonde knight's head down, asserting her complete dominance in the arena. Julia lectures her, stating such dishonorable behavior is unacceptable for a knight of her skill. Julia mocks the knight's abilities, questioning how she could even be considered a knight. Julia commands the defeated woman to remember to respect her superior officers from now on. The blonde knight gasps in terror while pinned helplessly under Julia's firm grip.
Julia notes the knight's refusal to answer and suggests her discipline might still be insufficient. Standing over her, Julia asks if she wants another match or a different punishment.
Julia threatens to snap the knight's wrist so she can never hold a sword again. The blonde knight's eyes widen in sheer terror as she experiences intense physical agony.
A purple transition panel appears with a thought bubble continuing a previous statement.
Bystanding knights observe the aftermath while one admits they were being far too impulsive.
A close-up shows a knight's mouth as they vow never to repeat their mistakes.
Julia lets go of the blonde knight, whose hand trembles as she recovers from the pin.
Julia walks away, satisfied with the apology, while the blonde knight lies there bleeding. Clenching her fist, the blonde knight reflects that meeting Julia first was actually lucky.
Julia stands tall, ordering the knight to pay attention and behave properly in the future.
In a private room, Emily Barker tells Aisha she is glad the training is over. The blonde knight sits on the bed, furiously accusing Julia of almost breaking her wrist.
Emily Barker scoffs, suggesting the knight is lucky her neck wasn't blown away instead.
Sitting with a book, Emily Barker asks the blonde knight why she even fought.
Someone shouts a refusal to answer from behind the curtain of the private quarters.
Emily advises Aisha to cover her back in front instead of just running blindly.
Emily offers special advice to the Count's daughter, telling her to listen very carefully.
Emily Barker taps on a large book while asking if Aisha has heard the recent news. The blonde knight listens as Emily mentions news regarding her lover being expelled.
Chibi Aisha looks completely confused, questioning who Emily is referring to as her supposed lover.
The blonde knight smiles while mentioning that Chris dated briefly during his younger days.
Emily Barker looks shocked as the blonde knight asks if they were simply childhood friends. The blonde knight claims that Chris is surprisingly kind and therefore very easy to use.
Emily Barker notes that Chris likes her, but the blonde knight dismisses it as a fairy tale.
The blonde knight wonders why the deal was expelled, suspecting Julia influenced the members' decisions. Resting her hands on her knees, the blonde knight fears punishment if Chris reveals her story. The blonde knight reflects that Chris seemingly remained unaware of her involvement in the past events. A close-up shows the blonde knight laughing mockingly with her hand covering her smiling mouth.
The blonde knight thanks Chris while Emily Barker asks about the fate of the other members. Emily Barker looks suspicious as she asks where the blonde knight is going with the manager. Julia looks annoyed as a voice asks if she has been feeling more irritable lately.
Laughing on her bed, the blonde knight admits she leans on the manager like a fox.
A close-up captures the blonde knight's eyes as she lies down in a moment of rest.
Emily Barker asks a question about liking the manager, and the blonde knight confirms her feelings.
Walking away in her white boots, the blonde knight decides she must scold the man. Emily Barker offers a bright smile and asks if she should call the man for her. The scene shifts to the garden where Julia walks alongside Prince Leonard under the bright sun. Looking at the grand palace architecture, Prince Leonard comments that the weather is exceptionally nice today. Julia looks stressed as Prince Leonard sparkles with charm, making her feel like they are restarting.
Chibi Julia bows to leave for business, but Prince Leonard pleads for her to mate.
Prince Leonard asks if she is struggling with hiring a vice captain after hearing news from her father.
Looking nervous with sweat drops, Julia admits that the hiring process is indeed proving to be difficult.
Prince Leonard offers his assistance with a friendly smile, suggesting a potential solution to her problem.
Chibi Julia firmly rejects the prince's help, stating that mastering the basics of her role is enough.
Prince Leonard grabs Julia's cape, insisting it is fine for him to just see her occasionally.
Startled and blushing, Julia shouts in shock and demands that the prince let go of her.
A hand grips the fabric tightly as Prince Leonard tries to continue his explanation to her.
A thought bubble expresses a sincere desire to help the commander amidst a backdrop of yellow flowers.
Prince Leonard gazes with sparkling eyes, appearing completely innocent and hopeful in his attempt to assist.
A voice from off-screen comments that Leonard's behavior is quite a shame for a brother.
Hearing the voice, Prince Leonard reacts with a look of pure, unadulterated shock and recognition. Prince Leonard angrily asks Jeremy what he wants while Julia looks completely drained by their interaction.
Surrounded by roses, Prince Jeremy greets Julia and expresses his sincere pleasure at finally meeting her.
Prince Jeremy mocks Leonard for his ugly behavior, causing the younger prince to blush with deep embarrassment.
A close-up of their feet shows Prince Jeremy standing close while greeting Julia with royal formality.
Prince Jeremy smiles confidently as he continues his conversation with the commander in the palace garden.
Julia looks at the princes with a confused expression, wondering about the purpose of this meeting. Chibi Prince Jeremy silences Leonard while asking Julia if this is their first face-to-face encounter.
Taking Julia's gloved hand, Prince Jeremy mentions that Lord Rosenthal has already heard about the matter.
Prince Jeremy invites Julia to a banquet, but she notes a prior commitment prevents her attendance.
Julia closes her eyes and clarifies that she did not intend to ask for an apology.
Prince Jeremy snaps his fingers to summon his attendants for a grand and colorful floral display.
A group of maids arrived, each carrying a different, vibrant bouquet of flowers for the commander. An attendant presents a large bouquet of yellow flowers to Julia on behalf of the prince.
Prince Jeremy stands amidst floral decorations and asks Julia if she has a fondness for flowers.
Julia holds the massive yellow bouquet with a forced smile, feeling overwhelmed by the prince's excessive gesture.
Julia's eyes widen as she spots someone familiar approaching from a distance through the palace doors. Julia calls out to Sir Kyrant as he walks through the hallway, appearing surprised by her presence.
Chibi Julia bows and thanks Prince Leonard, leaving him flustered by her sudden and polite departure.
As Julia walks away, Leonard blames Jeremy for her exit, which Jeremy dismisses with a laugh.
Julia credits Sir Kyrant for her safety while he asks what else is on her mind.
Prince Jeremy apologizes for the awkward situation while Prince Leonard and the maids watch on.
Sir Kyrant looks at Julia in silence with a serious and contemplative expression on his face.
Julia holds her bouquet and happily offers to treat Sir Kyrant to a meal in return.
Julia and Sir Kyrant walk through the palace garden while she carries the large floral arrangement.
A chibi guard in red panics loudly because he forgot his wallet and cannot find the chief.
Prince Leonard looks puzzled while standing with a palace guard in the royal garden.
Prince Leonard asks the shocked guard if he believes the prince is not good enough for her. Prince Leonard questions his appearance while the guard calls the entire situation nonsensical and confusing.
The guard reassures Prince Leonard of his noble status and the high expectations the people hold.
Prince Leonard listens with a cold, piercing gaze, appearing completely unimpressed by the guard's words. Shifting his mood, Prince Leonard offers a bright smile and asks if his charm is too much. Prince Leonard wonders why Julia is pushing him away as the guard looks on with concern.
Prince Leonard considers if his good looks are a crime while Cian passes by in the background.
In a comical chibi moment, Prince Leonard points towards Cian, who reacts with sudden surprise.
Prince Leonard and Cian exchange silent, intense looks as they face each other in the palace hallway.
Cian greets the crown prince with a fake smile, noting it has been a long time.
Cian explains he was summoned for a family anniversary after Prince Leonard asks what is happening.
A close-up of a golden lamppost marks the crown prince's realization that the anniversary is today.
Narrative text identifies Princess Irina as Xian's mother and the late sister-in-law of the emperor.
Xian reflects on being summoned by the emperor to honor his father's memory at the palace.
Xian and the emperor pay their respects at a floral memorial for their late family members.
Prince Leonard recalls his father's love for his aunt, noting the weight of Xian's family background.
Xian questions if he is being treated as a substitute while Prince Leonard watches him suspiciously.
Xian asks the crown prince not to report his frequent palace visits to his father.
Xian flashes a brilliant smile and thanks Prince Leonard for his understanding before leaving. Prince Leonard looks down in silence, processing his complex conversation with Xian in the garden.
Prince Leonard dismisses the unpleasant interaction as Chibi Xian makes his polite and cheerful exit.
Green leaves frame the clear blue sky above the palace walls as the scene shifts.
Xian walks away with his hands in his pockets, leaving Prince Leonard alone on the balcony.
Prince Leonard reflects on the awkward attitude his father maintains toward Xian and his family.
Prince Leonard feels nauseous thinking about the lunch he ate as the situation becomes overwhelming.
Xian walks through the sunlit grounds, letting out a weary sigh about the current state of affairs.
Xian thinks about the emperor with a look of deep concern and lingering physical exhaustion.
The emperor comically suggests that Xian join the Winter Knights, which leaves Xian completely speechless.
Xian smiles and sighs to himself, internally rejecting the idea of joining the Imperial Knight Order.
Xian wonders why he's being pressured to stay in the empire as he walks alone. Kicking a small stone, Xian laments the crown prince's luck and hopes for a better outcome.
Julia's white boot accidentally steps on the same small stone Xian just kicked across the path.
Julia asks Xian if they should visit his father while he reacts with absolute shock.
Julia looks towards Xian with a confused expression as they stand together in the palace grounds.
Julia screams in sudden recognition as she realizes she has finally encountered the person she wanted. Xian reacts with a nervous gasp and an awkward smile at Julia's intense and loud reaction.
Julia grabs Xian by his collar and commands him to stay still while he pants.
Xian looks bewildered and asks Julia why she continues to hold onto his collar so tightly. A chibi Julia grumbles and maintains her firm grip on a sweating chibi Xian's jacket.
Julia shouts that Xian isn't going anywhere else, her expression full of determination and fierce anger.
Xian laughs nervously and mentions going somewhere else, trying to escape Julia's aggressive questioning.
Xian lets out a pained groan as Julia tightens her grip on his suit collar. Xian tries to distract Julia by pointing behind her, but she refuses to be fooled by him.
Xian looks nervous while asking Julia why she is so angry at him.
Julia blushes and grabs Xian's collar, reflecting on how his smile makes her tremble.
Julia yells at Xian for his constant smirking while he eventually offers his surrender. Xian attempts to soothe the situation by gently patting Julia's hair and telling her to calm down.
Against a sunset sky, Xian suggests having tea to clear up misunderstandings regarding the Raymere Mountains.
Xian watches Julia adjust her attire and asks if she has reached the level of a swordmaster.
In a chibi moment, Xian wonders if he's being watched while pondering his next moves.
Julia places a firm hand on Xian's chest as the atmosphere between them remains charged.
Julia looks forward with a sharp and focused gaze, appearing ready for a confrontation.
Xian reacts with confusion as he realizes Julia is suddenly challenging him to a duel. On the ground, Xian listens as Julia demands a knightly match and forbids him from fleeing.
Xian accepts the challenge, deciding that a duel might help Julia release her lingering anger.
Julia commands Xian to follow her for the duel as they walk past the palace towers.
In a comical chibi scene, Julia drags a protesting and exhausted Xian toward their destination.
The Duke of Rosenthal enters the scene while Julia questions if Xian is still a knight. The Duke of Rosenthal looks at the pair with deep disapproval and asks for an explanation.
A close-up captures Julia's wide-eyed shock upon seeing her father standing at the palace entrance. Xian panics and asks Julia to release him as her father watches their physical struggle.
Julia continues her outburst while the Duke looks on with a horrified and bewildered expression.
A weary sigh echoes through the sunset-colored sky as the scene's tension reaches its peak.
Julia explains that Xian is the swordmaster she met during training while her father looks skeptical.
The Duke warns them to be careful of witnesses in the palace while Xian agrees to comply.
Julia feels embarrassed by her father's reaction while the Duke trembles with unspoken thoughts.
The Duke apologizes for Julia's behavior, but Xian dismisses it and claims to love her.
The Duke narrows his eyes in suspicion, asking the teal-haired man who he actually is.
Xian leans in and whispers something to a startled Julia while the Duke watches them. Xian flashes a bright smile and introduces himself as Xian Delasius, questioning Julia's memory. The Duke repeats the name Xian in disbelief as he looks at the teal-haired man. Shocked by the realization, the Duke asks if he is truly that famous Xian.
Xian offers a respectful bow to the Duke while Julia watches them with a confused look.
Xian notes that 7 years have passed since they last met when he was 15. Julia realizes Xian's noble background while the Duke asks about his status as a swordmaster. The Duke apologizes for the short meeting and invites Xian to the mansion for drinks. The Duke happily agrees to the drink while a flustered Julia tries to intervene.
Xian cheerfully leads an annoyed Julia away, insisting that they should leave for the mansion.
Xian asks Julia if she intends to break her promise as she reacts with surprise.
Leaning in close, Cyan suggests postponing their previous discussion until the next meeting.
In a chibi moment, Cyan looks pleased while Julia is visibly shocked by his proximity.
Julia looks irritated as they walk through the palace, still processing Cyan's bold behavior.
Cyan laughs nervously after being reminded of the Crown Prince's similarly charming attitude.
Night falls over the grand palace architecture as the scene shifts to the evening meal.
During dinner, the Duke admits his surprise at meeting Cyan after his departure from the Empire.
Drinking his wine, Cyan explains that he has been back for quite some time now.
The Duke questions Cyan's plans for settling down while Cyan expresses his love for travel.
The Duke laughs and stops prying, reminiscing about Cyan's lifelong dream of living freely.
Julia looks at the two men and asks how they became acquainted in the past.
The Duke reveals that he personally taught Cyan how to use a sword 7 years ago.
Cyan recalls living and training at the mansion for 2 months during his youth.
Chibi Julia wonders why she has no memory of Cyan while her father explains her absence.
Julia rests her chin on her hand and dismisses the matter as she continues to observe.
Cyan smirks at dinner, asking why Julia is staring and if she is interested in him.
During dinner, the Duke encourages Cyan to drink while night falls over the royal palace.
Two birds chirp on a tree branch against a clear sky, signaling the morning hours.
Julia wakes up with a headache and wonders how much alcohol she consumed last night.
Julia recalls falling asleep at the table while Cyan continued to drink with composure.
Judy knocks on the door and asks if the lady has woken up yet.
Judy enters with tea and asks if Julia is feeling physically all right after the drinking. Julia says she is fine, but Judy suspects she is hiding her true discomfort.
Julia mentions using magic to clear the alcohol, which Judy finds to be a convenient feature.
As Judy pours tea, she asks if Julia remembers entering the bedroom last night.
Judy wiggles her finger and repeatedly says no, indicating Julia did not walk back alone. Judy asks who the handsome guy from last night was, leaving Julia looking confused. Judy identifies him as the blue-haired guest, causing Julia to feel a wave of anxiety.
A flashback shows Cyan carrying a drunken Julia on his back while asking for directions.
Judy asks if romance is starting while Julia hides her face in embarrassment.
Julia tells Judy not to misunderstand the situation as the sun shines on the palace.
The scene shifts to the architectural towers of the palace under a bright morning sun. Julia walks through the hall while Ginger Ihas rushes past her with quick footsteps.
A close-up shows Julia's white boot as she accidentally trips following the collision.
Julia lets out a cry of surprise as she loses her balance in the hallway. A loud crash occurs as the two knights fall onto the floor together.
Julia asks if she is all right while Ginger Ihas apologizes for the collision.
Julia notes that Ginger was the one who fell and questions the unnecessary apology.
Julia offers her hand while Ginger realizes she is facing the commander of the Winter Knights.
Julia asks if she can stand up while Ginger looks at her with wide arms.
Ginger thinks about hiding in a mouse hole while Julia finishes her sentence. Narrative text identifies the red-haired woman as Ginger Ihas, a top knight from Count Ihas's family.
Julia recognizes Ginger and comments on things being different now compared to the past.
Ginger looks surprised and asks if Julia actually remembers meeting her before. An internal monologue reveals Ginger never actually wanted to pursue the path of a knight.
Her father forced her to become a knight to maintain the family's honor.
A flashback shows Ginger as a child being comforted by a kind male relative. Due to her talent, Ginger was able to enter the prestigious Knights Templar Order.
Ginger reflects on having a good manager and companions during her early days.
A close-up of a hand shows the scars and calluses from intense training.
Ginger smiles sadly while looking at her hand, recalling the difficulty of her training.
A dark panel with the word "but" signals a shift in the narrative's direction.
Ginger recalls how Aisha began to trick and isolate her from the rest of the members. Close-ups capture the moment Aisha and Ginger met, which Ginger still cannot forget.
Narrative text notes Aisha's reputation for friendliness while she interacts with other knights.
Aisha systematically stole Ginger's supporters one by one, leaving her alone on the sidelines.
Ginger decided she could not allow Aisha to continue her behavior after realizing the truth.
Aisha's sabotage included accidentally stepping on Ginger's foot during live sword practice.
Aisha accidentally threw a sword from Ginger's father into a fire pit.
Aisha feigned ignorance and apologized as the bullying against Ginger worsened over time. Ginger slapped Aisha, but Aisha used the situation to make herself look like the victim.
Aisha took advantage of her background as a fallen aristocrat to gain sympathy.
Crying and acting fragile, Aisha successfully won the support of the surrounding knights.
Aisha branded Ginger as a persecutor by exploiting her high status as a count's daughter. The more Ginger resisted, the more her relationship with her fellow knight members deteriorated.
Ginger's internal struggle worsens as she feels the isolation from her peers growing deeper and deeper.
While Aisha smiles triumphantly, Ginger reflects on how the entire order has sided with her rival.
Alone in her despair, Ginger fears the commander won't believe her while her brother's health deteriorates. Ginger steels herself against the emotional pain, determined to face the challenges ahead in somber silence.
With no one to turn to for support, the young knight resolves to endure the isolation alone.
A gentle breeze blows through the palace grounds as the afternoon sun marks a scene transition. Sitting on a bench, Julia admits she was surprised to find Ginger watching her recent training session. Julia encourages her, noting that talent naturally draws attention despite Ginger's reservations about her own past.
Ginger remains silent, processing the commander's words with a look of deep, pained contemplation on her face.
Sweating nervously, Ginger identifies herself as the chief while struggling to maintain her composure during the talk.
Fidgeting with her gloved hands, Ginger prepares to ask a sudden question that has been weighing heavily.
Looking up at the birds in the clear sky, she asks how she can become strong.
Julia stares at Ginger in stunned silence, momentarily taken aback by the young knight's earnest and direct request.
Julia reassures her that consistent, hard effort is the only true path to mastering one's knightly skills.
Ginger looks down with a saddened expression as Julia prepares to offer further advice on her situation.
Julia crosses her arms and cautions Ginger against being too hasty despite her obvious personal struggles.
Julia praises Ginger's inherent talent and tireless effort, acknowledging the significant hard work she has put in.
A narrative bubble suggests that positive results and success will surely follow Ginger's dedication very soon.
Moved by the unexpected praise, Ginger looks up with wide, teary eyes at the blonde commander.
Ginger thanks the commander and excuses herself, stating she must return to her scheduled training session immediately.
Julia watches with a puzzled look as Ginger stumbles away, clearly overwhelmed by their brief emotional interaction.
Noticing the drastic change in Ginger's demeanor, Julia wonders what truly happened during her time with Aisha.
Standing in the palace hallway, Julia suspects that Aisha was at the heart of Ginger's past troubles.
Looking toward the bright sky, Julia resolves to uncover the truth behind the conflict between the two.
Ginger flees in embarrassment while the manager runs through the hall searching for the commander.
Ginger gasps in surprise as she nearly collides with the man rushing through the palace corridor. The dark-haired manager with a facial scar reacts with shock as he almost runs into Ginger. The man catches Ginger to stabilize her, urgently warning her to be careful in the palace hallway.
Startled and blushing intensely, Ginger stares at the manager while he holds her firmly by the shoulders.
The manager apologizes for his haste and asks if Ginger is all right after the sudden near collision.
Noticing her pale complexion, he offers to escort her to the infirmary and asks if she has a fever. Ginger shouts that she is fine and sprints away, leaving the manager confused on the floor. The manager stares in silence, appearing deeply concerned by Ginger's sudden and frantic departure from him. A close-up reveals Ginger's blushing, sparkling face as she processes the physical contact with the kind manager.
In a chibi state, the manager panics, wondering if he accidentally caused an adult knight to cry.
He recalls his duty to report that the chief of Griffin has arrived for an official visit. The manager quickly stands up as a voice calls out for the commander from the palace garden. Walking alone, Ginger finally lets out the tears she had been holding back since her morning encounter.
Ginger wipes her eyes, wondering why her emotions are so unstable today while apologizing to her internal self.
A thought bubble commands Ginger to calm down and regain her composure despite her racing heart.
She reminds herself not to depend on others, reinforcing her lonely resolve to face her problems alone. Julia decides she should ask Sir Justin about Ginger's past while walking through the palace grounds.
Looking somber, Julia finds the entire situation surrounding the red-haired knight to be deeply upsetting.
Julia observes a group of knights praising Aisha for her supposed help during their recent skill evaluations.
One of the knights reacts with confusion as the conversation shifts toward Ginger's recent poor performance.
Aisha mocks Ginger's inability to succeed while the others warn her to keep her voice down.
Julia listens as they question how someone as humble as Ginger could ever truly be a knight. The knights continue their mockery, suggesting that Ginger's status as nobility should be formally revoked soon.
A voice scoffs at Ginger's relationship with the manager, questioning why he would ever date such a woman.
Aisha and her companions laugh heartily, relishing the gossip and their social dominance over their isolated peer. Narrative text describes an unfamiliar sight while two knights stand together in uniform. A close-up of a white boot walking follows narrative text about past bullying. Julia asks what is funny, startling two knights who were gossiping in the hall.
Standing before a floral backdrop, Julia offers a polite greeting to the surprised knights.
Julia comments on the silence of the guard post as the knights offer bows. Julia confronts a blonde knight for her lack of manners during their initial encounter. Terrified by the reprimand, the blonde knight offers a frantic and desperate apology. Julia reflects on Ginger's ongoing struggle while standing alone near the palace garden walls. Threatening to report the behavior to Sir Justin, Julia commands the knight to leave.
A loud crash startles Sir Justin while he works at his desk in the office.
Julia enters the office and apologizes for slamming the door in her visible frustration.
Sir Justin laughs nervously and asks Julia why she has arrived so suddenly today.
Julia approaches Sir Justin's desk and asks if he is available to answer a question.
Sir Justin welcomes Julia to sit down so they can discuss the matter privately.
A steaming cup of tea rests on the table as their conversation begins.
Sir Justin laments a disappointing performance and questions the sincerity of a friend's actions.
Dialogue bubbles suggest a missed opportunity and the possibility of manipulation from outside sources.
Julia drinks her tea in silence, processing Sir Justin's perspective on the current situation. Sir Justin observes Julia, assuming her reaction is due to the temperature of the tea. Setting down her cup, Julia insists that the heat of the tea is not important.
Julia asks Sir Justin to explain how Ginger Ehas performs her duties within the unit.
Sir Justin asks if Ginger has done something wrong to warrant Julia's sudden inquiry.
Julia explains that a major problem became apparent during her earlier talk with Ginger.
Sir Justin looks down in silent contemplation, considering the weight of Julia's serious concern.
Julia admits it feels wrong to discuss the unit, but insists on highlighting a problem.
Narrative text describes a member who was once considered exceptionally talented and outstandingly young.
Sir Justin recalls Ginger's previously bright personality and her excellent marks in skill assessments.
Sir Justin notes a dark shift in Ginger's personality that began during the last year.
Sir Justin describes Ginger's new passivity and her frequent excuses for missing important training.
Julia asks Sir Justin to elaborate on the strange change he observed in Ginger.
A narrative visual of a queen appears as the conversation touches on miraculous returns.
Sir Justin expresses interest in the story while Julia internally dismisses it as nonsense.
Sir Justin clarifies that his previous interaction with Ginger did not resolve any issues.
Julia reacts with sudden shock to the information Sir Justin provides about the red-haired knight.
Julia admits her frustration with receiving fake smiles and shallow answers from those around her. Clenching his hands, Sir Justin laments that Ginger will no longer speak to him.
In a comical moment, a crying Sir Justin asks Julia if he is ugly.
Sir Justin suggests that Ginger might be hiding circumstances she is unable to speak about.
Julia decides she must meet with Ginger one more time to find the truth.
Sir Justin reflects on the hardness of the situation while looking at the office chess.
Julia stands determined to address the attitude issues and conflicts within the Knight Order.
Ginger reflects on her past hardships and hopes the culprit is not a knight.
Julia thanks the manager and offers to treat him to dinner in the future.
Sir Justin calls out to Julia just as she turns to leave the office.
Sir Justin asks Julia to report any new information she finds regarding Ginger's situation.
A narrative bubble confirms Sir Justin's sincere desire to help Ginger with her troubles.
Julia agrees to the request while standing by the sunlit window of the row.
Julia looks back with a smile, noting that Ginger has a very good relationship.
Sir Justin remains alone in the quiet office, reflecting on the conversation that passed.
Sir Justin admits to himself that he feels like a pathetic man in this situation. A clear sky holds a warning about expulsion if more skill evaluations are missed. The red-haired knight sits alone in a field, looking down with a somber expression.
An isolated bubble questions what should be said to her father and her brother.
A wooden door opens slightly to reveal the interior of a luxurious palace room.
The Duke of Rosenthal sits on a couch with tea and asks if she arrived.
Julia approaches her father, who mentions having some urgent business to attend to shortly.
Julia looks slightly confused by the sudden news her father is about to deliver.
A speech bubble conveys a shocked request for clarification regarding the Duke's previous statement.
Julia reacts with disbelief to her father's plan to make Cian a vice captain.
A narrative bubble reveals that the request for Cian's appointment came directly from the Emperor. The Duke emphasizes that Cian's own opinion on the matter is the most important factor.
Julia expresses doubt, noting Cian's preference for wandering rather than settling down in one place.
A close-up shows the Duke's gloved hand resting on the arm of the plush couch.
Sighing deeply, the Duke addresses his daughter by name as he prepares to explain further. The Duke reveals to Julia that Cian is the only son of the late Princess Irina.
The Duke describes Princess Irina as an upright, courageous leader who was beloved by the people.
A tragic flashback shows a burning building and a young, crying Cian facing harsh condemnation.
Cian's painful past is shown, detailing how he was criticized and isolated after losing parents.
A narrative bubble reflects on the harsh and unforgiving nature of the Empire's high nobility.
The Duke explains that these traumatic events caused Cian to become a closed and distrustful person.
A thought bubble suggests Cian's constant wandering is a direct result of his past isolation. The Duke laments that the Emperor is unaware of the true depth of Cian's personal struggles.
A speech bubble questions if the society's behavior towards Cian was truly that mean.
Julia reflects on how common it is for innocent people to be criticized in nobility.
Birds fly through a clear sky as the Duke expresses his wish for Cian's freedom.
The Duke states his sincere desire to help Cian find happiness and fulfill his wishes.
The Duke explains the Emperor wants Cian settled to preserve Princess Irina's vanishing bloodline.
Julia argues that Cian likely wouldn't want a demanding leadership position like a vice captain.
In a chibi moment, an irritated Julia expresses her reluctance to work with Cian daily. A speech bubble clarifies that the goal is simply to give Cian a fair chance.
The Duke mentions that the Grand Duke of Landelts will be informed of the decision soon.
Julia listens in silence, her expression suggesting she is deeply considering her father's complex request.
Julia tells her father she will take some time to think the matter over carefully.
Looking out the window, Julia admits another swordmaster would benefit the Winter Knight's troops significantly.
A flashback shows a younger Cian while Julia questions hiring someone she considers so selfish.
A chibi scene shows Julia's frustration, fearing Cian's presence will lead to a financial loss.
Julia lets out a frustrated scream as she continues to imagine the headaches Cian will cause.
The scene transitions to the sunlit towers of a grand palace under a bright sky.
Cian lies lazily on a couch as someone asks how much longer he will stay down.
A blonde man with glasses apologizes for his arrival and suggests using magic for a hangover. Cyan dismisses the suggestion, claiming the heat of the hangover helps to clear his cluttered thoughts.
The blonde man ignores Sion's cryptic comments and firmly hands him a formal white envelope.
Cyan looks at the document with a bored expression and asks what the man is giving him.
The blonde man explains the Emperor recommended Sion for the vacant post of vice captain.
Cyan's sister appears as he regrets not warning the man against making such a recommendation.
The blonde man looks back at Sion and bluntly asks how long he intends to be stupid.
A narrative bubble encourages Sion to stop worrying about his family and move forward.
Cyan looks down at the crumpled letter in his hand, processing the weight of the offer.
A loud, shocked exclamation fills the room as someone reacts to the mention of the winter nights.
Cyan's sister excitedly jumps on him, shouting that he absolutely must accept the knightly position. His sister reacts with a loud exclamation, demanding to know what he is doing there.
She explains that the leader of the Winter Knights is the princess of the Rosenthal family.
Blushing with excitement, she views the situation as a great opportunity to finally meet the commander.
Cyan looks deeply troubled and repeats the name of the Rosenthal princess in a confused tone.
Cyan recalls his chaotic past encounters with Julia, realizing she is the commander mentioned in the letter.
His sister asks how they met while mentioning rumors regarding the legendary Ice Flower Knight. A chibi visual depicts Julia's reputation as a beautiful and cool-tempered female swordmaster.
Further chibi imagery portrays Julia standing atop a mountain of gold coins representing her massive wealth.
The sister continues to admire the commander's public image, shown through a glowing chibi portrait.
Cyan rejects the nightly post, stating he would rather open a shop while his father watches.
Looking exhausted and stressed, the Grand Duke facepalms and calls out to Cyan.
His sister attacks him in a fury, demanding to know why he refuses the prestigious position.
The Duke interrupts the scuffle, noting that Cyan's refusal is causing a significant problem.
Caught off guard by the serious tone, the young sister asks for clarification. Cyan offers a playful smile while claiming his only reason for refusing is his dislike for blue. His sister screams that his hair is blue while a chaotic argument erupts in the palace.
The scene transitions to the palace grounds where the red-haired knight sits alone on a bench.
Julia approaches the knight and notes her presence, causing the startled woman to jump. Ginger stutters a greeting as the commander takes a seat beside her on the wooden bench.
Julia looks at her with a calm expression and asks for a moment of her time.
Looking toward the palace, Julia asks what is truly happening within the Night Order. Julia asks if Ginger's previous question about becoming strong was a genuine request for help.
Julia asks if there is a specific reason she feels the need to become strong right now.
Ginger recalls being mocked and isolated by fellow knights while she knelt in the dirt.
Clenching her hands, she struggles with the fact that she cannot mention the bullying.
Julia maintains a silent, observant gaze as she waits for the young knight to answer.
Julia asks about the facial scar, noting that Ginger's restless behavior suggests she is hiding something.
A single word bubble identifies the knight as Ginger, signaling the start of a serious talk. Julia explains that while others may be oblivious, she has noticed Ginger's internal struggle.
Ginger attempts to feign ignorance, claiming she does not understand what the commander is talking about.
Julia encourages her to speak up, arguing that standing still will never resolve her hidden problems.
A dark panel shows the other knights looking on with cold, judgmental, and mocking expressions.
Ginger internally questions if she should admit to being bullied by the other members.
Feeling defeated, the knight laments her inability to overcome the social isolation on her own.
Ginger realizes she is about to make more excuses to hide her painful reality once again.
Her eyes fill with tears as she struggles with the weight of her unspoken trauma.
Julia gently takes Ginger's hands, clarifying that her questions are meant to offer support, not judgment.
Looking directly at her subordinate, Julia firmly states her sincere desire to help her.
Ginger looks back with wide, tear-filled eyes, stunned by the commander's unexpected kindness.
A close-up captures Ginger's intense emotion as she finally begins to break her silence.
Overwhelmed by the commander's support, Ginger buries her face in her hands and weeps.
Time passes as the afternoon sun shines brightly over the towers of the Grand Palace.
Wiping her eyes, Ginger apologizes for her appearance while Julia sits patiently beside her.
Julia reassures her that no apology is necessary if she has done nothing wrong.
Julia asks the knight to detail exactly what has happened to her during her time away.
Ginger begins her explanation with a somber expression, finally ready to reveal the truth.
Ginger confirms that the bullying began as a direct result of Aisha's intense jealousy. A flashback shows Aisha watching with bitter eyes as Ginger receives praise from other knights.
Narrative bubbles confirm that Aisha's jealousy was indeed the catalyst for the systematic bullying.
Julia scoffs at the revelation, concluding that Aisha misdirected her anger over her own lack of skill.
Ginger looks down at her clasped hands and asks how the commander knew she needed hope.
Julia recalls her own past struggles by a campfire while reflecting on the desire for strength. Narrative text reflects on the universal truth that everyone must endure loneliness and suffering alone. Julia stares into the distance with a calm and contemplative expression on the palace grounds. Julia tells Ginger that shared pain is halved and expresses her sincere wish to assist her.
Chibi Ginger admits she always viewed the commander as a strong person who never struggled.
Clenching her hand on the bench, Ginger hesitantly admits she is unsure about speaking out. Ginger smiles brightly despite the bandage on her face, feeling comforted by the commander's presence.
Julia suggests they depart for a new location while Ginger asks where they are going.
Julia takes Ginger's hand and reveals there is another person who wants to help her.
Julia urgently leads the surprised red-haired knight through the palace to meet with Sir Justin.
The sun shines brightly over the grand towers and rooftops of the sprawling royal palace. Sir Justin sits in his office, looking thoughtful as he processes the news of the bullying.
Ginger apologizes for hiding her troubles while Sir Justin insists that he should be the one apologizing.
Sir Justin notes that punishing the bullies will be difficult without solid evidence of their actions.
Ginger wonders if she should testify against her fellow knights despite their shared history as accomplices.
Sir Justin rests his head on his hand and asks Julia for a better way forward. A narrative bubble proposes a duel between Ginger and Aisha to resolve the conflict between them.
Sir Justin suggests framing the match as a ranking battle between the lowest-ranked guard knights.
Julia explains that the large guard knight unit frequently expels members based on skill evaluations.
Sir Justin worries that the high-stakes duel might put an unfair amount of pressure on Ginger.
Chibi Sir Justin asks if Julia is actually familiar with the internal affairs of the guards.
Turning toward her subordinate, Julia asks Ginger if she is truly okay with the proposed duel.
Ginger looks up with a determined expression, her heart racing as she prepares to answer. A decorative plaque featuring crossed swords and a shield hangs prominently on the office wall. Julia stuns Ginger by announcing her plan to recruit her into the elite Winter Knights.
Julia argues that Ginger cannot receive proper training while surrounded by her current toxic unit members.
Sir Justin looks down pensively, considering the gravity of Julia's sudden and bold recruitment proposal.
Sir Justin asks Ginger for her thoughts and promises to help her with whatever she chooses.
Overwhelmed with emotion and a heavy blush, Ginger processes the chance to join Julia's unit. Bright sunlight streams through the palace window as Ginger internally repeats the name of the unit.
Narrative text repeats that everyone must face their own loneliness and suffering to find true strength.
Ginger stares ahead with wide, sparkling eyes, realizing that her life is about to change forever.
Standing alone in her room at night, Ginger decides this will be her final transformation.
A close-up shows Ginger using a pair of scissors to cut her long red hair.
Red hair falls to the floor as Ginger expresses her resolve to join the Winter Knights.
Ginger smiles at her reflection in the mirror, looking rejuvenated with her new short haircut.
A narrative bubble encourages Ginger Ehas to be brave and show her boss her dignity.
An ornate office sits empty at night while a voice declares it is time for goodbye.
Aisha dismissively says goodbye to her companions while standing in the palace lounge at night. Aisha's companion complains that they now face a week of grueling mental training because of her. White boots walk across the floor as a voice mocks a lowly kid for being common. Aisha looks back with a sharp, angry scowl and asks who claimed leaving would be easy. Thunder rumbles outside as Aisha looks at a chessboard and wonders if Ginger has any allies. Aisha smiles wickedly, claiming that others do not truly understand the depth of her social power. Standing up abruptly, Aisha mocks her companions and tells them to prepare for a fight. Pointing a finger, Aisha declares that she will be the only one remaining in the order. Aisha laughs as she exits the room, leaving her frustrated and annoyed companions behind her. The sound of white boots clicking echoes through the empty and dark hallway of the palace. Aisha walks alone down the corridor, reminiscing about the terrible things she did to Ginger. The silver-haired commander looks down with an intense and menacing expression against a red backdrop. A flash of lightning illuminates the royal palace during a heavy and dark midnight rainstorm. Aisha reacts with shock as Julia asks her exactly what she meant by her previous statement. The red-haired knight stares defiantly, stating that her commanders simply gave her a much-needed chance. Aisha asks if she cannot stand alone. Ginger tells her to stop pretending to be nice. A white-gloved hand firmly grasps the hilt and draws a sharp, gleaming steel blade forward. Pointing her sword at Aisha, Ginger tells her to stop talking and draw her own weapon. Looking down with a wicked smile, Aisha asks Ginger if she has finally lost her mind. Aisha is startled as Ginger suddenly moves with surprising speed, catching the blonde woman off guard. Aisha falls to the ground with a grunt as Ginger dominates the intense sword match. Defending herself desperately, Aisha wonders what kind of high-level skill Ginger is currently using against her. Ginger remains focused and cold as she swings her blade with precise and devastating force. Aisha trips over her own heels as she is forced back by Ginger's relentless sword strikes. Clutching her sword with trembling hands, Aisha gasps in pain as the battle reaches its climax. Sir Justin observes that Ginger's mood has changed while Julia agrees that a transformation occurred. Aisha lies defeated on the floor, gasping for breath while the silver blade looms over her. Standing over her fallen bully, Ginger asks Aisha how it feels to lose to a coward. Screaming in denial, Aisha asks if Ginger was secretly pretending to be weak this entire time. Ginger looks back with anger, explaining that Aisha's systematic isolation and torment made her feel weak. Ginger declares she was a coward but is no longer afraid because she is not alone. Aisha screams in fury, refusing to accept the defeat or go away without a final fight. Julia catches Aisha's arm, stating she lost and must accept the result like a true knight.
Aisha sneers at the commander, asking if Julia was on Ginger's team from the very start.
Turning to the other knights, Aisha asks if they feel relieved to see her finally fall.
Ginger shouts Aisha's name while Aisha accuses the commander of being selfish and using a pawn.
Julia yells at Aisha to wake up as she continues to restrain the hysterical blonde woman.
Gripping the woman's arm, Julia declares that this loss is the rightful price for her sins.
Julia looks into Aisha's eyes, stating she used many people to torment Ginger in the past.
Looking away with a shadowed face, Aisha claims that she is fundamentally different from Ginger Ihas.
Julia maintains her hold on Aisha's arm and asks for clarification regarding her claim of difference.
A memory of Aisha being praised by others appears as she questions why she should listen.
Aisha screams that everything would have been fine forever if Julia had never interfered with them.
Sir Justin restrains the struggling Aisha, ordering her to stop and finally act like a knight.
Julia observes that Aisha has lost her mind because she cannot accept the reality of defeat.
Kneeling in despair, Aisha laments that her life was ruined ever since Julia joined the Order.
A narrative bubble confirms that Aisha Evans is now officially expelled from the Guard Knight unit.
Aisha reaches out to grab a passing knight, begging them to wait for just 1 minute.
The knight pulls away from her grasp, stating that there is no redemption for her behavior. Whispers fill the hall as the other knights celebrate Aisha's departure and mock her earlier arrogance.
Looking completely broken, Aisha stares into the distance and whispers that the entire situation is a lie.
Ginger walks away with a somber look as Julia tells her it is time to depart.
Watching them leave, Aisha vows that she cannot forgive them and questions if this is really over.
A close-up reveals the tears of rage and deep hatred brewing within Aisha's bright golden eyes.
Looking down with a wicked smirk, Aisha vows to make them cry tears of blood in return.
Bright sunlight shines over the tall towers of the royal palace as a new day begins. Pink flowers and yellow butterflies dance in a peaceful field under a vast and clear sky.
Julia walks alone, thinking about Ginger greeting Sir Justin before they return to their daily duties.
A montage of the conflict plays in Julia's mind as she reflects on the recent intense events.
Sighing deeply, the commander admits to herself that the entire situation was an uncomfortable finish. Against the bright blue sky, a voice refuses to teach while another asks them not to.
Julia stops as she walks, expressing surprise at someone's unexpected presence in the courtyard. Cyan greets Julia with a bright smile, announcing his arrival with a cheerful exclamation.
Cyan points toward a dark-haired boy, teasingly claiming a suspicious person wants to see Julia.
The dark-haired boy angrily tells Cyan to stop treating him like a small child.
Standing before Julia, a man asks if she requires assistance or lacks specific information.
Cyan looks off into the distance, calmly reflecting on the weight of his personal history.
Julia observes a series of tragic memories involving Cyan's mother and his lonely, fiery childhood.
Julia admits she feels powerless while the dark-haired boy reacts with shock to Cyan's presence.
A white-gloved hand reaches out, firmly requesting that a specific item be handed over immediately.
Cyan laughingly asks if a bribe is necessary since he arrived completely empty-handed.
An irritated Julia demands the Deputy General Manager application form Cyan received from Duke Damien.
Cyan fulfills the request by handing a formal, decorated envelope over to the silver-haired commander.
The dark-haired boy stares in disbelief, struggling to process that Cyan is the new candidate.
Julia holds the document and orders all members to gather for a duel in 30 minutes.
Cyan smirks confidently at the boy while a bubble expresses confusion over the sudden situation.
Cyan's expression shifts to one of nervous strain upon hearing the short deadline for battle.
Julia looks at Cyan with a cold, challenging gaze and suggests starting the test immediately.
Cyan asks if his status as the Emperor's recommended candidate grants him any special exemption.
Julia offers a mocking smirk, clearly unimpressed by Cyan's attempt to dodge the practical evaluation.
Julia warns Cyan that failure to prove his worth means facing every knight in the order.
Julia offers Cyan a chance to compete with her to earn the vice president's position properly.
Chibi Cyan waves goodbye, claiming he must leave to attend a very important prior appointment. A narrative bubble reflects on the lingering sense of loss that defined that particular afternoon.
Cyan's gaze remains steady and serious as he processes the commander's intense and direct challenge.
Cyan strokes his chin thoughtfully, admitting that hearing the proposal is actually quite good news.
Cyan agrees to the test while Julia expresses her frustration at his exhausting, blush-inducing behavior.
An empty training hall stands ready as the sound of clashing steel echoes through the air. Julia and Cyan engage in a fierce duel, their high-speed movements leaving the spectators completely stunned.
The assembled knights watch the duel with wide eyes, questioning the true nature of the fight.
The dark-haired boy explains that the newcomer is a Deputy General Manager candidate linked to royalty. A knight reacts with shock as a massive explosion of mana punctuates the two warriors' collision.
Cyan reveals his true power, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy as he wields his sword.
Julia responds by summoning a freezing aura, her face reflecting her absolute focus and icy determination.
Julia plants her white boot firmly on the floor, bracing herself for a powerful offensive strike.
Swiping her blade with immense speed, Julia releases a massive arc of blue, frost-filled mana energy.
Cyan catches Julia's glowing blue blade on his own fiery sword, causing a spectacular magical impact. A gloved hand grips the hilt tightly, maintaining control as the two elemental forces struggle together.
Fire and ice collide violently as the two swordmasters push each other to their absolute limits.
Cyan lowers his guard and asks if this demonstration is sufficient, claiming he is becoming tired. A close-up shows Julia's gloved hand clenching the hilt of her ice-imbued blade with renewed intensity. A sudden blue slash cuts through the air, forcing a surprised Sion to react once more. Cyan asks if the commander is using the duel to vent her personal frustrations on him. Julia ignores his comments, her cold eyes fixed on him as she prepares for another round.
Julia swings her glowing sword again as a narrative bubble notes Sion's undeniable combat prowess.
A narrative bubble confirms that everyone present has now witnessed the incredible extent of Sion's skills. Cyan stands calmly before the knights and asks if anyone still has an objection to him.
The knights whisper in awe, recalling rumors of the Swordmaster's power and his imperial connection.
A loud, unanimous shout of no fills the training area as the knights accept his strength.
Julia instructs Cyan to report for duty tomorrow, leaving him looking momentarily surprised by the outcome.
Chibi Cyan celebrates with joy, wondering if the warm reception means he is finally truly welcome.
Julia asks Cyan to behave more seriously while he playfully agrees to her request.
Sion promises to consult the Emperor and invites Julia to meet him tomorrow as she sighs.
Julia glares intensely while ordering Cyan not to deflect, causing him to admit his fear.
Cyan dismisses her anger as a joke while the silver-haired commander confirms her irritation.
Cyan cheerfully anticipates their future cooperation while Juliet looks completely exhausted by his behavior.
Ginger bows deeply to Julia, expressing her sincere gratitude for the commander's life-changing help.
Clenching her fist, Ginger passionately vows to work her hardest to become a stronger knight.
Julia offers a soft smile and encourages Ginger, expressing confidence in her future as a knight.
Julia instructs Ginger to report for duty tomorrow, which the red-haired knight enthusiastically accepts.
Standing alone in the grand hallway, Julia watches as Ginger exits through the palace doors. Walking down the corridor, Julia reflects on the recent encounter and thanks someone for their time.
Julia encounters Sir Justin in the palace hallway where he greets her with a calm expression.
Sir Justin expresses regret for his inability to offer Ginger the comfort she received from Julia.
Narrative text suggests that without Julia's intervention, Ginger would have lived her life in fear.
Sir Justin watches from the hallway with a gentle smile as the conflict finally resolves.
Chibi Sir Justin cries with joy over the news, while Julia reacts with visible discomfort.
Julia reflects on her fortune in becoming someone capable of helping Ginger grow and develop.
Sir Justin praises Julia's sincerity, noting that Ginger now has a solid supporter to rely on.
A close-up captures Julia's boots walking across the floor as she continues her palace duties.
Sir Justin bows respectfully and asks Julia to continue taking care of Ginger in the future. Cyan observes Julia's deep concentration, thinking about Ginger's path to becoming a skilled mate.
Cyan leans in to ask why Julia is thinking so intently while she remains silent.
Julia turns around and asks Sion why he has not yet left the palace grounds.
Cyan cheerfully invites Julia for tea to talk privately while surrounding himself with a sparkling aura.
Julia flatly declines the invitation, stating she is not in the mood for a social meeting.
Cyan stops her, claiming he wanted to explain the reason he originally left her. Julia walks away and declares her decision to forget their history, leaving him in the garden. The sun sets as Julia internally addresses the blue-haired man as captain during her departure.
Cyan watches Julia depart with a calm and knowing smile as evening settles over the palace.
Julia glares back at Cyan with suspicion, indicating unresolved tension following his sudden return.
Cyan maintains a playful demeanor while insisting that the two of them must have a talk.
A tea set is prepared as Julia sternly orders Cyan to get straight to the point.
Cyan pouts childishly on a sofa, complaining that the commander is being far too cold.
Julia sits across from him with a bored expression, acknowledging his complaint with a brief response.
Julia questions if the man she previously saw on the mountain was truly the captain.
Cyan looks down thoughtfully, admitting he originally believed the commander was joking about the matter. An ancient book and crest appear as the narrative begins a legendary historical tale.
House Rosenthal killed a fire witch who cursed the family to never survive past childhood.
To break the curse, the family sought help from the powerful and mysterious Frost Witch.
The Frost Witch provided magic and swordsmanship that allowed the family's descendants to survive.
A transitional panel shifts the tone of the narrative with a single ominous word bubble.
A close-up of the Frost Witch suggests her motives for helping were not entirely selfless.
A woman weeps as the narrative explains the family requires icy power just to survive.
Narrative text details how family members accept magic and start learning swordsmanship at age 8.
Julia looks down with a shadowed face, questioning if the family legend is actually a fact.
Cyan notes Julia's changed appearance and her solo climb up the mountain to solve the curse.
Cyan questions if Julia acted recklessly out of hatred for her situation or for another reason.
Julia clenches her fist, reacting silently as Cyan attempts to guess her true internal motivations.
Julia glares at Cyan with intense eyes, repeating her demand for him to speak plainly.
Cyan leans back casually, stating his intention to leave that day regardless of the circumstances.
Cyan gestures as he reminds Julia that he has an important prior engagement to attend.
The scene focuses on Cian's brown leather boots as he walks across the patterned palace floor.
Julia reacts with visible shock, her purple eyes widening as she mentions Marquis Lasius in surprise.
Cian looks away with a gentle expression while reflecting on the profound love his father possessed.
Julia's exclamation of disbelief cuts through the air as Cian laughs cheerfully at her unexpected reaction.
Cian explains the tragedy where the emperor believed his father committed suicide after losing his wife.
A lone figure wanders through a luminous field as Cian reveals his father is still alive.
Julia questions why Cian has not brought his father home while looking at the ornate tea. Cian gazes at Julia and asks if she is already aware of how this story ends.
Blushing deeply, Julia admits she asked a foolish question while looking down in embarrassment and silence.
Cian leans in playfully and tells Julia that the information he shared is a strictly guarded secret.
Julia wonders why Cian chose to share such a heavy and personal secret with her specifically.
Cian looks at Julia with a warm, joyful smile as the light streams into the room.
A vision of a battle appears as Cian recalls sensing Julia's potential for success upon meeting.
The background shifts as Cian admits he initially thought Julia would require his help and protection.
Julia sits on the plush purple sofa and explains her motivation for climbing the mountain alone. Memories of formal parties fill the frame as Julia expresses her desire to live for herself. Cian looks down thoughtfully and acknowledges that traumatic memories are difficult for anyone to truly escape.
Cian peeks over the edge of the sofa and claims he never intended to avoid Julia.
Julia admits she still struggles with an obsession regarding appearances while looking at Cian with intent. Cian is caught off guard by Julia's direct admission, looking startled as he processes her words. Julia reflects on her earlier promise to forget certain things before the duel reached its conclusion. Julia looks directly at Cian and clarifies that she is not asking him to take responsibility.
Julia holds her head in frustration, wondering why she is speaking so openly to the blue-haired man.
Cian's boots click on the floor as he prepares to depart from the private meeting room.
Cian stands up and offers to assist Julia the next time she finds herself in need. With a charming and confident smile, Cian extends his hand and gives Julia his firm promise.
Julia smiles softly to herself while remaining seated, seemingly pleased by Cian's sincere and helpful attitude.
An exclamation of surprise echoes through a grand palace hallway as the scene shifts to royalty. A red-haired man informs the blonde crown prince that Cian has become the new vice commander.
The crown prince reacts with anger and disgust while the red-haired man asks if it bothers him. Looking through a window, the crown prince laments that his own personal recommendations were all rejected.
The crown prince clenches his teeth in fury, wondering how Cian managed to gain Julia's favor.
The red-haired man gently grabs the crown prince's arm and advises him to remain calm. The red-haired man closes his eyes and ponders the situation with a calm and calculating demeanor.
The red-haired man shocks the prince by suggesting he should make Julia his own royal consort.
Chibi versions of the men show the crown prince reacting with panicked shock to the suggestion.
A portrait of Julia highlights her dignity and rank, confirming her suitability for the crown prince.
The red-haired man dismisses the proposal as a backup plan while suggesting they wait for opportunity.
The crown prince declares his confidence in becoming the next emperor while sitting with arms crossed.
Chibi versions show the red-haired man teasing the prince about his fear of being rejected. The red-haired man mentions a strange and persistent rumor that has been circulating throughout the palace. The crown prince looks over his shoulder with intense interest and asks for details about the rumor.
3 palace maids gather in the hallway to whisper about the latest scandalous news they heard. One maid excitedly claims that certain people spent a night together, causing her companions to blush.
The maids continue gossiping about the perfect couple while admiring their stylish shoes and long skirts.
The gossip group wonders how a love triangle involving the crown prince would affect the palace.
A superior's voice orders the maids to stop talking and return to their duties immediately. A blue and gold banner representing the knightly order hangs prominently in a high-ceilinged palace hall. The commanders gather for a strategic briefing to plan a subjugation mission in the mountain ranges.
A map of the Montana mountains illustrates reports of increasing monster activity in the area.
The crown prince explains that the orders must mobilize toward the closer Domini mountain range. Cian yawns while Julia listens to orders regarding the Winter and Black Lion Knight units.
A cheerful knight announces that his unit will serve as the guides for the subjugation.
Sir Justin looks toward the commanders and asks for the specific date of their departure. The council decides to leave in 15 days to ensure all preparations are fully completed.
Following the strategy meeting, Julia steps through the palace doors and calls out to Cian.
Julia confronts Cian about his earlier yawning while they walk through the palace courtyard together.
Cian pouts and claims he is exhausted from working without any sleep since his arrival.
Julia scolds Cian for his poor manners and orders him to behave properly around others.
Chibi Cian wonders how he ended up on a subjugation mission immediately after his appointment.
Julia explains that the subjugation is annual and his position has been empty for months.
Cian asks about the fate of his predecessor while Julia tells him he doesn't need to know.
Chibi Cian speculates about various crimes while Julia orders him to oversee the knight's training.
Cian expresses shock over the schedule as Julia confirms training continues until late at night. Night falls over the palace as a voice calls out to the commander under the moon. Julia stops in her tracks and turns to find Sir Kyrant walking toward her.
Sir Kyrant observes that the commander is staying remarkably late for her duties today.
Julia explains her desire to train more while Sir Kyrant listens with a calm expression. The silver-haired commander asks if Sir Kyrant always remains at the palace late for training.
Sir Kyrant looks at her and claims there is no particular reason for his late presence. Turning away, Sir Kyrant mentions that a town festival with fireworks is happening tonight.
In a flashback, townspeople celebrate in a lively street decorated with banners and musical performers.
Julia admits she wants to see the fireworks, but worries it is already too late.
Chibi Kyrant tells Julia to follow him while she protests his sudden and fast movement. Sir Kyrant opens a heavy door, stating they can watch the display without being distracted.
Julia realizes she is standing in Sir Kyrant's private office as he looks at her.
Julia's eyes widen as she reacts to the sudden light illuminating the dark night sky. A breathtaking aerial view reveals the entire town lit up by a massive fireworks display.
Amidst the colorful explosions, Sir Kyrant asks Julia if she enjoys watching events like this.
Julia looks at the vibrant sky and admits she has never really thought about it.
Standing on the balcony, Julia asks if Sir Kyrant came by specifically to watch with her. Sir Kyrant remains silent before playfully claiming that his earlier question was only a joke.
Bright bursts of light fill the air as Sir Kyrant reflects on recent palace events.
A close-up of the black-haired knight's face reveals his thoughtful and serious expression.
Sir Kyrant looks toward Julia, suggests that she needs to rest once in a while.
Sir Kyrant warns Julia that constantly charging forward will eventually lead to her total collapse.
Looking down at her boots, Julia asks if he is showing her this for her sake. A close-up captures Julia's ear turning bright red as she blushes from the knight's concern.
Feeling embarrassed, Julia laughs nervously and sincerely thanks Sir Kyrant for his kindness.
A gloved hand rests on the balcony as Sir Kyrant shares a secret about relaxation.
Sir Kyrant explains that watching fireworks allows one to temporarily forget their worries and relax. Julia looks at the glowing sky, reacting with a soft, surprised expression at his words.
The two knights stand together in silence, watching the beautiful, vibrant fireworks over the city.
The evening fades as a quiet stillness settles over the majestic palace grounds. Sunlight streams through a window, illuminating a vase of fresh tulips and roses. Narrative text reveals that the Crown Prince has been sending Julia flowers for over a week. The blonde Crown Prince smiles warmly and tells Julia she looks very beautiful today.
3 days ago, the prince presented Julia with a greenhouse bouquet that reminded him of her.
2 days ago, a flustered Julia received blue flowers that the prince claimed resembled her.
Julia walks down the hallway while wondering what exactly the Crown Prince is trying to accomplish.
A heavy wooden door creaks open as the scene shifts to a meeting within the palace.
The blonde Crown Prince greets Julia, noting they met just as he was intending to visit.
Julia stares at a massive bouquet of blue roses, noting his consistent gift-giving continues again today.
Julia directly questions why the Crown Prince continues to treat her with such unsolicited romantic attention. Pinning her against the wall, the prince asks if the reason for his gifts isn't obvious.
The prince questions if Julia truly doesn't understand his intentions or is simply feigning ignorance. Removing his hand, Julia firmly declares that she is not a woman suitable for his hank.
Julia advises the Crown Prince to seek a better match elsewhere while holding the blue roses.
The Crown Prince observes that it appears the silver-haired commander does not like him. He suddenly grabs Julia's hand as she tries to walk away, asking her to wait a moment.
Julia reacts with visible shock and rising irritation as her personal space is violated again.
The Crown Prince pulls her closer, maintaining a firm grip on her hand despite her resistance.
A soft, focused look crosses the prince's face as he keeps her hand held near him.
Julia orders him to remove his hand, stating she sees no sincerity in any of his words.
Surrounding himself with a romantic aura, the prince insists his feelings for Julia are always sincere.
Julia breaks free from his hold and demands to be let go immediately.
The prince finds her firm refusal despite his status attractive and smiles at her persistence.
Telling him not to embarrass her further, Julia quickly departs while the prince watches her gal.
Left alone, the Crown Prince reflects on the difficulty and intrigue of his pursuit.
An internal thought suggests that things would be much more convenient if she were easier to win.
Julia walks quickly away through the palace hall, leaving the Crown Prince standing behind in silence.
A voice calls out to the captain in the office where knightly arms are displayed.
The brown-haired knight informs Cian that rumors regarding him and Julia are spreading through the palace.
He asks Cian if the rumors of a relationship between the two commanders are actually true.
Cian dismisses the gossip as nonsense and orders his subordinate to focus on his training instead. A pen moves across a document as Cian reflects on the common knowledge regarding the prince.
The subordinate whispers that the Crown Prince is known for being an incredibly promiscuous person.
He claims the collective tears of the prince's many jilted lovers could form a vast sea.
Cian slams his hand onto the desk, repeating his order for the knight to stop talking.
Cian's eyes glow with a threatening intensity as he forces his subordinate into silence.
Chibi versions show the knight sulking while claiming his warnings came from a place of worry.
Cian exhales a heavy sigh of exhaustion while leaning back in his ornate desk chair.
The captain's chair stands empty as he prepares to move on from his paperwork.
Cian announces his temporary departure, leaving his subordinate standing by the desk in the office.
The knight watches him go, wondering what motivated Cian to leave his duties so abruptly.
Cyan reflects that whoever Julia chooses to like is ultimately none of his personal business.
Cyan stops in his tracks as he notices something unusual in the palace courtyard garden.
Cyan spots Julia standing alone amidst the flowers, still carrying the prince's blue rose bouquet.
Cyan watches her from a distance with a silent, unreadable expression on his face.
Letting out a tired sigh, Julia walks back toward the training hall to resume her duty.
Cyan glares with a deeply dissatisfied expression as he prepares to confront the silver-haired commander.
A dark narrative panel captures a tense moment as Cyan addresses the silver-haired commander.
Cyan grabs Julia's shoulders and urgently asks if she is truly dating the crown prince.
Julia dismisses the question as unworthy of an answer while attempting to walk past him.
Cyan panics, wondering if Julia is one of those women who only likes bad boys.
Shouting with dramatic flair, Cyan claims that as her brother, he absolutely forbids this relationship.
Cyan remains in a state of comical despair, still doubting her denial of the rumors.
Julia looks ahead with a stoic and grumpy expression, completely done with the day's drama.
Cyan leans in with a skeptical, close-up gaze, questioning the truth of her earlier statement.
Julia dismisses the need to explain herself to Cyan during their palace confrontation.
Julia asserts that the rumors about her and the prince will soon be proven false.
Cyan remains skeptical, warning that palace gossip is notoriously difficult to fully suppress.
Cyan inwardly worries about the crown prince's increasing involvement during Julia's absence on missions.
Cyan reacts with alarm as Julia crushes the prince's blue roses in her hand.
Julia reflects on her discomfort regarding the persistent rumors despite her outward displays of indifference.
Exhausted by the drama, Cyan rubs his head and lets out a weary sigh.
Cyan questions if the flowers Julia holds are indeed another gift from the persistent prince. Claiming his hands are slippery, Cyan uses magic to incinerate the prince's roses instantly.
Cyan drags Julia toward a meal while she insists on prioritizing their scheduled nightly training.
The two continue bickering over the importance of dinner versus duty as they walk away.
In a secluded garden, the crown prince meets with a red-haired maid for a secret talk. The maid shyly informs the prince that his rumors are successfully reaching the other nobles.
The prince smiles sinisterly, pleased to hear that his manipulative plan is progressing as intended.
Embracing the maid, the prince offers affection in exchange for her continued assistance in his schemes.
A celebratory title card confirms the conclusion of the first season and an upcoming hiatus. The scene shifts to the knightly order traveling on horseback through a sun-drenched autumn forest. Julia halts the unit, ordering a short break to tend to their horses' basic needs.
Butterflies flutter through a flower field as the knights obediently acknowledge their commander's orders.
Cyan yawns loudly while Ginger thanks Julia for the respite from their long journey.
Ginger looks at Julia and asks if this is her first time traveling so far.
Julia admits she feels an uncharacteristic sense of excitement and adventure despite the dangerous mission.
Ginger frantically silences Cyan when the vice commander tries to mention Ginger's physical discomfort from riding.
Laughing softly, Julia notes that such soreness is common for anyone's first time on a horse. Julia reassures Ginger that they will arrive at their destination soon, encouraging him to persevere. Clapping her hands, Julia announces they will depart soon and reach a town by nightfall.
The surrounding knights cheer and prepare for the final leg of their days-long journey.
Night falls over the village as the local tavern glows with warm, inviting light.
Inside the tavern, Alec expresses his deep honor at fighting alongside the goddess once more.
Cyan questions the use of the title, leading Alec to explain it as a term of reverence.
Cyan finds the nickname embarrassing, but the conversation quickly shifts back to their dinner.
Julia remains completely focused on her meal, seemingly ignoring the petty bickering of her subordinates.
Cyan watches Julia with a look of amusement as she continues to eat her steak.
Cyan mockingly asks the goddess if her food is good, causing her to stop eating.
Threatening him with a fork, Julia orders Cyan to stop joking while they are eating dinner.
A knight laughs at their dynamic, though Cyan points out Julia's genuine threat of violence. A dark-haired knight across the table watches Julia with a serious and unblinking intensity. Julia notices the man's heavy gaze and pauses her meal with a look of confusion.
Julia directly asks the black-haired knight why he's staring at her so intently.
The man notes Julia's hunger, which she attributes to the long distance they traveled today.
The knight pushes his own plate toward Julia, insisting she have his portion of meat. Cyan and Alec react with visible shock and disgust at the man's overly forward gesture. Alec tells the dark-haired knight that his behavior was far too pushy for the situation.
Cyan complains about others ogling Julia while she continues to eat her meal with indifference. GBCN pouts about his failed attempt to help while Julia enjoys a cherry tomato.
Other knights offer their food as well, but Alec politely declines their unnecessary generosity.
Julia commands her subordinates to stop making a fuss and simply finish their own meals.
A knight orders 5 additional steaks for Julia, prompting a sharp rebuke from his companion. Alec and the other knight argue over whether Julia will tire of eating so much meat. Frustrated by the noise, Julia slams her hand on the table and orders everyone to be silent.
Villagers share a hearty laugh as the tavern owner orders everyone to stop bickering and eat.
A heavy wooden door remains closed while a thought confirms the monster subjugation begins tomorrow.
Knights relax in their quarters, complaining about the long ride and immediate lack of rest.
Ginger questions the need for their presence if local mercenaries are already in the area.
Justin explains that knights periodically assist distant cities to help with monster cleanup efforts.
Narratives explain that the palace sends assistance because local nobles and mercenaries always lack manpower.
Cyan yawns lazily, dismissively claiming that the knights have never really been much help anyway.
Sir Justin scolds Cyan for his rudeness, though the vice commander remains unbothered by the rebuke.
Alex sits quietly, pondering if things might finally be different during this year's autumn hunt.
Memories of grueling training sessions surface, showing the unit's hard work under the setting sun.
Cyan is caught off guard as Alec observes how much the blue-haired man has recently changed.
Chibi Alec recalls Cyan's former habit of complaining to the commander instead of working hard.
The red-haired woman teases Alec about his former weakness while expressing pride in his growth.
Sir Justin reflects on the unit's transformation into true knights since Julia took command.
Ginger leaps up with excitement, eager to see how many monsters he can defeat this time.
Cyan looks at the enthusiastic young knight with a patronizing smirk, finding his excitement adorable.
Cyan jokingly challenges Ginger to a duel before the monsters arrive, sparking a playful argument. Morning light filters through a vibrant, ethereal forest as the knightly unit gathers for duty. Julia looks ahead with intense focus, ready to lead her knights into the dangerous mountains.
A hooded figure adjusts their cloak as they prepare to lead the scouting mission forward.
A light-haired man introduces himself as the guide for the Montana Mountain Range subjugation mission.
Chibi Julia acknowledges the guide and asks for a report on the current monster situation. The guide suggests leaving the knights on standby to scout out the orc village ahead.
Walking away, the guide leads Julia and the vice commanders toward the heart of the territory.
The guide mentions something feels suspicious, promising to explain once he has shown them the site.
Julia reacts with visible surprise as she notices something unusual while following the guide.
Julia agrees to proceed, shifting the scene to the vast mist-covered mountains in the distance.
Blue boots trudge through a field of flowers and grass as the scouting party advances.
The guide leads Julia and her vice commanders through the lush, sun-drenched mountain forest trails.
Julia arrives at a clearing and confirms that they have reached the designated scouting location.
The guide offers to create a magical barrier to conceal their presence and all nearby sounds.
Green magical energy swirls around a gloved hand as the guide begins to cast the spell.
Chibi Cyan expresses surprise at the guide's magic, while the guide credits Shade's concealment specialization.
Alec looks on with a questioning expression while observing the nearby orc encampment from their hideout.
The group surveys an orc village, noting that the population far exceeds normal tribal numbers.
A massive orc guard stands watch, emitting a wicked and powerful presence that concerns the scouts. A narrative panel adds that there is even more to uncover about this strange orc gathering.
The guide points out a specific mud hut where a powerful orc sorcerer is currently dwelling.
Sir Kyrant notes the presence of an orc sorcerer and questions the strangeness of the situation.
Narrated text explains that the sorcerer serves as the core of the orc's abnormal power levels.
The light-haired guide looks on, noting the sorcerer has moved down to the mountain's edge.
Panels highlight orcs with intelligence and magical power that are far beyond typical monster standards.
An orc sorcerer holds a staff topped with a green crystal, radiating a threatening magical aura.
A monstrous orc with horns and red eyes lets out a deafening roar within the camp.
Cyan notes the abnormal numbers and viciousness, suspecting the location is too conspicuous for schemes.
Looking determined, Julia concludes that this entire monster situation was orchestrated by an unknown party.
The guide agrees while the magical barrier begins to flicker, signaling their time is running out.
Having assessed the enemy's strength, the group prepares to move out and return to safety. The party decides to finalize a strategy and launch their attack early the following morning.
Sunlight strikes the exterior of a brick tavern in a quiet alley as the day ends.
Lacius reports finding 3 suspicious villages in the mountain range after scouting for several days.
Map details reveal that monster populations increase exponentially as the party travels deeper into the forest.
Lacius warns that subjugation must end before sunset because monster strength amplifies significantly at night.
Sir Kyrant suggests splitting the unit into 3 teams to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible.
Cyan asks how the team should be divided, prompting a blunt, dismissive response from Commander Julia.
Ginger explains that vice commanders will lead their respective knights while the 2 commanders form one team.
Cyan expresses intense fear about leading a team alone, doubting his ability to protect his subordinates.
Julia asserts that the knights have grown strong enough and encourages Cyan to gain leadership experience.
Chibi Cyan frantically protests that he is not a leader despite Julia's insistence on this opportunity.
Narrative text on a dark swirling background formally establishes the guide's identity as Sir Lacius.
Julia explains that rewarding hard work motivates knights to perform better, while Cyan reacts with confusion.
Julia lectures Cyan on the rewarding sense of accomplishment, causing the blue-haired vice commander to feel overwhelmed.
Cyan begs Julia to stop her lecture because her intense, glowing eyes are genuinely frightening him.
Placing a hand on his shoulder, Julia offers a simple and firm word of encouragement.
Julia smiles warmly while expressing her complete confidence in both Cyan and the other knightly members.
Looking resigned but moved, Cyan reluctantly agrees that they must proceed with the commander's strategic plan.
Chibi Cyan happily asks if he will receive a reward, but Julia says it comes from His Majesty.
Cyan sighs in heavy disappointment while Julia questions what other kind of reward he was expecting.
Lacia smiles and offers to assist the Winter Knights during the mission to ease their burden.
Julia expresses deep gratitude for his help, which Lysias defines as the duty of the shadows.
Sir Chiron silently observes that Julia is a highly skilled leader who has trained her unit well.
Ginger whispers that Sir Chiron cannot maintain a poker face around the goddess, causing immediate denial.
Ginger teases Chiron about his facial muscles softening when looking at Julia, causing Cyan to laugh. Sir Chiron reacts with a menacing glare, asking who would ever make such an idiotic expression.
A nervous laugh echoes through the dark background as the atmosphere among the knights shifts abruptly.
Sir Chiron threatens to bury Ginger with the monsters while the younger knight protests being silenced.
Night falls over the majestic palace towers as a quiet stillness settles following the strategic meeting. A mysterious figure wearing a dark blue cloak ascends a grand staircase within the moonlit palace.
A gloved hand touches a brick wall, activating a complex glowing blue magical seal with power.
The hooded figure stands before a hidden passage that has opened within the stone palace wall.
Inside a dark secret chamber, a large black bird remains perched within a heavy iron cage.
The figure takes the bird onto their hand, noting that time is short while chanting magic.
The mysterious figure orders the red-eyed crow to depart immediately and return to its true master. The bird flies out of the open window into the night sky while the figure watches. The crown prince embraces a maid in the moonlit palace garden near a large stone fountain. The blonde prince and the green-haired woman share a moment of intense intimacy amidst falling petals.
Cupping the maid's face, the prince listens as she shyly confesses her love for him.
The prince claims she is the only one he loves, but then pauses with a confused expression.
The prince accidentally calls her Sarah, prompting the maid to angrily correct him that her name is Angela.
The prince quickly recovers by whispering Angela's name and reaffirming his feigned affection to appease her. Angela's heart pounds with excitement as the prince maintains his hold on her in the dark. A vast, starry sky stretches over the palace, providing a backdrop for the ongoing romantic deception. The crown prince leads Angela away through the courtyard while she giggles at his casual, charming remarks.
A close-up reveals the prince's calculating gaze as he reflects on his father's declining health.
The prince observes that his brother will need significant power to hold the throne once their father passes.
The prince tightens his grip on Angela's shoulder, focusing on his plan to win over the Rosenthal's.
The blonde prince wonders what gesture he should prepare for Julia when she returns from her mission.
The prince stops in his tracks as he notices a strange light glowing from a palace tower. Angela asks what is wrong while the prince mentions seeing an unusual light from his own residence.
The blonde man stares toward the tower, wondering if he simply misperceived the mysterious flash of light.
Dismissing the light as nothing, the prince leads Angela away to his private room. Morning mist hangs over a dense forest as the scene shifts to the mountains. A knight playfully lifts Ginger, noting his weight while Julia and Cyan watch there.
Julia reflects on the monster subjugation being a good opportunity for Sir Lysias' growth.
Julia considers Cyan's need for better leadership as the blue-haired man laughs with comrades. The scene transitions through a bright sky filled with massive, radiant white clouds.
Julia worries about the rising monster numbers and hopes her knights stay safe.
Walking through flowers, Julia contemplates if leading the knights herself would have been better.
A thought bubble mentions sending Sir Lysias as Julia's boots tread through the grass.
Sir Chiron notices Julia's concern and asks if she is worried about her knights. Julia remains silent and introspective, her expression troubled by the weight of her duty.
Cyan laughs while carrying equipment, reminding everyone of their extensive training for this mission.
Sir Chiron observes that the knights have become impressively dignified under Julia's command.
A gentle breeze rustles leaves as Julia looks on with a soft, proud smile.
Gripping her harness, Julia reflects on how being this worried is quite unusual for her.
Sir Chiron reassures Julia, expressing confidence that both the knights and Lacius will succeed.
Julia orders Sir Chiron to depart as they overlook the vast misty mountain range.
Cyan points to a map announcing they will attack Area C first due to proximity. Cyan explains the plan to distract orcs so the Black Knights can reach Area B. A blonde knight and red-haired woman react with stress to the news of numerous orcs. Cyan explains that the orc soldiers will lose power once their sorcerers are defeated.
Cyan finalizes the tactical approach for the raid while tapping at the mission map.
GB Cyan offers simple tactics for taking out orc mobs and warns everyone to be safe.
Cyan gives a thumbs up, confidently stating their sword skills are enough to secure victory.
The knights look skeptical and nervous, questioning if they can really trust Cyan's leadership.
The knights shout their agreement in unison, resolving to follow Cyan into the battle.
A watchtower looms over the camp as green blood splatters during the night's assault.
A campfire blazes in the dirt, signaling the chaos of the ongoing monster subjugation.
Roland is warned to move as a knight throws a flaming torch at an arc. A blonde knight expresses frustration at the endless waves of monsters returning despite their kills. A knight on horseback slashes through an orc with a fierce, fiery blade strike.
The white-haired Roland smiles with satisfaction despite the green blood staining his face.
Chibi Roland screams in panic as orc blood splatters everywhere during the camp raid.
Cyan leaps through the air, declaring he has successfully defeated 2 of the monsters. Julia's boots tread across the dirt, heavily stained with the green blood of fallen orcs.
Wiping sweat, Cyan wonders about the unusually high number of sorcerers present in the village.
Perched on a branch, Mr. Neo reports that he has located all the enemy sorcerers.
Neo urgently warns Cyan that the sorcerers are currently healing the wounded orc soldiers.
A sorcerer wearing a dark hood and carrying a staff hides behind a large tree.
Another sorcerer is spotted atop a wooden watchtower overseeing the battlefield from above.
3 more sorcerers gather at a stone altar performing rituals amidst the camp's chaos.
2 sorcerers hide among the ranks of orc soldiers, providing support from the crowd.
Neo departs to help others, ordering Cyan to target the sorcerers in the crowd first.
Thanking Neo for the information, Cyan draws his sword and charges back into the fray.
Combat sounds echo through the air as green blood splatters against a bright sky.
Julia unleashes a powerful blue energy slash, cutting through multiple orcs in a single motion.
Julia reflects on her surprise that the orcs have descended so far down the mountain.
Sir Kyrant decimates the orc forces with a series of lightning-fast purple energy strikes.
Sir Kyrant suggests scouting deeper after ordering the knights to regroup behind his position.
Julia acknowledges the command and charges forward to face the next wave of monstrous enemies.
Julia and Sir Kyrant engage in a chaotic battle, slicing through the last remaining orcs.
Catching her breath after the intense melee, Julia lets out a relieved, soft sigh. Julia watches as Sir Kyrant notes their powerful aura and suggests they proceed further upward.
Hidden within the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure lets out a low, sinister chuckle.
Watching through a magical orb, the hooded figure notes they seem to enjoy his party. The sorcerer gazes at the dragon inside the orb, wondering how they will like it.
Ginger gasps in shock as something massive suddenly approaches through the bright, clear sky. An orc ambushes Ginger, but a swift, deadly strike from a comrade ends the threat.
A knight scolds Ginger for being distracted while the young man offers a sheepish thanks.
Racing against time, the knights urge their horses faster as the sun begins to set.
A monstrous guard is hurled from the wooden watchtower during the knights' relentless camp raid.
Cyan maintains a cold, focused expression while the sounds of battle fade into the distance.
Standing over a fallen monster, Cyan calmly confirms that they have defeated the last one.
Cyan pauses, feeling an unnatural and sudden gust of wind sweep across the high cliffs.
A massive dragon crashes onto the mountain path, sending debris flying toward the scouting party.
Caught in a sudden dragon ambush, Julia lands and quickly checks if Sir Kyrant is alright. Julia draws her frost-infused blade, determined to face the gargantuan beast blocking their way.
The winged monster hovers above the mountain range, emitting a low, threatening wheeze from its throat.
A heavy black chain whips through the air with incredible speed toward the airborne beast.
Sir Kyrant ensnares the dragon with magical chains, dragging it down while the creature wheezes.
Julia shouts for Sir Kyrant as he struggles to restrain the thrashing and powerful monster.
The magical black chain shatters under the dragon's immense strength, releasing it back into flight.
Freed from its restraints, the dragon wheezes and readies a devastating fire attack from above.
Dark purple energy surges from Sir Kyrant's sword as he prepares for a desperate counterattack. Sir Kyrant and Julia exchange quick, worried questions about each other's safety amidst the chaos.
With a small, confident smirk, Sir Kyrant asks Julia if she is still worried about him.
Chibi Julia reflects on their unexpected reunion, noting how he traveled this far alone.
Julia wonders if a branch caused her forehead scratch while she was running through the forest.
Sir Kyrant gazes silently at Julia, his intense expression softening slightly during their brief pause.
Observing the beast's aggressive movements, Julia notes that the dragon seems to be truly angry.
Sir Kyrant concludes that the monster will keep attacking until it manages to kill them both.
Turning his attention back to the fight, Sir Kyrant asks Julia how she intends to proceed. Looking determined, Julia declares that they have no choice but to fight the monster together.
Julia asks if Sir Kyrant also considers her a daredevil, receiving only a silent, steady look.
Sir Kyrant vows that even if she flees, he will stay and face the monster alone. Julia asks if that response is good enough for him as magical energy begins to swirl.
Julia announces the start of their counterattack as she and Sir Kyrant charge toward the beast.
Sir Kyrant instructs Julia to strike the dragon's eye while he provides a necessary distraction. Confirming she understands the plan, Julia grips her blue sword and focuses on the target.
Sir Kyrant clenches his fist around his dark sword, channeling more power into his next strike.
Standing before the towering dragon, Sir Kyrant unleashes a massive pillar of dark purple magical energy.
Sir Kyrant reflects on his goal to distract the monster so Julia can approach it unnoticed.
The dragon lets out a deafening, earth-shaking roar as the battlefield is consumed by flame.
Sir Kyrant dodges the dragon's fireballs while maintaining his aggressive stance amidst the purple aura.
The dragon continues to wheeze, its massive form illuminated by the glowing energy of the battle. Flames erupt from the dragon's jaws as it lets out another labored wheeze towards its attackers.
Julia sprints across the rocky terrain, thinking that she just needs to get a little closer. Leaping high into the air, Julia resolves to succeed while Sir Kyrant watches from below.
A heavy boot pushes off the stone ledge, launching the knight toward her aerial target. Julia unleashes a barrage of ice-blue sword strikes, targeting the dragon's head with precision. Laborious wheezing sounds echo through the bright sky, signaling the presence of a wounded beast.
Sir Chiron leaps through the air to engage the dragon as it lets out a pained cry.
Covered in green blood, Sir Chiron maintains a stoic and focused gaze after the intense aerial confrontation. A powerful energy strike flashes across the sky, marking the final moments of the monster's resistance. A small creature watches from the brush as purple stains mar the ground in the aftermath. Meeting in the woods, Julia asks about Sir Chiron's injuries while he checks on her well-being.
Sir Chiron confirms he is fine, but Julia playfully questions his humanity given his pristine appearance.
Examining the fallen dragon, Julia points out a magical control necklace, while Sir Chiron confirms its origin. Julia ponders if the dragon's controller is the same mastermind behind the recent orc troop creation. Sir Chiron agrees with her theory, but notes the monsters were specifically targeting her during the raid. Gazing silently at Julia, Sir Chiron's expression softens as they process the implications of the targeted attack.
A shimmering trail of light stretches across the twilight sky as the heavy atmosphere begins to lift.
Julia concludes her suspicions were correct and prepares to return to the village now the campaign ended.
In a dark chamber, a hidden figure clenches their hand in anger over the failed monster plot.
The frustrated antagonist curses while shattering a magical orb that was used to observe the battlefield's events. Heavy boots walk across a stone floor littered with red petals as the mysterious figure moves away.
Sitting in shadow, the hooded man mutters Chiron's name and realizes his plans are now in jeopardy.
Night falls over the castle as moonlight shines through a small window into the dark stone halls. The hooded figure sits alone in the darkness, contemplating his next move against Julia and her knight.
Julia and Sir Chiron walk through the village streets as the townspeople celebrate with banners and decorations.
Cyan bursts through a door and loudly calls out to his commander in a state of excitement. Cyan frantically questions their late arrival and worries about the dragon while noting they missed Area A.
A sudden, sharp impact occurs as the chaotic energy of their reunion reaches a humorous breaking point.
Chibi Julia explains her fall from a cliff during the ambush while Cyan reacts with exaggerated, wide-eyed shock. Sir Chiron asks Alec for a report on the progress made by the team stationed in Area B.
Alec reports that the situation in Area C mirrored their own experience with the resilient monster forces. Alec asks for details about the dragon encounter while Sir Chiron calmly confirms they successfully defeated it.
Sweating with disbelief, Alec struggles to process the news that they actually slayed a legendary mythical beast. Sir Chiron explains the dragon was a puppet for a dark mage intended to destroy the nearby village. Walking away, Alec wonders how any mage could possess enough power to control such a formidable dragon. Sir Chiron notes Alec's uncharacteristic talkativeness while the brown-haired knight groans in annoyance at the observation.
Smirking, Sir Chiron tells Alec to go wash up in the hot bathwater he prepared for him.
Sir Chiron tosses his blood-stained tunic at Alec for laundry, catching the other knight completely off guard. Alec feels dizzy and overwhelmed as he stares at the blood-soaked garment he is now forced to clean. A quiet night settles over the inn as moonlight filters through a barred window into the hallway. Soaking in a bathtub, Julia reflects on how Sir Chiron has once again come to her aid today.
Julia stares at the water in silence, her expression clouded with deep thought and a hint of vulnerability.
Cyan announces he bought her new clothes and is leaving them at the door for her convenience.
The grand interior of the lodge is bathed in soft light as evening celebrations continue on the floor below. Cyan and Ginger celebrate their victory with dancing and singing while the other knights join in the fun. Basking in the praise of his comrades, Cyan glows with pride after being called the coolest knight around. Mid-celebration, Cyan stops and looks toward the stairs as he notices someone new entering the common room.
Julia descends the staircase wearing an elegant red dress, prompting the onlookers to compliment her stunning new look.
With a gentle smile, Julia tells her knights not to worry about her and to enjoy their meal. Sitting at a table with Sion, Julia listens as the waitress expresses shock at their complete orc subjugation.
The waitress mentions the local harvest festival and encourages the weary knights to participate after they finish eating. Eager for more information, Cyan asks the waitress to point out the best tourist attractions in the area. The mention of the festival triggers a memory of a past event Julia attended with her friend Judy.
Julia contemplates staying in for the night because she prefers the quiet of the inn over festive crowds.
Cyan admires Julia's appearance in her new clothes while she continues to drink from her mug in silence.
Lasius compliments Julia's traditional regional attire and notes the unique charm of their current travels.
Lasius suggests that the local harvest festival is far more pleasant than the boring capital city.
Julia observes Lasia's apparent love for travel, though she clarifies this mission hardly qualifies as such.
With a charming smile, Lasius playfully asks Julia if that is truly what she believes.
Julia mentions their return to the capital tomorrow and suggests they observe the local festivities tonight.
Chibi Julia asks Lasius his plans, and he admits he intends to trail the other knights.
Chibi Lasius is caught off guard when Julia notes how incredibly crafty his behavior is. Festive flags hang from a lit building as the village prepares for the harvest celebration.
Bright fireworks illuminate the night sky above a clock tower as Julia watches from below.
Actors perform a play on an outdoor stage for a large captive audience of villagers.
A decadent lobster feast is served on a platter, marking the height of the celebration. 4 wooden mugs filled with frothy beer are raised together in a triumphant, joyful toast.
Julia reflects on Lacius's previous complaints, finally understanding why he finds the palace so suffocating.
Stopping in the hallway, Julia turns back to Sir Chiron with a look of quiet curiosity.
Alec complains about being dragged to the festival while energetic dogs chase him through the stalls. Alec laughs heartily, admitting they rarely have opportunities to enjoy such lively and festive events.
Julia and Sir Chiron stand together, noting how cheerful the townspeople seem during the local festival.
A heavy silence falls between Julia and Sir Chiron as they struggle to find their words. Julia encourages a local couple to go ahead as she watches them dance together. A woman wearing a flower crown approaches Julia, inviting her to join the festive street dance. The woman pulls Julia along, insisting she shouldn't just stand there and should dance with them. A young girl playfully pushes Sir Chiron, encouraging the mister to join the group dance.
Julia finds herself swept into the center of a singing crowd, feeling overwhelmed by the energy.
Heavy leather boots step rhythmically on the cobblestones as the music guides the festive dance.
Julia and Sir Chiron face each other amidst the crowd, momentarily frozen during the lively dance. Julia asks Sir Chiron what he intended to say earlier before the festival crowd interrupted them.
Sir Chiron reaches out and takes Julia's hand, leading her into the rhythm of the dance. Looking away, Sir Chiron begins to mutter a question that has been weighing on his mind. Sir Chiron holds Julia close and asks if she truly harbors feelings for the Crown Prince. Turning her head in surprise, Julia asks if he actually believes the rumors circulating about her.
Julia admits she never expected him to ask such a personal question during their current mission.
A gentle breeze rustles Julia's hair as the two knights share a rare, intimate moment together.
Julia clarifies that she only likes strong people, specifically mentioning that she likes people like him.
Observers react with wide-eyed shock and blushing faces as the two knights continue their romantic dance. The question about Julia's feelings for the Crown Prince hangs in the air over the dancers.
Sir Chiron reflects on the lively atmosphere while becoming captivated by Julia's stunning and radiant appearance.
Julia's eyes sparkle with wonder as she looks up, fully immersed in the magic of the festival.
Julia stands firm, confirming that the rumors about her and the Crown Prince are completely false.
Julia declares she is only interested in strong people like Chiron, leaving him visibly stunned.
Julia lets out a small sound of realization as the weight of her confession sinks in. Chibi Julia panics and frantically explains she only meant she isn't interested in anyone weaker.
Looking nervous, Julia asks Sir Chiron if her blunt explanation finally clears up the misunderstanding. Sunlight bathes the majestic palace towers as the scene shifts back to the royal capital.
A deep, weary sigh resonates through the dark and empty halls of the commander's office.
Sir Chiron sits at his desk in full uniform, looking exhausted and deeply troubled by something.
Sir Chiron reflects on how unsightly he must appear while struggling with his own complicated thoughts.
Alec enters the room and asks if there is something specific currently troubling the weary commander.
Sir Chiron skeptically asks if Alec is actually capable of solving his problems for him.
Alec expresses frustration at being doubted, while Sir Chiron tells him to simply finish his report.
The morning sun reflects off an ornate vanity mirror and candlesticks in a quiet palace room. Jeremy and his mother share quiet tea in the sitting room. Gesturing toward the ornate box on the table, the mother commands Jeremy to open it. Jeremy opens the small container and asks his mother what exactly the item inside is.
A narrative caption reveals the box contains a magic potion designed to make one fall in love.
The mother explains that it is the work of an eccentric alchemist who does anything for money, and because they are the most skilled in the empire, it should work even on a swordmaster. She then instructs Jeremy to use it on Lady Rosenthal during his upcoming birthday celebration.
Jeremy stares at the pink pills and questions his mother's suggestion to use a love potion.
Looking somewhat slighted, Jeremy asks his mother if she does not truly trust his own abilities. Putting down her tea, the mother tells Jeremy that they have no more time for delays.
The mother stares at her son and declares that this potion will be his shortcut.
The mother reveals her plan to bring neutral aristocrats to their side, while Jeremy focuses on making Lady Rosenthal his, as using the family as a shield will allow them to push out the Crown Prince.
She explains he will become emperor, and Jeremy smiles as he confirms that he understands.
The morning sun shines through the green leaves of a tree against a clear sky.
Julia reflects on the rumor that the Crown Prince intends to propose to her.
Julia looks out into her office, unsure how she should handle the difficult situation. Julia clenches her fist, frustrated at becoming the primary topic of local gossip yet again. Julia flops onto her desk and laments that despite this being her second life, things remain unchanged. Staring blankly at the wood, Julia notes with disappointment that even Sir Chiron believed the rumors.
Julia's eyes widen in a sudden realization as her thoughts race through the current predicament.
Startled, Julia asks Sion why he didn't knock, but he insists that he did and called out.
Sion places a document on the desk and states that it is the campaign report.
Julia accepts the report with a weary expression, clearly drained by the events of the day.
Cyan watches Julia from across the desk and remarks that she looks as tired as ever.
Cyan suggests that if the rumors are the problem, Julia should simply find herself a lover. Cyan notes that His Highness might give up if she does, but Julia is highly skeptical.
Boisterous laughter echoes through the hallway as the scene focuses on a brightly lit window.
Cyan whispers to Julia that the prince is a pervert trying to bed every girl in the empire.
Julia stares at the report and notes that the prince wasn't cute even as a child.
Cyan laughs and asks Julia if she thinks she can actually dispel rumors of this magnitude.
Julia dismisses the nonsense and orders Cyan to go train the knights, stating she only needs interest.
Cyan lets out a sly chuckle as a mischievous idea begins to form in his mind.
Cyan winks and offers to help her out, leaving Julia confused by his sudden change in tone.
Striking a confident pose, Cyan suggests that he could simply pose as her fake lover.
Chibi Julia stares at Cyan with an expression of pure, unadulterated judgment and silence.
Beaming with confidence, Cyan asks what she thinks and insists that it is a brilliant idea.
Julia pushes Cyan away and tells him to train, while he argues he'd be a lover in name.
Julia shouts for Cyan to leave and kicks him out of the room with extreme prejudice.
The door slams shut in Cyan's face, leaving the blue-haired knight looking utterly stunned and rejected. From behind the closed doors, Cyan laments that he truly only wanted to help his commander.
Julia leans against the door and sighs that Cyan never seems to stop his constant joking.
Julia stands alone in the room, her thoughts lingering on the idea of finding a lover. Julia looks toward the window and contemplates asking Sir Chiron for assistance with her current problem.
A look of sudden shock crosses Julia's face as she realizes what she just thought. Julia crouches on the floor and groans that she must have lost her mind to think of him.
The palace towers glow under the setting sun as someone asks if Jeremy is still following Julia.
The red-haired man confirms the news and notes Jeremy is discussing marriage with the Rosenthal family.
The blonde prince wonders if he has a chance since the girl wouldn't swear loyalty gem.
The aide suggests Jeremy intends to use the Rosenthal family to hold the crown prince back.
Sinister laughter rings through the grand hall as the palace interior is bathed in orange light.
The prince says he is speechless and notes that Jeremy hasn't changed despite the time that passed.
A hand snaps its fingers with sharp intent as the crown prince makes his next decision.
The crown prince instructs Luca to spy on Jeremy's birthday party to uncover his schemes.
Narration warns that while Jeremy's plans are unknown, he is ruthlessly determined to succeed. Luca acknowledges his commander's orders with a respectful nod, preparing to carry out the mission.
The crown prince muses that Jeremy's volatile temper will eventually lead to his own ruin.
A quiet transition marks the passing of time as the scene shifts to the night.
Moonlight illuminates the rooftops of the palace as the evening air settles over the grounds.
Sir Chiron approaches Julia in the training courtyard, asking for a few moments of her time.
Julia agrees to the request, looking curious about what the commander wishes to discuss.
Under a star-filled sky, Sir Chiron suggests they take a walk together through the gardens.
The two knights move into the seclusion of the moonlit forest to talk in private. Rhythmic footsteps echo on the dirt path as the pair continues their silent evening stroll.
Sir Chiron recalls Julia's previous admission of liking strongmen, causing her to react with shock.
Flustered, Julia begs him to forget her earlier words to avoid any embarrassing misunderstandings.
Sir Chiron watches her with a subtle smile, seemingly amused by her sudden nervous outburst.
A question about her preference for strongmen begins to take a more serious turn.
Sir Chiron asks if he has a chance with her, leaving Julia completely stunned and breathless.
He notes they are standing where they first met, grounding his feelings in their shared history.
Gazing at the garden pavilion, Sir Chiron reflects on how special she was to him back then.
Julia listens intently as the commander prepares to reveal the true depth of his hidden feelings.
In a quiet whisper, Sir Chiron prepares to bridge the gap between their past and present.
Facing the ornate pavilion, the knight admits his lack of experience in expressing his emotions.
Standing amidst falling petals, Sir Chiron formally confesses his love for Julia under the moonlight.
Caught off guard by the sudden confession, Julia struggles to process what she just heard.
Sir Chiron looks on with an earnest expression, vulnerable as he awaits Julia's response.
Julia asks if his confession is sincere, still doubting the reality of the romantic moment.
Sir Chiron questions if she truly thinks he would lie about something as serious as love.
Julia admits her disbelief and asks what specific qualities he could possibly find attractive in her.
She wonders if his interest stems from her family status or her post-curse appearance.
Sir Chiron clarifies that his feelings are far more complex than simple superficial or political interest.
Julia clenches her fist, still searching for a logical reason behind his unexpected affection.
Sir Chiron mentions her gluttonous appearance, prompting a comical and confused reaction from a bewildered Julia.
He explains his attraction to her belligerent spirit and the vivacity of her frequent smiles.
Sir Chiron praises her sparkling eyes, leaving Julia feeling overwhelmed by his uncharacteristic torrent of compliments.
Embarrassed by the praise, Julia begs the commander to stop talking before she loses her composure.
He concludes by admiring her honesty, a trait that clearly won his heart over time.
The conversation pauses briefly as the moon hangs high over the quiet palace garden.
Julia asks if his feelings would remain unchanged even if she were to become unattractive.
Sir Chiron's steady gaze never wavers, conveying an unspoken promise of loyalty and devotion.
He admits he doesn't understand the question because physical appearance is irrelevant to his feelings.
Taking her hand, Sir Chiron vows that her personality is what truly matters to him.
Julia stands speechless, deeply touched by the knight's profound and unwavering commitment to her. Their joined hands symbolize a new bond forming between the two powerful and lonely warriors. A soft smile touches Julia's lips as she begins to believe in the commander's sincerity.
Memories of her painful past flicker through Julia's mind as she recognizes his life-changing impact.
Sir Chiron wonders if she hates him because they are such opposites in character. Julia reflects on her own changing nature, realizing how much she has grown since meeting him.
Overwhelmed by emotion, Julia suddenly turns and runs away from the intensity of the scene.
Hiding behind a tree, she breathlessly asks for more time to process his sudden confession.
Sir Chiron watches her retreat with a patient look, content to wait for her answer.
He assures her that she can have all the time she needs to consider his proposal.
Sir Chiron counts thousands of sheep while lying awake, unable to sleep due to his racing heart.
Two small birds chirp on leafy branches as morning light signals the start of a new day.
Julia sits up in bed, looking weary and exhausted after a night spent entirely without any sleep. Julia reflects on Sir Chiron's profound words about character being far more important than one's physical appearance. Clenching her hand, Julia begins to fully process the weight of Sir Chiron's sincere and unexpected confession.
Julia contrasts the commander's honesty with the deceptive behavior she previously endured from the blonde crown prince.
Thinking back on their shared history, Julia recognizes that Sir Chiron has always been a man of integrity.
Hugging her knees, Julia wonders why her heart continues to pound so intensely after the previous night's events.
A maid knocks and enters the room, greeting Julia as she prepares to start her morning duties.
The maid sets a tea tray with a floral pattern set on the table to begin the morning service.
Judy cheerfully asks Julia which ribbon she would prefer to use for her styling and appearance today. Judy reacts with visible alarm after noticing the deep dark circles under Julia's tired and bloodshot eyes. Judy asks if the second prince's rumors are the cause of her insomnia, which Julia partially confirms.
Infuriated, Judy fumes with a fiery rage as she growls about the prince's impact on her lady.
Judy rants about her desire to punish the prince while a chibi Julia watches her energetic outburst.
Standing outside a grand building, Julia tells Judy to calm down despite the maid's lingering sadness.
Jeremy approaches Julia from behind and asks if she received the invitation to his upcoming birthday celebration.
Jeremy suggests they dine together and begins walking, assuming Julia will follow along without any further hesitation.
Julia is repulsed by Jeremy's casual mention of their relationship being more important than her night training.
Sir Chiron interrupts the pair, stating he will leave if Julia has no other business with him.
Jeremy asks to watch Julia train, but his suggestion is ignored when Sir Chiron calls out to her.
Julia's face lights up with immediate joy and relief upon seeing the commander standing in the hallway.
Sir Chiron stands majestically against a floral backdrop, projecting an aura of calm authority and quiet strength.
Excitedly, Julia tells Sir Chiron she has something important to say, completely ignoring the stunned second prince.
Jeremy mockingly asks Sir Chiron if he missed him, prompting a cold and silent stare from the commander.
Sir Chiron ignores the greeting and bluntly tells Jeremy to be on his way and leave them.
Jeremy argues that he was speaking with Lady Julia first, attempting to maintain his influence over her.
The tension between the two men reaches a boiling point during their silent hallway confrontation.
Jeremy and Sir Chiron glare at each other intensely while their heads spin around comically.
Jeremy's expression darkens with genuine malice as he orders the commander to get out of his way.
Sir Chiron remains firm, insisting they must leave together because they have urgent matters to attend to.
Sir Chiron clarifies they have business regarding the night orders, effectively dismissing Jeremy's attempts to stay with Julia.
Jeremy watches the pair walk away with a heavy sigh, clearly frustrated by the commander's successful intervention.
Standing alone in the hallway, Jeremy watches Julia and Sir Chiron walk away together in a tense silence.
Jeremy's gaze turns cold and calculating as he questions if this is how they intend to play.
A grand fountain flows steadily in the elegant palace garden as a quiet afternoon passes.
Sitting together, Sir Chiron asks Julia if she has had time to consider his previous romantic proposal. Julia looks down and admits she remains unsure about the true nature of her feelings for him.
Julia's boots click on the stone as she stands up, preparing to give her final, honest answer.
Julia suggests that they could work together to decipher her complicated feelings as their relationship moves forward.
Sir Chiron looks up at her with a stunned and hopeful expression, waiting for what comes next.
Julia moves with purpose as she prepares to perform a formal and surprising romantic gesture.
Kneeling before the commander, Julia looks up at him with a steady gaze, surprising the seated Sir Chiron. Surrounded by a floral aura, Julia formally asks Sir Chiron for his permission to court him instead.
Sir Chiron is visibly confused and bewildered, struggling to understand why Julia is the one proposing now.
A boisterous and joyful laugh echoes through the garden and up into the clear blue morning sky.
Sir Chiron smiles warmly and tells Julia that she is truly an interesting and unique person indeed.
Sir Chiron accepts her proposal, taking her hand as they begin their courtship amidst the falling garden leaves.
A brief, quiet pause follows their mutual agreement, marking the beginning of their new and official bond.
Sir Chiron gazes at Julia with a soft expression, his eyes reflecting his deep sincerity.
GB Sir Chiron insists he is fine while Julia teases him about his blushing cheeks.
A majestic palace building stands under a clear sky, decorated with ornate banners and shields.
Cyan encounters Julia in the training courtyard and asks about her whereabouts during the morning. Julia maintains a calm expression while explaining that she was recently speaking with Sir Chiron. Looking deeply suspicious, Cyan questions the specific reason behind her private meeting with the commander. Cyan suggests that Julia does not need to provide an explanation if she prefers not to.
Julia shocks Cyan by announcing her relationship with Sir Chiron, causing him to spit his drink.
Julia rejects Cyan's offer of a fake relationship, confirming her genuine romantic interest in the commander.
Cyan panics and threatens to inform the Duke, leaving a confused Julia questioning her father's involvement.
Cyan looks away with a dissatisfied huff, clearly displeased by the news of Julia's new relationship.
Inner thoughts reveal Cyan's confusion over the sudden, sharp pain he feels in his own heart. Cyan dejectedly follows behind Julia as they continue walking through the quiet palace training grounds.
Intricate floral character art serves as a vibrant title page for the ongoing romantic palace drama.
A narrative caption announces the arrival of the second princess's birthday celebration at the royal palace.
Jeremy prepares for his birthday, spraying perfume while reflecting on the decisive day ahead of him.
Jeremy observes a small blue pill, confidently stating that he knows exactly how to use it.
The pill dissolves instantly in red wine, becoming completely undetectable by color, smell, or taste.
Narration explains the potion causes deep sleep and forced love for the first person seen afterward. An empty, dark room reveals discarded clothing draped over a plush and ornate velvet sofa.
Heavy footsteps resonate through the quiet hallway as a mysterious figure approaches the targeted guest room.
Jeremy observes two sleeping women, confirming he has successfully tested the potion's effectiveness multiple times.
Following his mother's advice, Jeremy decides to keep one pill and discard the remaining evidence.
Ornate lanterns and sparkling chandeliers illuminate the palace interior as the grand birthday celebration begins.
A young woman wishes Jeremy a happy birthday while standing close to him in the ballroom.
Jeremy dismissively thanks the woman named Emily, keeping his focus on his impending, calculated scheme.
A dark narrative bubble emphasizes the absolute necessity for Jeremy's current plan to be successful.
Elegant aristocrats mingle in the grand ballroom under the warm glow of the palace's golden chandeliers.
Sir Chiron and Julia make a grand entrance together, dressed in stunning and coordinated formal attire.
Onlookers whisper in shock and curiosity at the sight of the two powerful knights arriving together.
A dark-haired man watches the newcomers from across the room with a cold, calculating expression.
Sir Chiron promises to remain by Julia's side throughout the evening to ensure her continued comfort.
Julia mentions Sir Chiron is standing too close while her father reacts with shock nearby.
Chibi Julia is startled to see her father has arrived at the party so early.
Sir Chiron politely greets the Duke, noting the significant amount of time since their last encounter. Julia notices Sir Chiron's ears turning red as he interacts with her notoriously protective father.
The Duke invites Sir Chiron for drinks while Julia reminds her father to prioritize his health.
Sir Chiron reacts with visible surprise and alarm upon hearing the mention of a man named Lasius.
Julia shouts Sir Chiron's name in alarm as the commander suddenly leans in very close to her.
The Duke places a hand on the commander's chest while promising to extend a drinking invitation.
Polished shoes click on the ballroom floor as the festive evening continues within the palace walls.
Guests watch the unfolding scene from an ornate balcony overlooking the brightly lit ballroom floor below.
Julia notices the commander's ears turning red again and asks if he is feeling all right.
Sir Chiron asks Julia to let him look at her, staring intently into her eyes.
Julia's wide-eyed and stunned expression fills the frame as she gazes back at the blushing commander.
Sir Chiron looks away with a deep blush, looking visibly flustered by their intimate proximity.
Sir Chiron asks how long she intends to stare while Julia apologizes for her unconscious actions.
Julia laughs and remarks on Sir Chiron's cute side, leaving him looking away in bashful confusion.
The blonde crown prince asks Luca for an update on the situation outside the palace building. Luca and the crown prince observe the party from the shadows with serious and watchful expressions.
The crown prince smiles and praises Luca, calling him his best assistant for his dedicated service.
The tall glass doors swing open, allowing a bright light to spill into the hallway.
Jeremy toasts the crowd, thanking everyone for attending his carefully prepared birthday celebration.
Two noblemen applaud enthusiastically, praising the prince and noting how impressive he looks today.
Sir Chiron asks Julia what is wrong as they walk together through the palace ballroom.
Julia complains that her dress is very inconvenient and expresses a desire to remove her shoes.
Sir Chiron notes that Julia also managed to tear her dress at the last party they attended.
Julia laughs and explains that her previous dress incident was entirely the fault of Lasius.
Sir Chiron looks annoyed as he wonders why Julia is mentioning that man's name again.
A couple in formal attire leans in to share an intimate moment near the ballroom windows.
Julia and Sir Chiron react with visible surprise after witnessing the couple's public display of affection.
A gloved hand slams a door shut to ensure privacy from the crowded birthday celebration.
Julia suggests moving elsewhere as she feels too hot while Sir Chiron's shoes click on the floor.
Sir Chiron agrees to her request and leads her away to find a more comfortable location. A soft sigh of relief echoes through the quiet area under the glow of a chandelier.
Julia sits down and groans about her exhaustion while Sir Chiron prepares to remove his coat.
Sir Chiron notes the cooling weather and drapes his jacket over Julia's shoulders to warm her.
Sir Chiron instructs Julia to stay seated while he goes to fetch a drink for her.
A door latch clicks shut as Julia is left alone in the quiet moonlit palace hallway.
Sir Chiron observes Jeremy standing with two maids in the hallway while on his way to get drinks.
Jeremy leans in close to the green-haired maid, who nods in response to his whispered instructions. Sir Chiron continues walking down the corridor, passing by Jeremy and the two maids. Julia waits alone in the grand chair, groaning as she wonders what is taking so long. Jeremy enters the room with a smile and a glass of wine, expressing his desire to meet her.
Jeremy urges Julia to raise her glass while she politely thanks him for the birthday drink.
Feeling shy, Julia contemplates returning to her father while Jeremy remarks on the beautiful moon.
Julia takes a long sip of the wine while Jeremy watches her with a subtle, knowing smile.
A look of sudden dizziness and confusion crosses Julia's face as she begins to feel unwell.
Jeremy dismisses her concerns with a calm expression as the hidden potion begins to take effect.
Jeremy's smile widens as he reflects on how lucky he is that his plan is succeeding.
Julia decides she must leave immediately as her vision blurs and she feels herself losing control.
Jeremy asks why she is leaving so suddenly as Julia struggles to stand and maintain her balance.
Jeremy grabs Julia's shoulders and offers his help as she leans heavily against him for support. Julia's eyes glaze over and she loses consciousness while Jeremy holds her in his arms.
On a moonlit balcony, Jeremy tosses the empty wine glass over the railing with a casual flick.
The shattered glass lies among fallen flower petals in the garden below, destroying all evidence.
Jeremy smirks with cold triumph as he prepares to carry the unconscious Julia away.
Jeremy carries Julia across the balcony, confident that his calculated scheme has finally succeeded.
A vibrant transition page features the story's title and beautiful character art amidst falling petals.
Sir Chiron stands over a spilled glass of wine on the floor as two maids look on.
The green-haired maid apologizes and explains that the younger girl fell because she was rushing. The maid begs for forgiveness and promises they will do their best to clean Sir Chiron's clothes. Sir Chiron comforts the crying young maid, telling her he does not blame her for the accident. Sir Chiron sighs and worries about Julia waiting for him as he checks the stain on his trousers.
A sudden rumble shakes the entire palace, catching Sir Chiron and the maids by surprise.
Guests panic as the ground moves and magical snow begins to fall inside the grand palace building.
Sir Chiron recognizes that the snow was created by magic and begins to suspect the caster's identity.
The young maid calls out in alarm as Sir Chiron suddenly turns and prepares to dash away. Sir Chiron runs through the palace doors, determined to find Julia amidst the sudden magical chaos.
A fierce blizzard rages outside the palace windows, covering the entire landscape in a white blanket.
Sir Chiron's heavy boots crunch through the deep snow as he searches the frozen palace grounds. Sir Chiron arrives at a balcony door, certain that he has found the correct location. Finding the door barred from the inside, Sir Chiron observes that it is indeed locked.
Sir Chiron kicks the door with a powerful surge of dark energy, shattering the entrance. Stepping into the room, Sir Chiron rushes toward the center of the magical disturbance.
Sir Chiron wears a look of intense focus and concern as he scans the area.
Sir Chiron discovers Julia floating magically above a sofa while the second prince lies unconscious.
Sir Chiron reaches out toward Julia, desperately calling her name and urging her to wake up.
Crouching beside the unconscious Jeremy, Sir Chiron questions why the second prince is present here. Sir Chiron realizes that Jeremy's life is in immediate peril if the magical situation persists. Sir Chiron lifts Julia into his arms, having pushed the prince aside to secure her. Leaving Jeremy on the snowy floor, Sir Chiron assumes that someone will eventually find him.
Sir Chiron determines that he must first stop the uncontrolled magic before more harm occurs.
Luciella finds Lasius by a fountain and excitedly asks about rumors involving the two captains. Lasius is annoyed by Luciella's appearance and reminds her she needs an adult's company.
Luciella expresses genuine shock as she asks for confirmation regarding the captain's alleged romantic relationship.
Luciella struggles to find the appropriate words to articulate the scandalous sight she recently witnessed.
Looking flustered, Lasius internally questions the rumors and wonders why the princess is being discussed.
Chibi Lasius attempts to downplay his feelings, claiming the captain is simply a sister figure.
Luciella calls Lasius an idiot for refusing to confess his obvious feelings for the captain.
Luciella stares into the distance, remarking on how happy the rest of the group appears.
Startled by her melancholy, Chibi Lasius reacts with confusion to Luciella's sudden change in mood.
Luciella violently pulls Lasius's hair, shouting that his feelings are obvious despite his persistent denials.
Lasius attempts to correct Luciella's misunderstanding just as she notices the sudden magical snowfall. Lazius gazes upward with a serious expression, noticing the unnatural winter taking over the garden. Lasius identifies the snow as magical and orders Luciella to return to the Duke's mansion.
Shivering from the cold, Luciella asks Lasius about his plans for the rest of the night.
Lasius looks determined, stating he has urgent business to attend to despite the worsening blizzard.
Snowy pine trees stand tall as the magical winter covers the landscape in deep white drifts.
Over a backdrop of frozen flowers, Sir Chiron's voice calls out to Julia in desperation.
Sir Chiron kneels beside Julia on a white sheet, pleading with her to finally wake up.
Placing his hand over Julia's chest, Sir Chiron attempts to stabilize her with his magic.
Sir Chiron regrets his decision to leave her side, realizing his magic cannot stop the cold.
A rustling sound originates from the nearby snow-covered trees, signaling the arrival of another person.
Lasius emerges from the woods, casually commenting on how irritable the two of them often are. Sir Chiron reacts with visible surprise, speaking Lasius's name as the blue-haired man approaches them.
Lasius notes that Sir Chiron generally seems indifferent toward everyone except for the woman before him.
Lasius observes that Julia is the only person Sir Chiron truly cares about in this situation.
Lasius asks Sir Chiron to move aside so their incompatible magics can help save the captain.
Lasius wonders why Sir Chiron released such magic and why the captain is lying there unconscious.
Beside a crackling fire, Sir Chiron admits ignorance, only mentioning the prince was lying nearby.
Sir Chiron uses his power while Lasius comments on how casually he used the prince's name.
Chibi Lasius laughs about the casual address while Sir Chiron asks him to ignore his words.
The magical winter finally begins to dissipate as the biting cold settles down and snowfall ceases.
Julia sleeps peacefully, her color returning to her face as the magical crisis finally ends.
Lasius looks at Sir Chiron with a knowing expression, telling him he has tried his best.
Sir Chiron lifts Julia, announcing they are returning home and inviting Lasius to follow along.
Lasius agrees with a shout, stating his worry would prevent him from doing anything else anyway.
Sir Chiron remains silent, looking forward as he continues to protectively carry the unconscious Julia.
Sir Chiron allows Lasius to accompany them as they walk away from the frozen garden. Watching Sir Chiron and Julia, Lasius reflects on the possibility that he truly likes the captain.
Cyan wonders if Luciella was mistaken as he and Sir Chiron walk through the sale.
A vibrant cover page depicts the main couple of I Don't Believe in My Twin Sister.
Voices from the palace frantically call for Cyan and Sir Chiron, asking what has happened.
Cyan and Sir Chiron rush inside carrying the unconscious Julia, promising to explain the situation later.
The Duke orders a man named Gilbert to fetch a doctor for his unconscious daughter.
A stylized title card announces the continuation of the Ice Flower Night story.
A voice confirms Julia's unconscious state and questions if she was the source of the magic.
Julia remains bedridden while a voice explains that Cyan suppressed her magic, but she remains ill.
The Duke thanks Sir Chiron and Cyan for saving his daughter's life during the magical crisis.
Cyan and Sir Chiron discuss the mystery surrounding Julia's sudden and violent magical release.
Cyan suspects Jeremy's involvement since the prince was found lying unconscious right next to Julia.
Sir Chiron recalls how Jeremy has been harassing Julia with rumors even before the party began.
The Duke reacts with visible shock and anger at the mention of the second prince.
The Duke commands the others to wait outside while his heavy footsteps echo through the hallway.
A glowing magical sword named Iber lies on Julia's bed to help stabilize her volatile power.
The Duke instructs the household staff to bar entry until Julia finally awakens from her slumber.
The majestic palace tower stands silent under the light of a brilliant, clear full moon.
Jeremy's mother, the princess, sits vigilantly beside her son's bed as he lies gravely ill.
The princess expresses her deep shock at the state her son returned in after the party.
Jeremy looks deathly pale as the princess laments that even the best doctors are currently helpless.
A servant informs the princess that they have successfully captured a man known as the metallurgist. The princess approaches the bedroom door while Jeremy remains unconscious and feverish in the background. The princess welcomes the captured metallurgist, who complains about his rude and forceful invitation.
The princess slaps the silver-haired man, blaming his medicine for Jeremy's serious and life-threatening injuries.
The metallurgist asks about the side effects and defends his reputation as a top master.
The princess dismissively mocks the man's credentials, calling him a mere novice instead of a master.
The silver-haired metallurgist looks visibly irritated after being insulted by the blonde princess.
The metallurgist asks for permission to examine the prince to find the cause of his illness.
The princess leads the way to her son's bedside, ordering the captured man to follow her.
The metallurgist notes Jeremy was poisoned by powerful close-range magic that has left him in peril.
The metallurgist deduces the medicine was intended for a swordsman, questioning the gender of the target.
The princess asks if the opponent used cold magic, which the metallurgist confirms with a smirk.
Chibi Metallurgist admits he made a mistake by not warning her about certain properties sooner.
He explains that his medicine triggers a violent reaction when it comes into contact with cold magic.
The metallurgist warns that the prince's life is at risk while the princess questions his silence.
The silver-haired man retorts that he only kept quiet because the princess never asked for details.
The princess is frozen in shock as the reality of her son's dire situation sinks in.
A servant asks if there is any hope while the metallurgist reveals a single possible solution.
The princess offers an unlimited amount of money, but the metallurgist says wealth is not enough.
The princess desperately urges the man to state his demands without any further hesitation or delay.
The metallurgist reveals the heavy price. Jeremy will survive, but will remain permanently unable to have children.
He explains that saving Jeremy's life requires a total sacrifice of his ability to produce an heir.
A close-up captures the princess's horrified and trembling face as she realizes her son's fate.
Narrative text notes that infertility is a fatal flaw for anyone hoping to inherit the throne.
The princess clenches her fist, desperately asking if he can truly guarantee her son's survival.
Chibi Metallurgist confirms his ability to save Jeremy but hints at another mysterious and ominous condition.
The metallurgist tells the princess to decide quickly as the flame of Jeremy's life begins fading.
A quiet afternoon passes over the palace grounds as 3 days have gone by since then.
Julia finally opens her eyes in her bedroom while her father sits beside her, holding her hand.
The Duke is overwhelmed with relief and joy to see his daughter has finally regained consciousness.
Julia opens her eyes in her bedroom, questioning her current location and the party's outcome. The Duke explains that Cyan and Winter brought her home after she fainted at the party.
Julia tries to recall the events of the evening, feeling a deep sense of confusion and unease.
Flashes of memory regarding Jeremy's toast and the moonlit balcony return to Julia as she suffers. Julia remembers drinking the wine Jeremy offered before losing consciousness and all sense of her surroundings.
The Duke mentions she was found in the restroom, contradicting Julia's certain memory of the balcony.
The Duke realizes Jeremy must have moved her body to the restroom to conceal his initial crime.
Narrative text emphasizes that harming a member of the Rosenthal family is an absolute, unforgivable challenge.
The Duke clenches his fist, determined to hold the second prince accountable for his calculated actions.
Chibi Julia claims she is healthy and expresses an eager desire to resume her sword practice.
The Duke watches her with a stern and focused expression, hiding his deep concern and anger.
The Duke orders Julia to remain in bed and rest until her body is completely stabilized.
He informs her that he has already contacted the royal family and handled the night squad.
Julia tries to protest her father's decision, but his firm and protective tone quickly silences her.
The Duke tenderly holds Julia's hand against a soft and snowy background of falling white petals.
Julia gazes at her father with a soft smile, acknowledging his deep and protective love for her.
The Duke embraces Julia, thanking her for surviving the crisis and waking up safely.
A vibrant cover page features the lead couple of the series, I Don't Believe in My Twin Sister.
A stylized promotional page showcases the main characters from the series Who Kidnapped the Empress.
An unseen voice asks Luca if he has discovered the truth behind Jeremy's recent palace activities.
Luca informs the Crown Prince about rumors that the metallurgist named Tan has entered the capital.
The blonde Crown Prince reacts with visible shock upon hearing that the metallurgist met with the Queen.
A hand turns an ornate golden door handle, transitioning the scene within the grand palace interior.
Chibi Crown Prince wears a puzzled expression as he contemplates the mysterious and unfolding palace events.
A man in uniform introduces himself as Chen, the official bodyguard serving the second prince.
The Crown Prince and Luca question why the second prince's personal guardian is present here now.
A title card identifies Chen as the dedicated guardian and protector of the second prince.
The Crown Prince mocks the idea of Luca serving anyone else, asserting his own true status.
Luca tells the prince to stop the nonsense and focus on the reports regarding the queen.
The grand palace towers stand tall under the brilliant midday sun as a new day dawns.
Luca explains that the potion's clash with the lady's magic caused the sudden violent release of power. Luca confirms that the second prince was caught in the magical crossfire and placed in peril.
The Crown Prince asks about the price paid for Jeremy's survival after the disastrous magical event.
Luca reveals the permanent cost. Jeremy will survive but will remain unable to produce an heir.
The blonde Crown Prince stares in stunned silence as the news of Jeremy's infertility finally sinks in.
An atmospheric background reflects the gravity and finality of the news regarding the second prince's future.
The Crown Prince and Luca share a grim and mocking laugh over Jeremy's pathetic and ironic downfall.
The Crown Prince finds it hilarious that the womanizing prince has been rendered permanently impotent.
The Crown Prince orders Luca to spread the rumors of Jeremy's condition throughout the kingdom's nobility.
Standing with confidence, the Crown Prince declares that Jeremy is now effectively removed from the throne.
A character learns that the metallurgist named Tan has already fled the capital after treating the prince.
The Crown Prince orders his bodyguard Chen to go and retrieve the missing metallurgist immediately.
Ornate chandeliers illuminate the hallway as the scene shifts to the interior of the Queen's palace.
The Queen is informed that Jeremy has awakened but remains unresponsive, staring blankly at nothing. The Queen furiously questions if Jeremy knows the truth while the maid desperately defends her silence. The Queen threatens to kill the maid if the secret of Jeremy's infertility is ever revealed.
The terrified maid remains silent and sweating under the Queen's cold and lethal gaze.
Jeremy sits by a window, looking out blankly as the Queen asks how his body feels.
Jeremy asks about Julia's condition, prompting a look of intense, frustrated shock from the Queen.
The Queen dismissively tells Jeremy to forget about that girl and focus entirely on himself. Jeremy looks down, accepting that his initial scheme against Julia has ultimately failed this time. The princess encourages a demoralized Jeremy to recover, promising the world will again revolve around him.
The sun sets behind a tall clock tower, marking the end of another tense day.
Duke Rosenthal questions why the Crown Prince's aide has come to meet with him privately.
The aide presents a document detailing an unfortunate incident involving Julia at the birthday party. A cold glare crosses the Duke's face as he asks where the information originated from.
The aide explains that the Crown Prince stays informed of every event within the royal family. Suspicious of the sudden cooperation, the Duke questions the Crown Prince's true underlying purpose.
The aide claims the prince simply wishes to offer his assistance to the Rosenthal family.
The Duke is surprised by how quickly witness testimonies were gathered for the investigative report.
Narrative panels recount Jeremy's calculated interactions with the maids before poisoning Julia's wineglass.
The report details the sudden magical blizzard and the Black Lion captain rescuing the unconscious lady.
The Duke reviews the papers, confirming the sequence of events that occurred during the party. He notes that most witnesses listed belong to families allied with the Crown Prince.
The Duke ponders how so many people witnessed the crime despite its secluded location.
The aide assures him the document is a truthful record written at the prince's request. The Duke remains skeptical as he weighs the potential political implications of this new information.
A tense silence follows as the aide waits for the Duke to react to the report.
The aide reveals that Jeremy used a special potion from a metallurgist named Tan.
He explains the potion's intended effect, making the victim fall in love with the first person seen.
The document states that Jeremy intended to propose marriage once Julia was under the potion's influence. The Duke finds it difficult to believe such a scandalous and manipulative plot actually existed. The aide insists the information came from a close friend of Jeremy's whom the Duke knows.
Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the Duke resolves to be extremely careful for Julia's sake.
The Duke dismisses the aide, promising to provide a decision after further careful consideration.
Night falls over the palace as the Duke reflects on the shocking truth of the conspiracy.
During dinner, the Duke asks Julia for her personal opinion on the Crown Prince's actions.
Julia observes that the Crown Prince likely aims to eliminate Jeremy from the line of succession. The Duke agrees that Jeremy's guilt is certain, but finds the Crown Prince's offer intriguing. The Duke plans to meet the Crown Prince, but Julia insists on going in his place.
Julia declares she will no longer be manipulated and wants to judge the situation directly herself.
The Duke laughs at her stubbornness, allowing her to go while warning her not to overwork.
A vibrant cover page promotes the series Who Kidnapped the Empress with beautiful character art.
The next day, the palace towers gleam under a clear blue sky as Julia arrives.
Luca welcomes Lady Rosenthal, informing her that the Crown Prince is already waiting for her.
Julia realizes the prince anticipated her visit, feeling a sense of unease as she enters. Luca offers a polite smile while leading the way through the grand palace corridors.
Luca mentions the prince is in the heating room, causing Julia to react with mild confusion.
Julia finds the prince's habits annoying and feels uncomfortable about their upcoming and mysterious meeting.
A voice calls out to her as she approaches the designated meeting spot.
Chibi Julia is startled when the prince seemingly reads her mind about her feelings of annoyance. The blonde crown prince stands in a lush greenhouse, watering a patch of bright red flowers. The prince looks over his shoulder as Luca announces Lady Rosenthal's arrival to the garden.
Julia offers a formal bow while the prince invites her to sit down for a chat.
Hot tea is poured into delicate porcelain cups, filling the air with a floral aroma. The prince offers the tea, noting he planted the ingredients himself and hopes she enjoys it.
Julia feels mentally drained, but admits the scent of the Flora tea is quite pleasant.
Julia suddenly pauses while drinking, her eyes widening as she realizes something about the situation. The crown prince stares back at her with a curious and slightly surprised expression. The prince laughs nervously, realizing his offer of a drink might seem ominous after her poisoning.
The crown prince apologizes for his lack of subtlety while Julia laughs nervously during tea.
The crown prince takes a sip from his cup while a shocked Chibi Julia watches him.
He claims the drink is safe while Julia worries about the temperature of the tea.
Julia questions why the crown prince felt the need to send a bodyguard to her father.
The prince expresses a desire to help, noting Julia lacks the time for a direct investigation. A close-up of the crown prince's eye captures a moment of intense and silent observation.
Julia flinches as the prince suggests finishing the matters they have already started settling down.
The smiling prince warns Julia that her expressive honesty can be a dangerous weakness for her.
Julia looks away, promising the blonde crown prince that she will remember his specific instructions.
Over a garden backdrop, the prince insists he is not a coward who plays petty tricks.
The prince predicts Jeremy's actions at the party, mentioning he only guarded the front door. He admits his failure to foresee Jeremy's cowardice, swearing he would have stopped him otherwise. Julia realizes the prince is using her for his own political agenda against the second prince. The prince explains that the king's pride makes it impossible for him to forgive his son. He emphasizes that being the king's son makes Jeremy's crime even more impossible to overlook.
The crown prince asks Julia for her decision on whether she wants Jeremy to be punished.
Julia asks if any of the evidence the prince meticulously prepared for her is actually fabricated.
The Crown Prince looks serious, swearing to God that all the information he provided is true.
Julia states that she needs more time to think carefully before making a final decision.
Chibi Crown Prince wonders if he did something wrong to cause Julia sudden hesitation. Julia questions her own hesitation while a chibi version of herself expresses frustration in the background.
The Crown Prince leans in with a knowing look, offering to share one final, shocking detail. He reveals that Jeremy was rendered a eunuch due to the influence of a powerful magic.
Chibi Crown Prince points out that Julia herself was the source of that devastating magical poison.
Julia screams in absolute shock after hearing the news about Jeremy's permanent and humiliating condition.
The prince notes that Jeremy has already been punished, asking if Julia understands his true meaning.
The afternoon sun shines brightly above the lush green trees of the palace grounds. Julia walks away, reflecting on how even a simple conversation with the Crown Prince is exhausting.
The Crown Prince repeats his question, ensuring Julia understands the political bargain he is offering.
Julia realizes he wants her to accept his offer to eliminate his opponent without open conflict. Sir Chiron rushes toward Julia in the palace garden, calling out her name with visible relief. Sir Chiron came looking for her at the palace, arriving just as Julia felt mentally drained.
Julia leans against Sir Chiron, finding solace in his presence after her tense meeting.
Julia tells a confused Chiron she is absorbing his energy, represented by a low battery icon.
Sir Chiron looks down at Julia with a soft, affectionate smile as she holds on to him. Embracing her tightly, Sir Chiron tells Julia she can take as much of his energy as needed.
Julia recalls hearing that Sir Chiron carried her all the way back home during the crisis.
Sir Chiron holds Julia close, expressing his deep relief that she is finally safe and healthy.
Curant asks about her health. Julia admits fatigue but says seeing him makes her feel better.
Chibi, Sir Chiron, and Julia are startled by a sudden sound or realization.
Sir Chiron suggests they visit a restaurant recommended by Alex for a lunch date in time.
Sir Chiron leads her away while a crying Chibi Alex watches from the background. The scene shifts to the village, showing the exterior of a cozy restaurant named Trattoria.
During lunch, Julia tells Sir Chiron that the meal is delicious because they are eating together.
Julia contrasts her comfort with Chiron against the suffocating feeling she gets from the Crown Prince.
Sir Chiron stares at Julia while she eats, causing her to stop and question his behavior. Blushing, Julia asks Sir Chiron to stop looking at her so intensely while she is eating.
Chibi Sir Chiron looks incredibly dejected, prompting Julia to quickly soften her tone and words.
A piece of meat is held up on a fork, ready to be offered.
Julia looks surprised as Sir Chiron holds out a piece of his food for her to taste.
Sir Chiron playfully offers a piece of meat to Julia while they share a meal together.
Julia opens her mouth to accept the food while Chiron continues to encourage her affectionately.
A whimsical backdrop frames the question of whether the food being shared is truly delicious.
Chiron shyly admits he hasn't tasted it himself yet, leaving Julia looking quite surprised by him.
Julia suggests visiting a nearby cake shop while Chiron wonders if she still has room for more.
Julia confidently explains that dessert goes into a completely separate stomach from the main meal.
A colorful cover page features stylized character art for the series titled Born a Princess.
Narrative text from the translators expresses disappointment regarding the low engagement numbers for the current series.
A few days pass as scandalous rumors begin to circulate about the second prince's sudden infertility.
While some dismiss the reports as baseless insults, others claim the information comes from a reliable source.
Details emerge suggesting Jeremy fell seriously ill after the party and can no longer produce heirs.
Two noblemen discuss the lack of concrete proof regarding the shocking medical rumors surrounding the prince.
Observations are made that the prince has stopped seeing women and reacts irritably toward anyone approaching him.
A man questions the validity of such a strange occurrence happening to a member of royalty.
Regardless of its truth, the damaging rumor continues to spread rapidly through every corner of the capital.
The narrative emphasizes that the persistent scandal has already completely destroyed the second prince's public credibility.
A nobleman argues that nobody would dare fabricate such serious news about the royal family's personal affairs.
Rain falls heavily over the Sun Palace as the atmosphere within the royal court grows tense.
Looking through a window, the Crown Prince asks Julia and the Duke if they desire Jeremy's punishment.
The prince threatens to inform the king himself if they hesitate to hold Jeremy properly accountable.
Feeling the immense pressure of the situation, a drained Julia calls out for her father's support.
The Crown Prince notes they share common ground as he leads the group toward a meeting.
An official announcement heralds the arrival of the Crown Prince and Duke Rosenthal to the Emperor.
The Grand Palace doors swing open as the Emperor grants them permission to enter his presence.
The exterior of the palace stands cold and imposing under the relentless and steady evening rain. Jeremy dismisses a maid, stating he is not in the mood for company after his recovery.
The maid is reduced to tears while asking about the rumors currently plaguing the prince's reputation.
The crying maid flees as Jeremy desperately calls out for her to wait and explain herself.
A servant is caught off guard by the prince's sudden outburst and reacts with visible alarm.
Jeremy demands to know what is happening while staring at the trembling servant with growing suspicion.
Since waking up, Jeremy reflects on his new and overwhelming discomfort whenever a woman gets close.
He wonders if his current aversion is a permanent after effect of the magical injuries he sustained.
The servant panics over the prince's reaction, unsure of how to handle the deteriorating situation properly.
Terrified, the servant bows deeply and offers a frantic apology to the visibly agitated second prince.
Narrative text notes that certain people have begun observing the prince's behavior with renewed critical interest. Jeremy commandingly tells the bowing servant to raise his head and face him directly without fear.
While the servant tries to deny seeing anything, Jeremy's expression shifts into a look of arrogant pity.
A sudden aggressive movement occurs as the prince lashes out in a moment of intense frustration.
Jeremy grabs the servant's collar, furiously questioning the change in his expression and his obvious fear.
The scene transitions as the light of a palace lamp flickers against the dark interior walls.
The king reviews the compiled evidence regarding Jeremy's actions that was provided by Duke Rosenthal's investigation.
The Crown Prince reveals he has a lead on the alchemist and is close to capturing him.
The king warns the Crown Prince that he will face consequences if any of this information is false.
Standing firm, the Crown Prince swears by the God of Sun that his report is entirely truthful.
The king reacts with a dismissive scoff as he contemplates the grave implications of the provided documents.
Thoughts arise about the queen's potential involvement, noting her ruthless willingness to achieve her dark goals.
A hand clenches the documents as the narrative warns that nothing would change without decisive action.
A fragmented memory reflects the chaotic reality of the situation, contradicting all of Julia's previous expectations.
The king asks Julia for more time to contemplate his final decision, and she politely agrees.
A close-up of the king's face captures his deep internal conflict and growing resolve regarding Jeremy.
The king asks to speak with the duke privately, dismissing the others from the room.
In the quiet office, the king admits he feels deeply ashamed of his family's recent actions.
Through the rain, the king vows to punish the queen and Jeremy before he abdicates his throne.
Duke Rosenthal reacts with shock, telling the king that he cannot simply choose to abdicate now.
The king explains he is old and exhausted by the betrayal and ugliness within his own family.
The duke observes that the common people also need time to process these sudden royal changes.
Narrative text recalls how the Rosenthal family historically swore their swords to protect the emperor's lineage.
The king insists on punishing the traitor to ensure the princess suffers no more future trouble.
An impressive silence fills the palace as a single chandelier flickers against the dark, empty walls.
In a fit of rage, Jeremy brutally attacks a servant who desperately begs for royal mercy.
The crown prince watches the violent outburst from the shadows with a cold and calculating eye. The crown prince steps forward, demanding to know why Jeremy has come to this place now.
He seizes Jeremy by the collar, ordering his men to ensure no one else enters the room.
The crown prince drags Jeremy away while the battered servant flees into the palace hallways, sobbing.
A tight grip on Jeremy's fancy clothes highlights the prince's physical dominance during their tense confrontation. Jeremy is thrown violently onto the floor as the heavy rain continues to lash the windows.
The crown prince stands over his brother, furiously asking him what he thinks he is doing.
He leans in close, revealing that he is fully aware of Jeremy's crimes against Lady Julia.
The prince mocks Jeremy's infertility. Jeremy reacts with indignant denial, calling the news absolute nonsense. The crown prince scoffs, realizing Jeremy is the only person left ignorant of his own condition. He laughs, noting that the entire palace is already whispering about the second prince's shameful downfall.
Rain streaks the glass as the prince mentions the magic that nearly killed Jeremy that day.
The crown prince explains that while the alchemist saved Jeremy's life, he lost his future heirs.
He reveals the queen knowingly sacrificed Jeremy's virility just to keep him alive through the crisis.
The prince points out that Jeremy has avoided women since waking up, confirming the inner truth.
He looms over Jeremy, questioning why he remains obsessed with women he can no longer pursue. Jeremy panics, wondering if the crown prince truly knows everything that happened during the birthday party.
Trying to steady himself, Jeremy hopes the prince is merely using rumors to provoke a confession. Fear grips Jeremy as he realizes there are secrets about his own body he never knew.
He recalls the queen's recent strange behavior and the cold way she has been watching him.
Memories of the hesitant, whispering maids flash through Jeremy's mind, making the rumors feel horribly real.
Jeremy snaps at the prince, telling him to stop making such cruel and bothersome jokes immediately.
The crown prince laughs, running a hand through his hair and enjoying his brother's visible misery.
His eyes glow with a chilling intensity as he asks if Jeremy is finally ready to listen.
The crown prince asserts that Jeremy knows better than anyone whether these claims are actually true.
Stunned into a cold sweat, Jeremy stares at the floor, unable to formulate a coherent response.
A few days pass as the palace prepares for the official investigation into the recent scandals.
The queen and Jeremy sit in a formal reception room surrounded by various reports and documents.
The blonde crown prince enters the room with his attendants, ready to present his final findings.
Scattered papers across the table contain the detailed testimonies gathered against the second prince's conspiratorial actions.
The queen looks over the evidence, questioning the source and the validity of the shocking content.
The king looks down with a heavy heart, asking if the written reports are actually the truth.
Jeremy vehemently denies the charges, claiming that an unknown enemy is actively trying to harm him.
Despite his vocal denials, Jeremy's hands tremble violently behind his back, betraying his intense inner fear.
The Crown Prince snaps his fingers, ordering the guards to bring the key witness into the room.
The alchemist Tan is led inside, bound in heavy ropes and guarded by the prince's men.
Jeremy reacts with visible horror, realizing the presence of the alchemist marks the end of his lies.
The guard leans in, threatening Tan with execution if he dares to lie before the king.
Bound and terrified, the alchemist regrets ever getting involved in the second prince's dangerous royal schemes.
The queen and Jeremy watch in silent dread as their conspiratorial world finally begins to collapse.
The alchemist resolves to cooperate with the crown prince and stand out as a key witness.
Tan admits that he concocted a specialized potion approximately 1 month ago under the queen's specific orders.
The silver-haired alchemist claims he could not refuse because the queen begged him so sincerely for help.
Tan asks how a mere alchemist like him could possibly dare to defy the queen's orders.
The queen shouts that she has never been so humiliated and questions the king's belief in Tan.
The king slams his hand down, commanding silence with a thunderous and absolute royal authority.
The king sternly asks Jeremy if the rumors regarding his sudden and permanent infertility are actually true.
The queen tries to dismiss the news as a cold, but Tan confirms the reality to the king.
Tan explains that he was forced to make that choice to save Jeremy from magical poisoning.
Jeremy lashes out at the alchemist's nonsense while the king calls his son's name with disappointment. Jeremy trembles violently as he attempts to address his father, his eyes wide with fear and desperation. A heavy hand strikes Jeremy's face, leaving a stinging red mark upon the prince's pale cheek. Jeremy stares in absolute shock as he processes the physical blow delivered by his furious father.
The king condemns Jeremy for dishonoring the crown and the Rosenthals, noting Julia nearly died by him.
Jeremy clutches his stinging cheek in disbelief, wondering how his father could actually bring himself to strike him.
The prince clenches his fist in silent frustration while the weight of his disgrace sinks in.
Jeremy attempts to justify his actions, claiming that everything would be better if Julia was on his side. The queen calls out to her son as the weight of the king's judgment hangs over them.
Jeremy questions the point of success if it means exploiting others while he clenches his own hand.
The queen shouts that she alone is responsible for the conspiracy and insists that Jeremy is innocent.
The queen begs for her own punishment, asking the king to remember their past love and forgive Jeremy.
The king states that the queen seduced the second heir and committed unforgivable sins against many people. The king decrees the queen's exile to the north under supervision to prevent contact with the prince.
Pleading for mercy, the queen insists she cannot be exiled because Jeremy is unable to live alone. Narrative text emphasizes that Jeremy's despicable actions have caused massive humiliation for the loyal Rosenthal family. The king declares the entire royal family is humiliated as the queen collapses onto the floor.
Jeremy is sentenced to exile on a southern island, leaving him wondering if Julia caused his downfall.
Jeremy's eyes reflect deep betrayal as he questions how his father could give up so easily.
A bitter realization dawns on Jeremy that the king truly no longer considers him a son. Jeremy believes everything would have been different if that girl had only accepted his selfish will.
The king lifts Jeremy's chin with a gloved hand, calling out to him before he speaks further. Looking down at his kneeling son, the king coldly asserts that everything is entirely Jeremy's fault.
The moon illuminates the grand palace towers as a peaceful night settles over the royal capital. A hooded figure sits with a crow as a red-haired woman slowly approaches him at night. Tan smiles from beneath his hood, welcoming his master and noting she appears very happy today. Rebecca arrives amidst a backdrop of vibrant flowers, announcing her presence with a wink and a wave.
Rebecca questions the progress of her request, noting that the alchemist appears slightly rushed in his work.
A sparkling tiara is presented, glowing with a purple light as Rebecca reveals her magical creation.
Rebecca reminds him that replacing the national treasure with a fake costs more than her own life.
Tan takes the jeweled tiara, thanking Rebecca for her hard work in securing such a valuable item.
Surrounded by magical energy, Tan prepares a ritual with the tiara while Rebecca watches him closely.
A bright tiara floats within a sphere of magical energy during the alchemist's dark ritual.
Narratives recall the history of the Rosenthal ancestors killing the witch Ariel, though her soul survived. The Empire's mage split Ariel's soul into gems, which were guarded by the Empire's trusted allies.
The singular heart of the goddess remains, burning brightly within a void of eternal fire.
Tan explains his plans regarding Kingdom Paran, ordering his spy to remain at the tower for now.
The narrative suggests that the Crown Prince's ascension is the key moment for their plan. Rebecca looks confused, admitting she does not understand the reason behind the timing of his plans. A magical sigil reveals that reviving Ariel requires massive amounts of human blood and captured souls.
Tan channels dark energy, resolving to brainwash the prince and force the upcoming war to happen.
Rebecca gazes at the glowing magical heart, whispering her awe at the powerful artifact.
Under the dark night sky, someone laments the cruelty of the current royal situation. A loud shout for Julia von Rosenthal echoes through the bright afternoon palace grounds. Jeremy approaches Julia, asking why she has come here despite leaving the palace today. Furious, Jeremy blames Julia for his miserable life and asks if she is satisfied.
Julia stares coldly at Jeremy, asking if he really came back just to say that.
Jeremy claims things would be different if Julia accepted him. She wonders if he's crazy.
Jeremy peers through his fingers with a look of intense, yellow-eyed obsession and deep resentment.
A rough hand reaches out and aggressively seizes Julia's arm in a moment of frustration.
Julia calls Jeremy pitiful, prompting him to angrily demand to know what she just said.
Julia exhales a weary breath, showing her utter exhaustion with the former prince's desperate behavior.
Julia strikes Jeremy's face with a powerful punch, commanding him to wake up immediately.
Julia sternly tells Jeremy to make it clear that his downfall is entirely his own fault.
Holding his stinging face, Jeremy gasps in horror that she dared to strike royalty.
Julia reminds him he is exiled and infertile, questioning if he is even a prince. Jeremy collapses in shock while Julia politely asks to be excused and walks away. Humiliation and vengeful rage fill Jeremy's eyes as he glares silently at the palace floor.
Jeremy points a trembling finger, screaming his intense hatred as Julia walks away from him.
A decorative palace gate frames a final dismissive comment regarding the pity of the situation.
Walking away, Julia thinks Jeremy is disgusting and regrets not hitting him a bit more.
Chris greets Julia with a bright, cheerful smile, asking if her body has fully recovered.
Chris admits he was worried. Julia says she's better and asks about the night's training.
Chibi Chris pouts, calling Julia heartless for discussing work immediately. Julia looks entirely confused.
Chibi Chris hugs Julia while claiming he worked hard. Julia asks if he's being lazy.
Ginger and Zeke approach with smiles, telling Julia how much they care about her.
Ginger credits Chris for her focus. Zeke complains he's the only one Chris actually bullies.
Julia notes Ginger looks much fresher now while an annoyed Chris pouts in the background. Zeke boasts about his muscular body, leaving Julia surprised and Chris looking incredibly grumpy.
Julia questions Chris's strange, frustrated expression while he glares in a state of comical dejection.
Chibi Chris demands compliments and head pats, reminding Julia that Ginger praised his diligent teaching.
Chris insists he did Julia's work. She feels guilty and thanks him with visible hesitation.
Chibi Chris keeps pestering for attention. Julia asks if he isn't too old for this.
Zeke calls Chris' behavior childish, causing the blue-haired knight to react with a comical outburst. The grand estate windows glow warmly as the peaceful night settles over the Rosenthal residence.
Julia reflects on the Emperor's visit. The Duke explains it was a father's necessary judgment.
Duke Rosenthal notes that the Crown Prince will soon ascend to the throne of the Empire.
The Duke notes opposition will grow, asking if the prince is truly prepared to ascend. Julia recalls the past purge, wondering why the timeline for Leonard's succession has accelerated so much. Narrative text reflects on the changing fates of the knights and the princes within the Empire. Julia realizes that her new life and choices are gradually altering the entire future course. Julia wonders why she returned to the past and contemplates what she must do next. A maid enters Julia's study to announce that Sir Kyrant Winter has arrived to visit.
The Duke reveals he invited Kyrant, instructing the maid to lead him to the dining room.
The maid walks away, thinking to herself about the high number of male guests this year.
Blushing, the maid wonders if the visitor is actually a secret suitor for the young lady. An elegant meal featuring a savory meat pie and fine wine is served on the table.
Kyrant Winter sits at the table, politely thanking the Duke for the invitation to dinner.
The Duke suggests a conversation, asking Kyrant if he can drink as much as Cyan can. Determined not to lose to his rival, Kyrant immediately answers that he can drink just as much.
Red wine is poured into a glass as the tense evening conversation between the two begins.
Kyrant blushes as he confirms hearing rumors of his own first confession to Julia.
Duke Rosenthal asks what he likes about her, making Julia protest her father's intense questioning.
The Duke warns he will remove anyone interested only in Julia's looks. Kyrant starts explaining. Kyrant states he was drawn to Julia's honesty and feels genuinely happy when they're together. He recalls seeing Julia's hard work and dedication to the group, which sparked his love.
Duke Rosenthal responds with a knowing smirk after hearing the young knight's sincere explanation.
The Duke enthusiastically demands Kyrant praise Julia's cuteness while she begs them both to stop.
The Duke whispers to Julia, wondering why Kyrant ignores her face despite her curse-breaking efforts. Blushing deeply, Kyrant looks directly at Julia and admits that she is truly very beautiful. He suggests many others likely want to protect her. Julia stares at him in stunned silence.
Finding Kyrant interesting, the Duke laughs and encourages him to continue drinking their fine wine. Empty bottles and glasses litter the table, marking the end of their intense drinking session.
Gilbert supports the heavily intoxicated Duke while Julia asks the butler to handle her father.
Seeing Kyrant passed out on the table, Julia decides to personally take him to his room. Gilbert offers to call for help, but Julia insists she can handle the unconscious guest. Moonlight spills through the window as Julia reflects on her earlier statements during the quiet night.
Kyrant pulls Julia into an embrace on the bed, leaving her panicking and begging him to wake. Julia notes Kyrant's physical strength as he sleeps soundly without letting go of her.
Despite believing herself to be the strongest, Julia feels defeated by the knight's immovable grip. Resigning herself to the situation, Julia decides she must simply accept being held for now. Overcome by exhaustion, Julia falls asleep in Kyrant's arms while he snores peacefully beside her.
Vibrant illustrations of the couple highlight the romantic development between the princess and the knight.
Bright morning light shines through the window, signaling the start of a new, complicated day.
Kyrant wakes up with a heavy head, appearing groggy and disoriented from the previous night. Staring at the unfamiliar chandelier above, Kyrant realizes he is not in his own bedroom. He wonders how much he drank before noticing Julia sleeping soundly right next to him.
Absolute shock and realization hit Kyrant as he stares at the girl in his bed.
Kyrant sits up in a panic, whispering Julia's name while she begins to stir beside him.
Julia turns over in her sleep, unaware that Kyrant is watching her with growing anxiety.
Kyrant's heart races violently as he tries to process the awkward situation he has found himself in.
He worries his loud heartbeat might wake Julia up while he remains frozen in place.
10 minutes pass as the sun rises higher, the morning quiet lingering over the estate.
Julia finally wakes up, stretching her arms wide and groaning with a long, sleepy yawn.
Still half asleep, Julia rubs her eyes as she begins to recognize her surroundings and the person nearby. Julia screams in terror while Kyrant awkwardly asks if she slept well, despite his own nerves.
Flustered and blushing, Julia touches her forehead and stammers, wondering what happened to her composure.
Kyrant smiles kindly, noting that she seemed full of energy the moment she opened her eyes.
Julia feels incredibly embarrassed, marveling at how Kyrant managed to remain so calm and collected.
In reality, Kyrant is sweating and blushing profusely, barely keeping his own rising panic in check.
Gilbert knocks on the door, announcing his presence as the family butler and startling them both.
The butler asks to enter, sending Julia into a state of total panic over being discovered. Terrified of her father's reaction, Julia quickly dives into the wardrobe to hide from Gilbert.
Kyrant stands ready as the sounds of the butler's approach echo through the bedroom.
Kyrant rubs the back of his neck, preparing to greet Gilbert while Julia hides nearby.
Kyrant opens the door and calmly invites Gilbert inside, claiming he has just woken up.
Gilbert enters with a tray, asking Kyrant how he feels and offering some morning tea.
Thanking him, Kyrant accepts the tea and asks if Duke Rosenthal has recovered from last night.
Gilbert assures him that Duke recovers quickly, advising Kyrant to rest until the next meal.
The butler departs and closes the door, leaving Kyrant alone in the room once again.
Kyrant stands in the middle of the room, contemplating the chaotic events of the past few hours. Kyrant peeks into the room, commenting on how uncomfortable the atmosphere feels for him.
Holding hands, Kyrant asks if anyone is outside while the girl confirms they are likely alone. A sharp footfall echoes as someone steps down firmly onto the patterned green carpeted floor.
Julia surprises Kyrant with a sudden, gentle kiss as flowers bloom in the romantic background.
Julia runs off, promising to explain everything later and telling Kyrant to meet her for dinner.
Pink hearts and strawberries decorate a soft background, reflecting the lingering sweetness of the encounter.
Back in her room, Julia clutches her burning cheeks and wonders what came over her. A close-up of Julia's purple eyes shows her deep in thought regarding her recent actions.
Spotting the sword Iber resting on her bed, Julia questions how it got there.
A shimmering light envelops Julia as her heartbeat quickens during a moment of sudden realization. Within a snowy vision, Julia wanders through an icy wasteland while questioning if she is dreaming.
Ethereal text within the frozen landscape identifies Julia as the true descendant of the Rosenthal family.
The ethereal ice witch appears behind Julia and places hands on her shoulders, prompting a shocked inquiry.
The ice witch begins to speak, her cold blue lips moving as Julia listens in stunned silence.
Touching Julia's hands, the witch instructs her to use Ever's power to find her in the north. Julia reflects on her dream and her new destination at the frozen edge of the northern continent.
Floating amidst magical sigils, Eber represents the mysterious path Julia must follow to uncover her destiny.
The Duke questions Julia's sudden resolve to head north based only on a single strange dream.
The Duke recalls family history involving an ice wall, a crowned woman, and the sword's instructions.
A vision of the powerful ice witch appears as the potential identity of the woman from history.
Julia asks if the woman is still alive, leaving the Duke momentarily speechless and contemplative. The Duke notes that while the woman's body might be dead, a witch's soul persists. Concerned for her safety, the Duke insists he cannot allow Julia to travel north entirely alone.
The Duke asks if Julia intends to make him worry again with her dangerous personal missions.
Julia argues that she must follow the Ice Witch's message to solve the family's lingering curse.
With a determined gaze, Julia declares her firm desire to finally understand the truth of her destiny.
A collection of ornate books rests on the table as the Duke grants Julia time to think. Sunlight bathes the grand Rosenthal estate, signaling a new day and a shift in the story.
Julia, the Duke, and Kyrant share a tense and quiet meal in the formal dining room.
Julia hides her face, regretting her earlier boldness and finding it impossible to look at Kyrant.
The Duke notes the strange atmosphere, teasingly asking if something significant happened between the two last night.
Blushing furiously, Kyrant nervously laughs off the Duke's suggestion that anything happened during their time alone.
Kyrant stares blankly at his steak while the Duke asks why he has lost his appetite.
An elegant promotional illustration features the main couple in both a novel and manhwa art style. A serene garden fountain flows as Julia contemplates the work she must do in the north.
In the garden, Kyrant warns of the dangers of traveling alone and offers to accompany her. Julia looks up at Kyrant, surprised by his sudden and sincere offer to join her journey.
Kyrant gently touches Julia's shoulder, asking her to understand his and the Duke's shared concern.
Caught off guard by the physical contact, Julia clears her throat as she tries to remain composed. The Duke intervenes, stating that having Kyrant along would provide him with a much-needed sense of security.
The Duke explains that many powerful fighters exist, making extra protection for Julia a necessary precaution.
Julia protests the arrangement, insisting that the mission is her responsibility and she should handle it alone.
The Duke acknowledges Julia's strength but emphasizes the dangers of such a long and isolated journey.
Sobbing comically among raccoons, the Duke claims he'll lose sleep every night if she leaves alone.
Kyrant reiterates his proposal to go together, looking directly at Julia to see if she'll accept.
Julia finally takes Kyrant's hand and agrees to the partnership, marking a new chapter in their journey.
Leaves drift through the sunny sky as Julia silently thanks Kyrant for his unwavering support and presence.
The Duke aggressively entrusts Julia's safety to a panicked Kyrant, making his expectations very loudly known.
Riding their horses side by side, Julia and Kyrant set off on their long journey north.
The mission is clear: travel to the northern mainland to seek out the legendary Ice Witch.
Julia and Kyrant lead their horses through a snowy village toward the northern border.
Kyrant suggests they take a rest for the day and continue their journey tomorrow.
A sudden and piercing scream echoes through the cold air of the quiet village.
Startled by the sound, Julia turns her head while holding a map of the region.
A young boy runs toward a bandit, shouting for him to release his tied sister.
The bandit kicks the child away, telling him to go elsewhere while the boy grunts.
Clenching his sword while lying in the snow, the boy whispers that this is unforgivable. The boy attacks, prompting his sister to scream for Ronnie to run away as the bandit mocks him.
Terrified and helpless, the young girl cries out for someone to help her and Ronnie.
A heavy boot suddenly strikes the bandit across the face, sending him reeling backward. Julia scoffs at the defeated bandit while the young boy watches her in total amazement.
Julia checks if they are okay as the bandit lies unconscious on the snowy ground.
Julia asks what happened and inquires if the criminal has any accomplices nearby.
The girl explains that the bandits took all the village women to the central building. Kyrant stands over several defeated men, telling Julia he will handle them while she helps others.
Thinking Julia is cool, the girl watches as Julia tells Kyrant it is time to go.
The girl realizes she forgot to thank her savior because her mind was so frantic.
Inside a building, the bandit leader asks his subordinate if they have captured everyone.
The leader orders the rest to be sold as a bandit threatens a crying captive.
The doors are kicked open with a violent crash, signaling a sudden intrusion.
Julia stands at the entrance, declaring herself the enemy of the bandits assembled inside.
The leader orders his men to catch Julia, but warns them not to hurt her.
A bandit licks his blade, laughing about the prospect of having a new wife.
Julia calls the men unworthy of her sword, while Kyrant suggests taking them all out.
An intimidating aura surrounds Kyrant as he asks who the bandit thinks he is addressing.
The force of the confrontation causes the chandelier to rattle against the ceiling. The women wonder if they are dreaming as Julia and Kyrant easily pummel the criminals.
A few minutes later, the bandits are tied together and left in the snow.
Julia notes Kyrant's anger while he expresses his disgust for such dirty, cruel people.
The villagers offer their deep thanks, but Julia insists she only did her duty. Julia asks if anyone can recommend a place for them to stay overnight.
The young girl enthusiastically invites them to her inn, wanting to welcome them properly.
The girl leads Julia and Kyrant toward her family's inn as the sun sets. Relaxing at the inn, Julia sits with Ronnie and notices something about him.
Julia looks at the young boy and asks what is on his mind.
Ronnie looks at Julia with determination and asks her how to become stronger. Julia pinches Ronnie's cheek, asking why he does not use proper honorifics with an adult.
Julia asks the young boy why he has such a strong desire to become powerful.
Ronnie explains he wants to protect his sister and prevent today's tragedy from recurring.
Julia reaches out her hand and instructs the young boy to give her his. Holding his hand, Julia explains that only those with strong hearts truly want to protect others.
Ronnie stares at Julia with wide, sparkling eyes, mesmerized by her kind and wise words.
Ronnie asks if her words are true, and Julia smiles warmly as she confirms them.
Kyrant approaches and asks the two of them what they are discussing so intently. Thinking Kyrant is scary, Ronnie quickly runs away while Julia looks on in confusion.
Julia explains to Kyrant that the young boy was simply asking her for some advice. Julia laughs cheerfully, the atmosphere around her blooming with a sense of genuine happiness.
The peaceful winter night settles over the small, snowy houses of the remote village.
Noting the freezing temperature, Kyrant reaches out to help Julia with her winter hood.
Kyrant gently ties the ribbons of her hood as Julia looks at him with affection.
Julia praises Kyrant's attitude. Kyrant suggests it is time for them to depart.
The woman they rescued calls out, asking the pair to stop for a moment. Boots crunch softly through the fresh snow as the travelers pause their departure. Smiling warmly, the woman holds out a small container while breath mists in the cold.
She presents 2 handcrafted necklaces, explaining they are a personal gift from her.
The woman admits she is unsure if the gift can truly repay them for her life.
Julia expresses her genuine appreciation for the gift, promising to keep the necklace safe.
In the background, well wishes for the couple's long-term happiness echo over the peaceful village.
Walking away, Julia reflects on receiving her very first reciprocal gift from the common people. A tender look passes over Chiron's face as he watches Julia admire her new gift. Julia laughs while discussing the Night Squad. Chiron notes they will know the future eventually.
Nearby, a man kneels in the snow to propose marriage to the gift-giving line.
Overwhelmed with emotion, the woman sheds tears of joy as she accepts the man's proposal. The man sweeps the woman into a joyful embrace, vowing to make her happy forever.
Julia notes how happy the couple appears. Chiron offers a brief, distracted response in agreement.
Chiron remains silent, his gaze lingering on the romantic scene unfolding before them in the snow. As they walk, Chiron internally reflects that marriage is still far too early for them.
Julia asks what is on his mind. Chiron appears slightly dazed by his own internal thoughts.
Karen quickly dismisses her concern, claiming he was thinking about nothing at all.
Julia notes that there are moments when she finds Chiron's thoughts to be completely unreadable.
Embracing him, Julia asks Chiron to share whatever is on his mind with her.
Chiron holds her close, promising to reveal his thoughts once the proper time finally arrives.
Julia is startled by the violent racing of Chiron's heart against her as they embrace. Chibi Chiron asks if his heartbeat is audible. Julia laughs at the sudden, awkward realization. The morning sun shines over the quiet inn where a small white dog plays. The young innkeeper presents a package of food she prepared for their continuing journey.
The villagers thank Julia for her help. Julia notes she received much during her stay.
Ronnie promises to meet Julia again after he has practiced hard and grown much stronger. A gentle smile warms Julia's face as she listens to the young boy's determined vow. Julia pats Ronnie's head, encouraging him to try his best and promising her future support.
Birds soar through the winter sky as the scene transitions back to the open road.
Riding north, Chiron explains they will soon reach the territory belonging to the Gracie's tribe.
Chiron warns that the tribe treats strangers as enemies and fears a potential military conflict.
Julia insists that crossing through the tribe's forest is the only way to reach their goal.
Julia believes the tribespeople can be reasoned with, while Chiron remains skeptical of the plan.
Narrated lore explains the Gracies are gatekeepers of the Ice Wall who worship Iris.
Legend says Iris's servants know the Rosenthal history and the location of her sword, Iber.
Reaching the forest's end, Chiron warns that arrows or spears might fly at any moment.
Julia remains alert, sensing faint signs of life waiting for them on the other side.
Multiple arrows suddenly whistle through the air, striking the ground ahead of the galloping horses.
Julia struggles to calm her startled horse as it neighs and rears up in panic.
Chiron prepares for battle, but Julia urges him to attempt a peaceful conversation first.
More projectiles cut through the freezing air as the hidden tribal warriors launch their attack.
Silhouetted figures emerge, declaring that the land ahead belongs strictly to the ice goddess Iris.
A blue-haired archer draws his bow, ordering the foreigners to retreat if they wish to live.
The archer repeats his threat with fierce intensity, refusing to allow any outsiders into his territory. Julia dismounts quickly and assures Chiron she is fine as she steps toward the archer. Julia identifies herself as a Rosenthal descendant, shocking the hidden warriors with her bold claim.
Julia declares she has come to the north following the direct instructions of the witch Iris.
The archer shouts in disbelief, demanding to know why he should trust her outrageous claims.
Julia believes showing the sword Iber will prove her identity as a Rosenthal descendant.
She grips the hilt of the legendary sword as snowflakes drift through the cold air. Julia draws Iber, raising it high as a swirl of freezing energy erupts around him.
Julia asks if the onlookers recognize the blade, her eyes glowing with determined magical power.
Tribal warriors watch from a distance, skeptical of her claim despite seeing the legendary weapon.
Uric warns his companions not to be fooled by stories overheard from some unknown place.
A purple-haired man places a hand on Uric's shoulder, telling the archer to stay calm.
He reflects that unrelated people could not possibly have known the secrets of their history.
The purple-haired man expresses his disbelief regarding letting the strangers enter their sacred land.
He wonders if the time has finally come for the ancient prophecy to be fulfilled.
He decides to confirm her claim with the patriarch while Julia continues her magical display.
The man vows to execute them personally if they are found to be lying.
Julia lowers her sword, asking if the demonstration of Iber's power was sufficient for them. Uric relents, ordering the foreigners to follow him as he leads toward their village.
Chiron finds the situation irritating, but Julia notes tribal assistance is vital for their mission.
The scene shifts to the snowy village, dominated by a large statue holding scales.
Uric announces that the patriarch has granted the travelers permission to enter the building. However, the guard stops Chiron, ordering the man to wait outside while Julia proceeds.
Julia assures a concerned Chiron that she will return safely before following Uric inside.
An interior view of a cozy room identifies Julia as a descendant of Howard.
The patriarch asks Julia to show him what she can do with the sword Iber.
Julia reaches for her weapon, ready to demonstrate its power to the seated tribal leader.
Narrated text explains that Iber's blade is like a timeless jewel with unbeatable freezing magic.
The patriarch smiles warmly, amazed to witness the legendary sword in person during his lifetime.
Uric remains skeptical, questioning the true reason for Julia's arrival in their sacred land.
Julia explains she followed instructions from Iris to reach the other side of the wall. Uric argues that the ice wall is a restricted sanctuary they have died to protect.
Uric demands a response while the patriarch sternly tells him not to cause any trouble.
A glowing scroll reveals a prophecy that Ivor's owner will arrive during times of danger.
Uric shouts his disagreement, questioning if age has made the older man lose his senses.
The patriarch glares at Uric, sternly ordering the younger man to mind his manners.
Uric continues his accusations, telling Julia to take her attempts at deception elsewhere.
Uric delivers a final warning, threatening severe punishment if she approaches the wall without permission.
Julia's boots click on the rug as she takes a firm step toward the otter.
Julia thanks Uric for his concern while placing a hand on the tall man's chest.
Despite the warnings, Julia maintains her resolve to pass through the wall regardless of opposition.
Uric is left speechless and flustered by the girl's bold and unexpected physical contact.
The patriarch laughs heartily, taunting Uric for losing the verbal exchange to their young guest.
The patriarch orders a grumbling Uric to show Julia the path leading to the ice wall.
Both Uric and Julia appear startled by the patriarch's sudden and decisive command.
Surrounded by sunflowers, Julia smiles and tells Uric she is counting on his guidance.
Uric slaps Julia's hand away, stating he will not speak to those doomed to die.
Julia calls Uric childish while the stubborn man pretends he cannot hear her complaints.
The patriarch invites Julia to stay the night and depart for the wall tomorrow morning. The scene shifts to a vast desert at night where ancient pyramids sit under stars.
A blonde woman in purple clothing sighs, wondering how much longer she must wait. A red-haired woman suddenly appears behind her, announcing that it is finally time to begin.
Startled, the blonde woman demands to know the stranger's identity and where her guards are.
The red-haired woman identifies herself as an agent acting under the Black Cloak's orders.
She presents a messaging stone, explaining that the Black Cloak will soon communicate their art.
Julia calls out for someone to wait as a shimmering light fades into the distance. Julia recalls the painful memory of being expelled from the Night Squad long ago.
The woman reflects on the moment a mysterious man in a black cloak offered help.
Surrounding herself with blue roses, the blonde woman celebrates the arrival of her long-awaited opportunity.
An elegant promotional illustration features the main couple in both a novel and manhwa art style. The same stylish promotional graphic highlights the romantic and dramatic themes of the upcoming story.
A man in a black cloak approaches the blonde woman, demanding her cooperation in his scheme.
Looking visibly distressed, the blonde woman rejects his presence and expresses her deep hatred for him. The cloaked man uses magic to manifest gold coins, asking if wealth is her true desire.
Staring at the falling gold, the woman realizes the stranger before her is a powerful mage.
The mage promises to fulfill her deepest wishes if she agrees to follow his specific instructions.
Smiling with newfound malice, she questions his ability to satisfy her difficult and ambitious requests.
The man reaches out and places a finger on the woman's forehead to begin a spell.
He confidently declares his omnipotence as a dark magical aura begins to envelop the blonde woman.
The mage reveals his knowledge of her darkest desires, including the deaths of her rivals.
He commands her to depart for the Paran Kingdom immediately to begin their dark partnership.
A spider waits in its web as the woman submissively accepts the cloaked man as master.
The sprawling city of the Paran Kingdom stands illuminated under a vast, star-filled night sky.
Now in the palace, the blonde woman reflects on the hypnotic power the mage used. She notes her successful infiltration into the Paran royal palace while adjusting her ornate earring.
Holding a magical orb, she gazes from a balcony, determined to reach an even higher rank.
The tall spires of the royal palace glow brightly against the cold, dark evening air.
An advisor enters the bedchamber, noting the prince's exhausted appearance and lack of sleep.
The blonde prince confesses the immense stress and insomnia he feels regarding his upcoming inheritance. The red-haired man wonders if the prince is truly ready to lead as an emperor.
Closing his book, the prince reflects on the literal and metaphorical weight of the royal crown. The prince stares in stunned silence after hearing the advisor's blunt assessment of his weak state.
The advisor notes the prince's rare vulnerability while presenting an incense furnace with a unique aroma. He explains that the exotic incense and the furnace were imported from the distant eastern continent. Delicate hands reach into an ornate container to prepare the sleep-inducing substances for the prince. The man instructs the prince to rest and breathe the scent to find an easier sleep.
Touched by the gesture, the prince smiles and notes that the advisor is his only supporter.
The prince expresses his gratitude, stating he is glad to have the man by his side.
Bowing his head, the advisor affirms that serving the royal family is his greatest professional honor.
Light from a grand chandelier illuminates the empty, opulent hallway of the Paran royal palace.
The advisor looks over the bed, noting that the prince has finally drifted into a deep sleep. He whispers a final wish for the prince to sleep well before leaving the quiet room. Looking out over a frozen village, Julia stands alone amidst the snow-covered pine trees. Julia reflects on the prophecy regarding the prince's future rise to power as a grand emperor. A bloody vision depicts the coronation followed by a brutal invasion and widespread continental conflict. Scenes of war-torn fields and grieving families emphasize the misery brought by the coming military struggle.
Looking troubled, Julia wonders if there is any way to prevent the impending tragedy from occurring.
Kyrant approaches with warm drinks, asking Julia what has her looking so deep in thought.
Julia looks up, her face framed by delicate white flowers as the winter air chills her.
Kyrant offers her a mug he obtained from villagers, which Julia accepts with a warm thanks.
The words regarding the future hang in the cold air over the silent, snowy forest branches.
Sipping his drink, Kyrant admits he hopes to be a permanent part of Julia's future path.
Julia stares at him with wide eyes, completely caught off guard by his sincere romantic confession.
Blushing furiously, Julia wonders to herself how Kyrant can say such bold and embarrassing things.
Kyrant asks if he is forbidden from saying such things, prompting Julia to clarify her reaction.
Kyrant emphasizes the importance of their execution while resting with Julia in the snow.
Kyrant watches Julia with a gentle, silent expression as she sips a warm beverage.
Kyrant leans toward Julia, promising to try his best to remain by her side.
Julia is caught off guard as Kyrant suddenly brings his face extremely close to hers.
Noting his proximity, Kyrant observes Julia's image reflected clearly in her wide, sparkling eyes.
Kyrant whispers her name softly, intensifying the intimate atmosphere between the two weary travelers.
Leaning in further, Kyrant asks Julia if he has her permission to kiss her. Julia reaches for his hand, suggesting that he never needs to ask for such things.
The couple shares a romantic kiss on a bench under a shimmering, star-filled night sky.
Their lips meet in a tender embrace amidst the quiet and peaceful snowy winter forest.
After the kiss, Kyrant notes her cuteness while Julia blushes furiously from the sudden affection. A quiet beat passes as the snowy trees stand silent in the cold, bright moonlight.
Julia leans into Kyrant, their breath misting as the emotional weight of the moment settles.
Overwhelmed by the encounter, Julia's heart races while she processes the depth of her feelings. Kyrant checks if Julia is alright while she remains visibly flustered by their recent intimacy.
Stylish promotional illustrations showcase the main characters in both romantic and dramatic royal poses.
The pair continues their journey on horseback, traversing a vast and empty white snowy landscape.
Still distracted by the memory of the kiss, Julia struggles to maintain her composure today.
Julia tries to shake off her thoughts while Kyrant notices her sudden, frantic head movements.
Uric, the silver-haired tribal warrior with turquoise face paint, watches the travelers with intense focus.
The group reaches a massive, majestic ice wall that towers over the surrounding snowy terrain.
Julia stares in wide-eyed amazement at the incredible scale and beauty of the ancient structure.
Uric challenges Julia to pass the wall if she truly received a direct divine invitation.
The guide explains that horses cannot navigate the steep, icy slope leading toward their goal.
Uric boasts about his essential role as a guide, claiming the path is nearly impossible alone.
Feeling Uric is difficult, Julia considers finding a replacement while Kyrant watches her on.
Kyrant announces his intention to stay behind while Julia proceeds toward the wall with Uric.
Shocked by his statement, Julia's expression shifts into a wide-eyed look of utter surprise.
Blushing furiously, Julia demands to know how Kyrant could read her thoughts so easily.
Kyrant urges Julia to maintain her focus and promises to wait for her return today.
Kyrant asks her to return safely, his gaze lingering on her with serious protective concern. Julia smiles warmly, thanking Kyrant and acknowledging his parting advice before she moves forward.
Uric calls out to the two of them, urging them to depart for the wall.
Julia follows the silver-haired warrior deep into the jagged and frozen mountain landscape. Julia takes careful steps across the slippery, uneven ice as she follows her guide upward.
Concentrating on her footing, Julia moves through the biting cold toward her secret northern destination.
Uric stops and announces that they have finally arrived at the proximity of the site.
A close-up shows a heavy boot crunching firmly into the deep, fresh mountain snow.
Uric asks if she has come this far while Julia stands alert behind him.
Julia pauses, her attention caught by the eerie whistling sound of the winter wind.
A massive, ornate circular door stands embedded in the ice, glowing with a faint light.
Uric confesses that he has never personally passed through this ancient and sacred door.
He warns that any foreigner who dares to touch the relic might face a curse.
The tribal warrior asks Julia one last time if she truly intends to enter.
Julia remains resolute, claiming she is already used to curses and has no fear.
Uric instructs Julia to place her hand on the door to reveal her true fate.
Julia reaches out toward the glowing symbols etched into the ancient frozen cave surface. A brilliant flash of blue light erupts from the door as Julia's hand makes contact.
Freezing magical energy swirls around Julia as the ancient seal responds to her Rosenthal presence.
Uric watches in total astonishment as the massive sanctuary door begins to creak open. Uric looks shocked as Julia disappears, wondering aloud about her true identity.
Uric tries to touch the door but pulls away, yelling about how hot it feels.
Julia steps into a massive ice sanctuary filled with glowing crystals and columns. Touching the wall, Julia observes the glowing ancient magic runes carved into the ice.
The scale of the sanctuary leaves Julia standing small amidst the towering frozen architecture.
Drawing her sword, Julia prepares herself for whatever mysteries the sanctuary might hold.
The blade of Iber reflects the blue light of the surrounding ice chamber.
A swirl of magical energy flows behind Julia as she walks deeper into the room.
A tall, blue-haired woman appears behind Julia and places a gentle hand on her shoulder.
Turning in surprise, Julia finds herself face to face with the mysterious woman.
The blue-haired woman says she is here to wait for Julia to pass the challenge.
Julia is surprised by the challenge and asks if she means the family curse. Embracing her, the woman notes that Julia's family did not even exist until now.
The woman notes Howard's children almost died from the Fire Witch's curse, and though their appearance changed, it was better than dying, then asks if it's possible to change back by getting stronger.
The woman tells Julia that she is just like her, causing Julia to look bewildered.
Julia insists this is the challenge, noting Howard's story was a millennium ago and only she can break the curse, while the mysterious woman questions her.
The woman asks how Julia can know her own strength if the curse is easily broken, adding that a person needed in a crisis must be strong.
Julia shouts for her to wait as the mysterious woman begins to drift away.
Narration explains that someone recently attempted to break the seal of the Fire Witch, Ariel.
Julia asks if they intend to break the seal and if the Fire Witch is still alive.
The woman clarifies the witch's body is dead, but her soul remains in the underworld.
A magical circle appears while narration warns that Ariel's resurrection would cause global chaos.
The mysterious woman explains that is why she needs Julia's power for her own purposes.
Julia reacts with a look of stunned silence to the woman's unexpected revelation.
Walking toward her, the woman confirms her need for Julia's power as Julia watches her approach.
The mysterious woman smiles, holding a single blue rose in the quiet sanctuary. Sitting on a crystalline ledge, the woman watches Julia as magical energy floats around them. The woman notes that Julia looks scared while sitting peacefully in the frozen room.
She warns that if Julia dies, everything will return to the past once again.
The woman states that Julia cannot die until Ariel finally and permanently disappears.
Memories flash of Julia's past lives and relationships, with text noting they will disappear as she lives a new life.
Clenching her hand, Julia reflects on how much she does not want that to happen. The blue-haired woman watches Julia with an inscrutable and calm expression.
Julia declares she will proceed because she truly has no other choice. Narrated text explains that killing Ariel is the key to breaking the ancient Rosenthal curse.
Visions depict children suffering from fevers and the use of freezing magic to treat them. The woman offers to give Julia all of her remaining magical power right now.
Julia feels a surge of energy, noting her body became lighter like the day the curse was broken.
A close-up shows a glowing blue earring appearing on Julia's ear as the power takes hold.
Julia touches her ear in confusion, wondering why she is suddenly wearing earrings.
Magical energy flows through Julia, strengthening both her physical body and the sword Eber. Julia asks the woman what will become of her if she gives away all her power.
The woman closes her eyes, saying she must rest now because she is tired of being alone. Wishing Julia luck, the woman's form begins to dissolve into a cloud of glowing blue light. Julia stands alone as the woman disappears, her sword vibrating with intense new energy. Looking at the space where the woman was, Julia's expression is one of quiet sorrow.
A final lingering shot shows the woman's peaceful smile before she fully vanishes.
The ice chamber erupts in a violent reaction, causing massive structures to shatter and collapse.
Chiron asks why the ice wall is suddenly collapsing as he and Yurik watch in horror.
The two men watch from afar as a pillar of light erupts from the crumbling wall.
Julia's body glows intensely with a divine light as she emerges from the sanctuary.
Chiron and Yurik rush toward Julia, frantically asking if she is unharmed and what happened.
Julia explains that she met the god Iris, who bestowed her power before vanishing.
Yurik stares in disbelief, struggling to process that she actually encountered their ancient deity.
The patriarch suggests they return to the village to discuss these revelations in more detail.
A peaceful, starry sky signals the passing of time as night falls over the mountains.
The village stands quiet and cold under the watchful gaze of the monumental stone statue.
Indoors, the patriarch contemplates the gravity of the events Julia has just described to him.
Seated by the fireplace, the patriarch asks if the encounter provided the answers she sought. Laughing heartily, the old man wishes the young traveler luck on her dangerous future path.
The patriarch notes the importance of preparation while Julia looks at him with genuine confusion.
He directs her to open an ornate wooden chest resting on the side table nearby.
Inside lies a brilliant blue scabbard, a gift from Iris for the new master of Iber.
He explains the tribe protected this treasure for generations and urges her to use it wisely. A mystical aura confirms Julia as the true owner of the sacred frost-imbued scabbard.
Warning of impending global peril, the patriarch offers the tribe's help whenever she needs it.
Julia offers a polite smile and expresses her sincere gratitude for the elders' kindness today.
Bright sunlight and chirping birds announce a crisp new morning over the mountain home.
Outside the house, Julia prepares to depart, thanking everyone for their help during her stay.
Chiron expresses his appreciation, but the patriarch dismisses it as their simple professional duty.
Julia calls out to Yurik, catching the silver-haired warrior's attention before they head back. Yurik turns away with a grumpy expression, seemingly unable to face the girl directly.
The warrior scoffs and looks aside, his pride making it difficult to offer a friendly farewell.
Julia takes his hand, thanking him for his guidance despite his cold and prickly demeanor.
Parting messages float over a simple background, promising a friendly greeting if they meet again. Watching him go, Julia chuckles softly and notes how interesting the tribal warrior truly is.
The scene shifts to the vast, majestic, snowy peaks as the travelers journey back home.
Arriving at the palace gates, Kyrant urges Julia to get inside and escape the cold.
Julia embraces Kyrant warmly, thanking him for staying by her side throughout the long journey.
Kyrant pulls her closer, reminding her that their bond as lovers makes his presence natural.
Julia's hand bunches into his fabric as she clings to him in the quiet evening.
She admits feeling a bit sorry to say goodbye after spending several days together.
Kyrant leans in, his soft gaze reflecting his shared reluctance to part ways so soon.
Suddenly, a startled maid spots the intimate moment through the iron bars of the gate.
The maid recognizes Julia and realizes she has returned with her handsome companion again.
A playful and knowing smile spreads across the maid's face as she watches the couple. Promising not to interrupt their romance, Judy scurries away while a panicked Julia tries to explain.
Kyrant chuckles and tells Julia to have a good rest, ignoring the maid's awkward interruption.
Julia hesitates, calling out to Kyrant one more time before they separate for the night.
Caught in the moment, Julia pulls Kyrant into a sudden and passionate parting kiss.
Blushing wildly, she dashes through the gates and promises to see him again tomorrow morning.
Kyrant stands frozen in place, his heart racing as he processes her bold display of affection.
The scene shifts to the moonlit palace where narration warns of the Fire Witch's resurrection.
Julia discusses the shadowy figures seeking global chaos with an older, white-haired advisor.
She insists on keeping their plans a secret until they know who can be trusted. Staring at a maple leaf in the water, she vows to gain strength before facing Ariel.
Julia resolves to find a way to stop the devastating war Leonard has set into motion.
The advisor sighs with exhaustion, looking at the young woman with deep paternal concern.
Floating leaves and the moon highlight a silent plea for Julia to not carry the burden alone.
He places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her that she has allies she can trust.
Julia's father reassures her by stating that everyone will strongly support her in her future.
Julia stares intensely into the distance, realizing that the truth has finally come to light.
Prince Leonard smiles warmly while speaking to a purple-haired companion in the bright palace hall.
Reflecting on her journey, Julia notes that many people now believe in and support her path.
Julia smiles softly, grateful to finally have a place and people she can truly count on. Her father is glad she feels better, while Julia acknowledges her recovery with a gentle smile.
The father instructs Julia to greet the Crown Prince tomorrow, and she confirms she will do so. Julia asks if she should come along this time, but her father questions her sudden worry.
The gray-haired man notes the prince has been strange lately, prompting a confused reaction from Julia. He suggests the coronation pressure is taking a toll, making the prince look visibly unwell recently.
Julia finds it weird because the prince usually takes good care of himself and hides his thoughts. Julia resolves to visit the prince tomorrow to investigate, earning a thankful response from her father.
The sun shines brightly over the palace spires, signaling the start of a busy new morning.
Luca welcomes Julia von Rosenthal to the palace and asks if she has come for the prince.
Julia confirms her arrival, stating she has come to offer her greetings to the crown prince.
Smiling brightly, the red-haired advisor assures Julia that His Highness will be very happy to see her. Luca announces a distinguished guest's arrival at the ornate doors, and Leonard invites them to enter. The sound of the door opening reveals Leonard sitting at his desk, looking pale and exhausted. An extreme close-up of Leonard's eye captures his intense internal stress and visible lack of sleep.
Luca welcomes Julia inside while she greets Leonard, calling him the sunshine of the great empire.
Leonard invites Julia to sit after her greeting, and she offers a polite word of thanks.
The pair sits together in the opulent lounge, surrounded by gold accents and fresh blue flowers.
Leonard notes that Julia looked much more beautiful during the time they spent away from each other.
Looking weary, Leonard asks Julia if she finally managed to obtain what she was searching for.
Julia closes her eyes and credits Leonard, stating that her success is all thanks to him.
A lingering silence follows as Julia looks aside, her expression unreadable in the soft morning light.
Leonard admits he was worried she wouldn't return for the coronation, while Julia notes his paleness.
Leonard insists she must not be absent on that day, and Julia promises to join the ceremony. Reaching for his tea, Leonard firmly tells Julia to remember the specific things he told her.
Julia notes Leonard looks busy and asks for his pardon so she can take her leave.
Leonard watches her walk away, admitting that he actually wanted to speak with her much longer.
Julia turns back, noting he seems too tired and she doesn't want to waste his time.
Stunned by her blunt observation, Leonard stares at her with a look of utter, silent surprise.
Leonard concedes her point and expresses his hope that they can talk more during their next meeting. Light from the hallway illuminates the palace wall as Julia departs from the prince's private chambers. Walking away, Julia reflects on how different the atmosphere felt and how weak Leonard's voice sounded.
She wonders if the throne's burden is the cause, noting his empty eyes make her very worried.
Pausing by a window, Julia considers that this strange situation seems to have happened before.
From a high vantage point, Leonard remains alone in his massive room, looking small and isolated.
Leonard trembles violently as he reflects on how the same terrifying sensation happened again today.
Struggling with his shaking body, Leonard desperately calls out for Luca to come to his aid.
An internal thought describes a disturbing sensation, comparing it to a bug crawling on the skin.
A loud rumbling sound echoes through the hall as Leonard's frantic call for Luca continues.
Luca bursts through the doors in a panic, asking His Highness what is happening to him.
The advisor stands frozen in shock, his eyes wide as he takes in Leonard's deteriorating state. Leonard admits he feels extremely nauseous and demands that Luca burn agarwood immediately to calm him.
Luca suggests that the prince has been working too hard and should take a much-needed rest. Snapping in anger, Leonard shouts that he has no time to rest and Luca should know that.
A formal military uniform stands ready on a rack while an off-screen voice calls for Leonard. Covered in sweat and looking terrified, Leonard barely whispers a single letter as he struggles to breathe. Leonard prepares to depart for a walk to clear his mind, but Julia insists on accompanying him. Leonard looks toward the ornate doors, questioning if Julia has other duties with the coronation approaching.
Leonard places a hand on the door handle, asking for more time to contemplate the situation.
Luca watches the prince with a silent and deeply concerned expression as the doors remain closed.
Leonard decides it is up to Julia, but suggests calling a guardian to prevent her from fainting again.
Walking through the hallway, Julia reflects on the strange, vacant look she saw in Leonard's eyes.
Memories of the past depict Leonard's ascent to the throne and the subsequent wars he waged.
Julia contemplates how the situation deteriorated significantly after the previous emperor passed away.
She wonders if she's being oversensitive, but resolves to remain cautious as a man approaches.
Lacius appears behind Julia, questioning why it took her so long to arrive today. Turning toward the blue-haired man, Julia offers a polite greeting after their long time apart.
Lacius complains that she left immediately after her recovery, calling her behavior quite despicable.
Julia apologizes for her sudden departure and promises to keep him informed of her future movements.
Gently patting his head, Julia notes how hard Lacius has worked while he enjoys the praise.
Lacius flails his arms in surprise, demanding to know why she is suddenly touching him like that. He complains that he deserves a proper compliment for diligently teaching Ginger in her absence.
Blushing and looking away, Lacius insists that he is not actually a puppy for her to pet.
Despite his protests, Lacius looks incredibly pleased as Julia continues to pat his head. Lacius eventually shouts in comedic frustration, unable to handle the flustering display of affection.
Regaining his composure, the blue-haired man sighs and decides to forgive her just this once.
Lacius crosses his arms, maintaining a proud and stoic stance despite the earlier chaos.
He watches Julia with a soft, lingering gaze that betrays his internal feelings for her.
Julia notices the teardrop earring Lacius is wearing and wonders about its special significance. Julia explains that she received a new power during her journey, surprising Lacius with the news. Suddenly grabbing his arm, Julia urges Lacius to follow her because she has something important to say.
Julia pulls him toward a nearby room while Lacius asks what is going on so suddenly.
As they enter the room, Julia tells him not to push while they move inside together.
Julia pins Lacius against the wall, catching him off guard with her sudden, intense proximity.
She stares into his eyes, noting that something about the current situation has changed recently. His heart racing, a flustered Lacius asks her what she means by her vague observation. Julia reveals she heard the Crown Prince's condition is strange, causing Lacius to react in shock. Lacius suggests it is merely stress from the coronation, noting the prince has looked quite pale lately. Julia observes that Lacius seems to know His Highness very well, making her suspicious. She laughs nervously, questioning if there is anyone in the Empire who doesn't know about the prince. Julia asks Lacius to keep a close eye on the prince for a month after the ceremony.
Lacius panics and refuses the request, claiming that the Crown Prince is actually very fierce.
Julia slams her hand against the wall again, emphasizing the gravity of her demand to him. She insists that only Lacius is capable of this task, making him feel uniquely responsible.
Lacius looks away, wondering how the prince's condition relates to the future of their group members.
Julia grabs his shoulder with a menacing aura, ensuring he understands the importance of his role.
She promises that there will be a reward for him if he performs this task well. Julia leans in and whispers that she will pat his head as a special reward later.
Lacius shouts in outrage, asking if she truly views him as nothing more than a dog.
Julia remains serious, stating this is about the future of their members and there is no alternative.
She adds that she will also buy him as much wine as he wishes in return.
The moon hangs high over the silent palace towers as the night deepens over the city.
A sinister purple energy swirls around the bed where the previous emperor lay resting. A hooded figure standing by the bed declares that sparing the emperor would hinder their secret plans.
The figure drains the life force into a glowing orb, ensuring the victim dies a gradual death.
The emperor chokes and gasps in his final moments as his soul is taken from him.
An ominous text on a purple background commands someone to survive until the coronation concludes.
Grand Palace doors swing open, revealing a silhouetted figure as guards and attendants bow low.
Leonard, dressed in a red royal cloak with white fur, walks solemnly through the hall.
Standing before a high priest, Leonard prepares for the sacred rites as silent prayers fill the room. The majestic cathedral altar glows under the morning light while the official ceremony begins in earnest. The priest reads from a heavy book, his voice echoing through the silent, expectant congregation.
Symbols of power rest on plush cushions while the priest continues the formal liturgy of the coronation.
A glittering sun-shaped earring hangs from Leonard's ear as he remains focused on the ritual.
Narration explains that in the past, Leonard's sudden ascension followed the Emperor's unexpected and tragic death.
Leonard's hand reaches for the heavy gold crown, though the narration notes the Emperor remains alive.
As the crown is lowered, text confirms the ceremony is proceeding exactly according to the plan.
Leonard stands in full coronation regalia before a bright window, looking every bit the destined ruler.
Sweating and pale, Leonard reflects on the future of the empire he is now destined to lead.
Standing before the cheering crowd, Leonard's vision blurs as the weight of his new position settles.
Clenching the golden orb, Leonard notes that his body and mind feel incredibly heavy and strained.
Leonard stares ahead with a hollow expression, his royal robes contrasting with his visible physical distress. Stepping forward in his ornate boots, Leonard struggles to maintain his composure during the long procession.
A dark void emphasizes Leonard's internal struggle, with text describing his feeling of impending madness.
Lasius leans in to whisper to Julia, asking if she also finds the prince's condition serious.
Julia watches Leonard closely, her serious expression confirming she shares Lasius's deep and growing concern. Lasius touches his chin thoughtfully, his sharp eyes narrowing as he analyzes the prince's strange behavior.
A voice proclaims the arrival of a new age while Julia and Lasius watch from the crowd.
Lasius whispers that he will share his findings privately once the public ceremony finally comes to an end.
The sunset casts a golden glow over the palace towers as the official coronation events conclude. In the quiet palace library, the shocking possibility of magic potion addiction is raised in a whisper. Lasius explains he once witnessed an entire village succumb to the devastating effects of these addictive potions. He notes that while they calm the mind, withdrawal causes immediate and severe detox symptoms in users.
Julia reacts with alarm when Lasius points out the prince's symptoms match those of a potion addict. Narration lists symptoms like soulless eyes and trembling hands, suggesting a potion influence would explain Leonard's state.
Julia seeks confirmation, but Lasius admits he needs more investigation to be absolutely certain of his theory.
Julia wonders if past events were also potion-induced, yet finds it hard to believe Leonard would indulge.
Leonard gazes out at his city, surrounded by wisps of magical energy as his true motives remain hidden. Concerned for the prince, Julia asks Lasius if there is any known cure for such a dangerous addiction. Lasius explains the cure varies by potion type and he must first identify exactly what Leonard took.
Julia offers her sincere thanks to Lasius for his help in uncovering this disturbing and secret information.
The sky turns a deep purple over the palace as night falls on the day of coronation.
A memory shows Leonard's father pointing toward the horizon, telling his son to look at their domain.
The father explains that the vast empire below is the legacy Leonard will eventually be required to rule.
Young Leonard looks feverish and ill, privately thinking that his head feels like it is about to explode.
His father coldly tells him today is the final day he can afford to act like a coward.
Noticing his son's weak voice and fever, the father questions him while Leonard blames his state on stress.
Leonard reflects on how the exhaustion of the first coronation attempt affected everyone in the royal court.
The father places a hand on Leonard's shoulder, offering a rare and encouraging word of confidence.
Embracing his son, the father declares that Leonard is the child he is most proud to call his own. Leonard's eyes remain fixed in a pained stare as he endures his father's hug while feeling physically broken.
Back in the present, an attendant asks someone to follow them as they move through the palace.
Two dark birds perch on a skeletal tree branch under the moonlight, watching the silent castle grounds.
In a shadowed room, a hooded man hands a mysterious glowing object to a woman with red hair.
The red-haired woman examines a pink triangular artifact, asking the mysterious man to identify the strange object. The hooded man reveals that the treasure is designed to absorb the souls of those who have died.
The hooded man instructs the red-haired woman to collect souls, starting far from the capital. She questions if these souls are necessary to facilitate the revival of Miss Ariel.
He confirms that gathering more blood and souls will make the resurrection process much easier.
A larger collection of blood and souls ensures a more certain revival for Ariel. Accepting her dark task, the woman vows to do everything for the sake of Miss Ariel. Her attention is suddenly caught by something unexpected as she turns to look behind her.
She realizes with a look of disappointment that her mysterious companion has vanished without a trace.
Under the moonlit sky, a bird perches near text mentioning the powerful soul-absorbing treasure. Enveloped in magical energy and surrounded by lilies, she expresses her long-awaited sense of happiness. The setting shifts to a magnificent desert palace standing silent under the vast starry night. A blonde woman finds her stay at the Piran Palace tedious and lacking any real benefits. Her boredom is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a glowing blue orb floating before her. She recognizes the glowing gem as the gift from the mysterious man she previously encountered. A translucent projection of the hooded man appears, addressing the blonde woman as Aisha Evans. He directs her toward the window, explaining that a special item has unexpectedly arrived for her. Aisha looks toward the window where the blue orb hovers over a dark, mysterious package.
Picking up the bag, she inquisitively asks what new item she has been sent this day.
Inside, she finds a goddess gem and a brainwashing potion intended for use on King Piran.
She recognizes the contents as a precious treasure belonging to the kingdom she currently occupies.
The projection explains the previous gem was a fake, though its craftsmanship was deceptively perfect.
He instructs her to seduce the king and swap the fake gem for the real one.
Aisha recoils in disbelief at the dangerous plan, but the projection coldly commands her silence.
He promises to provide a secluded opportunity for her to administer the king's brainwashing potion.
Looking at the red jewel, she is told to guard it carefully until the plan matures. He reminds her that her status as an adopted noble daughter is entirely due to him.
Standing tall, the spectral figure warns Aisha to remember the immense power backing her every move.
Infuriated, Aisha snaps back, suggesting he perform the difficult task himself if he is so capable.
He dismisses her temper, ordering her to stop acting like a lazy person and focus.
The hooded man reveals his intention to bring Julia von Rosenthal to the kingdom very soon. He promises Aisha total freedom to act as she wishes once their grand plan is successful. He hints that gaining the king's favor is the key to achieving her most fervent desire.
Aisha smiles wickedly, realizing she can manipulate the king to finally kill her hated rival.
The hooded man smirks as he manipulates the glowing orb, his own dark goals drawing closer.
A final instruction appears, urging her to seize the opportunity he has graciously provided for her.
Time passes as the scene shifts to a grand hallway adorned with royal shields and banners.
Kyrant sits at his desk while Ginger watches him closely, leading to a moment of confusion.
Irritated by the constant attention, Kyrant asks why the knight keeps staring at him like that.
Kyrant appears flustered and confused, wondering what has caused this sudden change in his companion's behavior. Memories of a proposal in a northern village haunt Kyrant as he considers his own future.
Blushing deeply, Kyrant contemplates the perfect timing for his own long-awaited marriage proposal to Julia.
Ginger reacts with extreme shock, worried that the sudden pressure might be too much for Julia.
Ginger frantically asked for the identity of Kyrant's mystery woman and if she is actually human.
Kyrant stoically refuses to share details, while Ginger squeals into light over the blossoming royal romance.
Looking out the palace window, the pair discusses how their relationship began 2 months ago.
Ginger stares at Kyrant in disbelief, shocked that the warrior is actually considering such a romantic gesture.
He admits he always viewed Kyrant as a cold idiot without any capacity for romantic feelings.
A new thought suggests that if Kyrant is serious, he must begin making elaborate preparations. Ginger tells Kyrant that the details of the proposal are for the captain to decide alone.
Ginger poses dramatically amidst a sea of hearts and cupids, imagining a truly magnificent romantic event.
He enthusiastically proclaims that girls love special romance, recalling advice he once heard from his sister. Kyrant looks completely baffled as he repeats the word romance with a stunned expression.
Ginger questions the warrior's confused look, noting his apparent ignorance regarding matters of the heart.
The black-haired man sits tensely while the internal advice to think carefully echoes in the quiet room.
Startled, Ginger shouts for his captain to stay back, rejecting the awkward attempt at humor.
Ginger tries to excuse himself, but Kyrant ominously considers restraining him to prevent his departure.
Kyrant's menacing aura is broken when a frantic voice announces a major crisis in the palace.
A messenger bursts through the doors, delivering the shocking news that the former king has passed.
Both knights stand paralyzed in disbelief as the weight of the sudden announcement settles on them. Sunlight bathes the grand palace towers as the world continues unaware of the royal tragedy. Walking through the halls, Julia and Lasius discuss the mysterious circumstances surrounding the king's passing.
Julia questions the probability of an assassination while analyzing the suspicious details of the event. The deceased king appears peaceful in his bed, showing no external signs of struggle or violence.
Julia notes that while the king was unwell, the timing of his death remains incredibly sudden.
Narration reflects on how this tragedy affects Leonard, who was already at his mental breaking point.
Vivid memories of that fateful day resurface, highlighting the gravity of the past events.
Leonard realizes that with his father gone, he must prove his strength to claim the throne.
In a moment of vulnerability, Leonard asks Julia for her assistance in securing his new position.
Julia and Lasius conclude that the person in question will likely keep following the same path.
Leaves drift in the wind as a command is given to proceed immediately to the king's residence.
A festive cover depicts a young girl and various dolls, contrasting with the current somber events.
Dark clouds gather as heavy rain begins to fall on the Grand Cathedral's ornate spires.
Leonard watches the downpour while surrounded by silent attendants in the shadowed palace hallway.
Gripped by a sudden migraine, Leonard struggles to maintain his composure under the day's immense pressure.
Leonard orders Luca to announce the emperor's passing and initiate the formal funeral arrangements immediately.
Staring at the rain, Leonard finds it difficult to believe such a strong ruler died pathetically.
Leonard laments the fruitlessness of life as he watches the storm rage against the palace window.
The rain continues to soak the palace grounds, reflecting the kingdom's newfound sense of mourning. An advisor urges the new emperor to pull himself together despite his deep and visible grief.
The elder official reminds Leonard that the citizens' trust depends on his displayed strength right now.
Leonard requests solitude to process his thoughts, asking the advisor to leave him alone for today.
The silver-haired man stands in respectful silence, acknowledging the Emperor's need for private reflection time.
The official promises to return tomorrow morning while Leonard formally dismisses him from the chambers.
The advisor quietly exits the room, leaving the young ruler isolated with his heavy thoughts.
Kyrant approaches the official in the rainy courtyard to inquire about the Emperor's current condition.
The elder man shakes his head solemnly, confirming that Leonard's current condition is quite poor.
He asks the group to leave, explaining that Leonard requires time to collect his scattered thoughts.
1 week later, a grand funeral procession is held as the entire empire mourns the king.
Symbols of the crown and white flowers decorate the somber scene of the royal burial rites.
The abdicated emperor is finally put to rest while his subjects offer prayers and shed tears.
The scene shifts to the Paran kingdom, where minarets stand tall under a brilliant night sky.
King Paran asks Aisha if she is pleased with the expensive gifts he has showered upon her.
Aisha feigns being overwhelmed, praising the king for his grand generosity and magnificent gifts.
The king tells Aisha that even the finest treasures pale in comparison to her own beauty.
He confesses that he has been captivated by her presence from the very moment they met.
Aisha acts shyly while the king demands she look at him so he can see her face.
Aisha smiles charmingly at the king, fully aware of the power she now holds over him.
Internal narration reveals Aisha's shock at the sheer effectiveness of the hooded man's brainwashing drug.
Aisha moves closer to the king, stating that she has a request she is curious about.
The king inquires about her question while the purple hookah sits nearby on the table.
Aisha mentions the legendary goddess's heart jewel and asks if she may finally see the treasure.
Aisha leans close to King Paran, promising her total devotion to fulfill his every wish.
Blushing, Aisha hugs the king and praises his majestic presence with an affectionate tone. The moon shines brightly over the silent palace towers as the night air remains still.
Standing on the balcony, Julia speaks to Kyrant under the cover of the starry night sky.
Julia asks Kyrant if he is familiar with the ancient legend of the Witch of Fire.
Kyrant questions if she is referring to the common fairy tale often told to children.
Fidgeting with her hands, Julia asserts that the legend is far more than just a story.
Julia recalls a conversation with Madame Iris during her time spent in the northern region.
Julia reveals that an unknown entity is attempting to bring the Witch of Fire back.
Kyrant stares at her with a look of pure shock and disbelief at her grave revelation.
Julia looks toward Kyrant and explains the significance of the day the revival finally occurs.
A single question floats in the air, asking if he will choose to fight by her side.
Kyrant acknowledges that he knows Julia is not the type of person to tell lies.
Kyrant reminds her of the words he spoke during their dinner with His Grace.
Looking at Julia with soft eyes, Kyrant expresses his deep-seated desire to protect her always. Kyrant pledges his unwavering support, promising to help her no matter what challenges they face.
Julia looks down, reflecting on how she hesitated to share this information with him earlier.
Narrated text explains that the pain she endured was the primary cause for her initial hesitation.
A vision of a bloodied figure appears as Julia reflects on past events lingering in her heart.
She admits her fear that Kyrant might abandon her upon hearing her unbelievable and tragic story.
Blushing, Julia realizes she always knew Kyrant was not the type of man to leave her.
Julia confesses she was simply afraid that her words would be dismissed as unbelievable.
The night sky frames a single bubble as Kyrant calls out Jalise, ma'am.
Kyrant takes her face in his hands, firmly declaring he would never doubt her words.
Kyrant asks if he has failed to prove himself as a trustworthy lover to her.
Blushing deeply, Julia denies his doubt and recalls her father's advice about finding a true partner.
An internal reflection emphasizes her need for someone who will offer both trust and support.
Overcome with emotion, Julia lunges forward and tightly hugs a surprised Kyrant. Julia wonders if they have any chance of stopping the witch's revival before it is complete.
Julia laments the fact that they can only wait for the revival to happen.
Kyrant reassures her that there is nothing they can do and it is not her fault.
Kyrant promises to dedicate himself to finding ways to minimize any potential damage to the Empire.
Julia looks up at him with a gentle smile, feeling comforted by his steadfast presence. The two knights stand together on the balcony as the quiet night continues around them.
Embracing him again, Julia thanks Kyrant for always being the source of her internal strength.
Julia asks Lasius if he has uncovered any information regarding the current condition of His Majesty.
Lasius notes that a strangely shaped incense diffuser was discovered within the Emperor's private office.
He adds that the object's unique craftsmanship suggests it was not manufactured within their empire.
Lasius reveals that someone is secretly cultivating fire lotus grass deep in the palace basement.
Julia asks for clarification on what fire lotus grass is, as Lasius explains its narcotic properties.
Julia wonders aloud why such a dangerous plant would be cultivated within the imperial palace grounds.
Lasius explains that the drug causes unusual behavior and vivid hallucinations in those exposed to it.
He reveals that prolonged exposure to the plant's scent eventually leads to symptoms of megalomania.
A mental image depicts Leonard feeling like a born conqueror who enjoys taking over other countries.
Julia asks if it is possible for the Emperor to impulsively start a war under this influence.
Lasius confirms that in an extreme situation, the Emperor might actually choose to do so. Fortunately, Lasius observes that His Majesty has not yet reached that dangerous phase of addiction.
Julia reflects on how the addiction and the former Emperor's death cannot be mere coincidences.
She feels as though someone is deliberately trying to force Leonard into a desperate corner.
Julia wonders about the identity and the true motives of the person plotting these events.
Narration questions whether the Emperor chose to indulge in the narcotic grasses of his own free will.
Julia instructs Lasius to destroy the fire lotus grass and remove the incense diffuser before the situation worsens.
Julia insists they find the plotter and meet with the Emperor, causing Lasius to react with extreme surprise.
Julia points out that Lasius is the expert on narcotics, while he admits feeling uncomfortable around the Emperor. The scene shifts to the grand interior of the palace where an elaborate chandelier hangs from the ceiling.
Leonard notes the unexpected visit from his throne, while Lasius offers a polite apology for their sudden arrival.
A close-up reveals Leonard's sickly appearance, marked by deep shadows and dark circles under his pale eyes.
Leonard coldly dismisses Lasius, telling him he is unwelcome and should depart from the chamber immediately.
Lasius frantically chimes he only wanted to join the tea session after hearing Julius' enthusiastic praise for it.
Leonard appears visibly flattered by the compliment, blushing slightly as he considers the knight's surprising excuse.
Julia stares at Lasius with a look of pure exasperation, questioning his choice of words in the awkward moment.
Leonard invites them both to sit for tea, prompting a joyous and energetic reaction from a relieved Lasius.
Settling into his seat, Lasius notices a peculiar and unfamiliar fragrance lingering in the air of the room.
Leonard explains that the Eastern incense in the ornate diffuser helps calm his mind during stressful royal duties. An attendant's voice from the hallway announces it is time to change the incense, and Leonard grants permission.
A maid enters the chamber and bows respectfully to the Emperor while preparing to perform her scheduled task.
The maid moves through the room with impossible silence, her footsteps making no sound against the polished floor.
Julia observes the maid's unnatural movement with growing suspicion, noting the complete lack of audible footsteps. Realizing something is wrong, Julia and Lasius exchange a knowing and serious look as the maid continues working.
Lasius compliments the quality of the tea leaves while the maid silently begins replacing the incense in the background. Julia covertly manifests a small swirl of blue magical energy around her hand to intervene in the maid's task.
The maid hums softly to herself, unaware that a targeted magical force is beginning to surround her.
The maid suddenly loses her balance and stumbles forward as if tripped by an invisible, powerful force.
The delicate incense diffuser teeters dangerously on the edge of the table as the maid reaches out in vain.
Lasius watches with a calm expression as the expensive artifact begins its inevitable fall toward the hard floor.
The maid cries out in pain as she falls, while the incense diffuser shatters into pieces on the ground.
Looking at the broken remains with terror, the maid realizes the gravity of the accident she has just caused.
The maid pleads for forgiveness for her unforgivable mistake, but Leonard calmly tells her to stop and get up. Leonard laments the loss of the diffuser and decides he will simply have his assistant purchase a new one.
Suddenly gripped by a violent migraine, Leonard winces in agony as the concentrated scent from the broken diffuser spreads.
Julia realizes the scent is far more potent now and could be fatal for the Emperor's magicless body. Leonard orders the windows to be opened immediately to dispel the overwhelming and offensive odor filling the room. Lasius asks if the Emperor is all right, but a pained Leonard admits he cannot continue their discussion today.
Leonard formally dismisses his guests, stating that he requires immediate and total rest to recover from his headache.
The scene shifts to the dark, damp palace basement where faint blue lights illuminate the cold stone walls.
Julia and Lasius gather the remaining fire lotus grass into a large sack, planning to burn the dangerous plants outside.
Lasius burns a sample of the grass, noting that the addiction can be treated using water lotus grass. Julia promises to contact her father regarding a cure, while Lasius entrusts the important task entirely to her.
Lasius reflects on the maid's lack of presence and silent footsteps, concluding that she was not a normal servant.
The two walk through the dark corridors of the palace, discussing the strange events of the tea session.
Lasius suddenly becomes very cheerful and offers to escort Julia back, his expression turning bright and eager.
Lasius immediately questions his own awkward offer, looking confused and slightly embarrassed by his sudden burst of chivalry.
Julia asks if there is an issue with his offer, leaving a flustered Lasius struggling for a coherent response.
Julia ignores his confusion and tells him to hurry up and follow her as she continues walking away.
Walking toward the light, Julia thinks to herself that Lasius is truly an unusual and peculiar person. The scene transitions into a dark and misty landscape, reflecting a shift in the tone of the narrative.
A memory shows young Lasius trapped in a dark, hostile palace environment filled with shadows and judging eyes.
Now an adult, Lasius stands in a radiant light, his past suffering replaced by a newfound sense of purpose.
Lasius smiles warmly while following Julia, realizing that her presence has turned the palace into a place of joy.
Julia turns back with a sharp look, telling Lasius to stop grinning at the back of her head.
A hidden observer reflects on being discovered under the vast, starry night sky.
A panicked alarm rings out across the silent moonlit towers of the royal palace. Palace maids exchange frantic news regarding the Emperor's sudden collapse and call for a doctor. The head maid sternly orders the staff to move faster during the ongoing medical emergency. A servant laments the series of tragedies striking the throne so soon after the funeral.
Fear for the empire's future grows as the staff observes the palace's state of unrest.
The brown-haired maid kneels before her master, desperately begging for forgiveness for her failure.
The hooded man berates his subordinate for causing his carefully laid plans to go awry.
He reveals a thwarted plan to instigate war while manifesting a sphere of dark energy.
Desperate and terrified, the maid pleads for one more chance as dark magic surrounds her.
The hooded man heartlessly extracts the maid's soul, telling her to rejoice in her fate. He cold-bloodedly promises that her soul will serve Madame Ariel for all of eternity. The maid's lifeless body falls to the ground, discarded after her usefulness has been exhausted.
The master deduces that the maid did not stumble by accident, suspecting outside interference.
A vision of the tea session confirms his suspicions that Julia and Lasius are involved.
Paranoia strikes the plotter as he wonders if the heroes have finally noticed his existence.
The hooded man descends deeper into the palace shadows to continue his nefarious work.
Leonard remains in a deep, poison-induced coma as his health rapidly declines in private.
The plotter acknowledges that the emperor will never recover naturally from the powerful Eastern incense.
He views the emperor as a disposable chess piece that will be useless even if cured.
Deeming the current emperor a failure, the hooded man decides to pivot his grand strategy.
Dark flames manifest as he prioritizes securing a legendary artifact known as the Goddess's Heart.
The following morning, Julia and Kyrant meet in the bright palace gardens to discuss developments. Kyrant asks Julia exactly when she began to suspect the true cause of the emperor's ailor. Julia clarifies that while she had doubts earlier, her suspicions were only confirmed yesterday.
She identifies the rare water lotus grass as the only effective cure for the emperor's addiction.
Kyrant notes her impressive expertise regarding the rare medicinal herbs of the Eastern continent.
Julia explains that her knowledge comes from Lasius, who studied botany during his many travels.
A bright smile passes over Julia's face as she discusses her companion's surprising hidden depth.
Kyrant begrudgingly admits his surprise, having previously viewed Lasius only as a reckless troublemaker.
Julia reveals she has already requested the necessary herb through her father's foreign acquaintances. A moment of hesitation reveals that a significant obstacle still remains in their recovery plan.
A map illustrates the massive distance between nations, making a timely delivery nearly impossible.
Kyrant suggests utilizing the Magic Tower's warp gate to bypass the travel time for the cure.
System text explains that the warp gate is a restricted teleportation network used for high-priority missions.
Kyrant offers to use a personal connection at the Magic Tower to facilitate their request.
Julia is struck by a sudden inspiration, calling out to Kyrant with a new idea. She inquires if it is possible to create a functional teleportation circle in real time.
They realize they share the same goal of preparing for the Witch of Fire's revival.
Kyrant gazes at Julia with intense determination, reaffirming his dedication to their shared cause.
A subtle, knowing smile reflects his confidence in their plan and their partnership.
He promises to seek aid from his incredibly skilled friend within the elite Magic Tower.
Kyrant pulls Julia into a reassuring embrace, promising her that everything will turn out all right.
They resolve to focus on securing the cure while Kyrant handles the magical logistics. Night falls over the winter estate where a lone light burns in the master's office.
Kyrant prepares to use a rare communication artifact he hasn't touched in a long time.
A glowing blue sphere activates, ready to bridge the distance to the Magic Tower.
Kyrant looks tense as a shocked voice rings out from the newly activated communication device.
Hilstein, the elite mage of the Magic Tower, appears via the sphere with casual familiarity.
Kyrant wastes no time in delivering an urgent request for his friend's expert magical assistance.
Hilstein complains about Kyrant only calling when something is happening, while Kyrant notes his friend talks too much.
Kyrant explains the emperor is in critical condition and requires a specific medicinal herb from the east. Kyrant requests help with the warp gate, but Hilstein acknowledges the request as a very serious issue.
Hilstein sighs, explaining that Magic Tower procedures are complicated and cannot be bypassed immediately, even for the Emperor.
Kyrant emphasizes that every moment matters and suggests that Hilstein simply go to the east himself.
Hilstein asks if he's being used as an errand boy without sincerity, while Kyrant anticipates his antics.
Kyrant asks what Hilstein wants while the mage displays a series of overly energetic and joyful expressions.
Hilstein playfully asks if Kyrant has found a lover while appearing extremely amused in the magical projection.
Hilstein jokingly claims he couldn't sleep from curiosity as a background of playful rabbit icons surrounds him.
Hilstein begs to meet the lady once as brothers. Kyrant questions when they ever became that close.
Kyrant promises to ask her opinion tomorrow if Hilstein retrieves the water lotus grass immediately for him.
Kyrant mentions having something to discuss in person, prompting a reaction of extreme shocked excitement from Hilstein.
Hilstein excitedly demands to see Kyrant's proposal while magical sparks and energy erupt around the floating projection.
Hilstein finds Kyrant's anger fun and asks if a man named Alec also shared the news. Hilstein asks for the specific location in the east so he can retrieve the water lotus grass immediately.
Kyrant offers a rare, soft smile while sincerely thanking Hilstein for agreeing to help him.
Hilstein demands an invitation to the proposal instead of thanks, but Kyrant flatly rejects the annoying request.
2 days later, the sun shines brightly over the majestic towers and golden gates of the palace.
Kyrant informs Julia that Hilstein is arriving soon and asks if she feels any discomfort about it.
Julia smiles warmly, stating she isn't uncomfortable and asking if the mage isn't Kyrant's close friend.
Kyrant feels intense discomfort as he recalls Hilstein's relentless teasing about his relationship and the upcoming proposal.
Julia asks what's wrong while Kyrant dismisses her concern and Hilstein approaches them from the garden walkway. Hilstein calls out to Kyrant, surprising the couple as they stand together near the grand garden fountain. Hilstein arrives in style, wearing sunglasses and waving enthusiastically while loudly announcing himself as Kyrant's brother.
Kyrant glares with pure annoyance, internally questioning why his friend is making such an unnecessary scene.
Hilstein greets Julia, claiming he's heard of her and playfully identifying her as Sir Kyrant's fiancée. Julia blushes deeply, looking completely stunned and bewildered by the sudden and unexpected title of fiancé.
Kyrant furiously tells Hilstein to stop speaking nonsense while the mage dismissively agrees to keep quiet.
Julia thinks to herself that it is her first time seeing Sir Kyrant acting so flustered.
Hilstein formally introduces himself as the mage, and Julia politely identifies herself as Julia von Rosenthal.
Kyrant asks for an update on his request, while Hilstein notes that the knight is definitely in a hurry.
Hilstein manifests a small, glowing bag of medicinal herbs through a concentrated swirl of bright magical energy.
Hilstein hands the herbs to Julia, who expresses her sincere gratitude for his vital assistance with the task. Hilstein gazes at Julia, charmingly stating that her beauty is more than enough thanks for his efforts. Kyrant tells Hilstein to stop, while the mage finds the knight's visible jealousy to be quite entertaining.
Kyrant mentions another request, but Hilstein jokingly refuses to listen further before hearing what it is.
Julia worries her request is too much, but Hilstein warmly encourages her to explain what she needs.
Julia prepares to explain her request simply while standing before the mage in the palace gardens. Wispy white clouds drift lazily across the vast and clear blue sky over the imperial palace. Hilstein asks if she wants to use a real-time teleportation circle, and Julia confirms with a yes.
Hilstein smiles confidently at Julia, confirming that such a complex magical feat is indeed possible for him.
Hilstein explains that outsiders cannot use the warp gate, though legitimate reasons might allow for specific exceptions.
Julia narrows her eyes, considering the possibility that the culprit might be a member of the Magic Tower.
Hilstein snaps his fingers, activating a brilliant surge of magical energy that begins to swirl around Julia's feet.
Ribbons of pink and blue magical energy wrap around Julia as she begins the teleportation process.
The scene shifts abruptly to a tropical beach where gentle turquoise waves wash over the golden shore.
Palm trees sway under a clear sky as Julia stands alone on the quiet, sunny beach. Julia looks around in disbelief, realizing she has just been instantly teleported to the edge of the sea.
A close-up shows Julia's boots sinking into the soft, sparkling sand of the tropical shoreline.
Back at the palace, Hilstein celebrates his success while Kyrant watches the empty space where Julia stood. Hilstein offers his assistance with transport if they simply require a method to reach their destination.
Hilstein details the range of his transportation magic, noting that it can reach 80 miles using amplification.
Hilstein questions why she is helping without knowing the reason, assuming she is surely Kyrant's lover.
Hilstein acknowledges her good nature and trusts Kyrant's judgment in requesting his specialized magical assistance.
Hilstein asks if their business is concluded for the day as Julia promises to repay his kindness.
Hilstein suggests they all have dinner together, leading Julia to cheer while an exhausted Kyrant stays silent.
The scene shifts to the ornate double doors leading into Leonard's grand private bedroom. Inside the bedroom, the doctor praises Julia for impressively securing the rare Eastern herbs so quickly.
Julia notes the aide's absence, assuming he is busy managing the Empire's affairs following the Emperor's collapse.
Julia vaguely credits the help of others for the herbs and asks to observe the medical treatment.
The doctor agrees to her request, stating he feels much safer working under the commander's watchful eye.
Julia feels no suspicion toward the doctor and asks how long the healing process will take to complete.
The doctor explains that since they have the water lotus grass, the medicine will be finished soon.
The doctor instructs Julia to wait while he begins the immediate preparation of the vital medicinal cure. Julia sits in quiet contemplation near the bed where a pale Leonard remains in a deep sleep. Looking down at the unconscious emperor, Julia is suddenly struck by a sharp and painful memory. Julia recalls her past death, wondering if Leonard was already under the narcotic influence when he killed her. Julia reflects that without returning to that day, she can never truly know his state of mind. Watching the sickly emperor, Julia admits she still hates the man who betrayed her and her heart. A memory shows Julia obtaining a new life and magic after her tragic death in the previous timeline. Julia resolves that in this new life, he will never have the power to make her miserable again. Julia thinks that while many wouldn't understand her finding happiness after death, she only helped him for stability. Fire and war consume the landscape as Julia reflects on the destruction caused by a mentally unsound emperor. Julia realizes that Leonard's death would trigger unpredictable chaos, making the preservation of his life necessary. The doctor announces he must quickly leave the chamber to fetch some missing ingredients for the treatment. The doctor invites Julia to accompany him, correctly guessing she feels uncomfortable staying alone with His Majesty.
Leonard suddenly groans and begins to stir in bed, startling the doctor with his unexpected movement. The doctor rushes toward the bed in a panic, frantically asking the Emperor if he is all right.
Opening his eyes, Leonard says it feels as though he has finally awakened from a long nightmare. Leonard sits up and expresses his confusion, noting that his body and head no longer feel any pain. The doctor informs Leonard that he collapsed several days ago due to a severe addiction to narcotic grass. The doctor credits Dame Rosenthal for quickly bringing the antidote that prevented the situation from worsening significantly.
Leonard is shocked by the mention of narcotic grass, immediately suspecting the incense diffuser within his office. The doctor confirms the aroma was fire lotus grass and notes the responsible maid has since vanished.
Leonard recalls being told the scented oil would help him recover his energy during his long working hours. Narration explains how narcotic grasses impair decision-making and cause violent withdrawal symptoms like mood swings and headaches. Leonard remembers that his close friend Luca was the one who ordered the maid to prepare the diffuser. A memory shows the Eastern maid who was specifically assigned to manage the dangerous incense for the Emperor. Leonard struggles to believe his childhood friend and brother, Luca, would ever intentionally plot to harm him.
The doctor schedules a maid to deliver detoxification medicine tonight, warning that narcotic addiction is difficult to cure.
The doctor warns Leonard to call for him immediately if he feels even a tiny bit of discomfort. Leonard promises to follow the doctor's instructions and dismisses him to get some much-needed rest.
A brown horse peers over the fence of a stable as the scene shifts to the grounds.
A blonde-haired man in a vest approaches Julia, telling her he has been looking for her.
Julia reacts with visible discomfort and irritation as the man approaches her near the palace stables.